sons' eyes to see and daughters' dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won. Babe, I didn't even start. Flexin' on ya. Flexin' on me. Flexin' on ya. Flexin' on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with with the patience. 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah.
我 ID 是 Silfat BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛最大的劲敌是 PPGL， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌。就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我阶梯会飙死你们了。
สวัสดีครับผมเดลเอนะครับมาจากทีม MIT นะครับเป็นตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยนะครับความคาดหวังของทีมก็คือการที่จะเป็นแชมป์ของรายการครับผมแล้วก็ได้ไปเล่นในระดับที่สูงขึ้นครับผมทีมที่ผมมองเป็นคู่แข่งนะครับก็คงไม่พ้นเซอร์เซียครับแล้วก็ทีมจากประเทศอื่นนะครับเพราะว่าทุกคนที่เข้ารอบนี้ได้ก็เก่งหมดทุกทีมครับแต่ที่อยากจะชนะจริงๆคือเซอร์เซียครับก ก็ดีกรีเขาสูงนะครับเขาเป็นทั้งแชมป์ของรอบแรกมาก่อนนะครับแล้วก็ได้ไปแข่งทัวร์เวิร์มาก่อนผู้เล่นที่สนใจนะครับก็จะมีสแกรี่นะครับกับไมพีนะครับเพราะว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นที่เทียร์สูงนะแล้วก็มีสไตล์การเล่นที่แบบเป็นเอกลักษณ์มีเพลงการเล่นที่แหวกหรือว่าแบบอันพีดีคือคาดเดาไม่ได้นะครับว่าแบบจะไปอยู่ตรงไหนเพราะว่าเป็นส่วนใหญ่เป็นตำแหน่งที่แบบส่วนใหญ่จะมองเป็นขาตายแล้วแต่แบบสแกรี่เขาอาจจะเล่นแบบเป็นเอ็กซ์ซีฟไปเลยก็ได้ไมฟีก็จะเป็นแบบคล้ายๆกันแต่ว่าจะชัวร์กว่าวิธีการที่จะชนะนะครับก็แค่พวกผมคิดว่าพวกผมก็ซ้อมกันมาหนักก็จะซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นกว่าเดิมเพื่อจะได้ชนะจะได้แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดก็แค่เล่นให้เหมือนซ้อมแล้วก็เก็บรายละเอียดแล้วก็ปิดช็อตสุดท้ายลงครับแค่นั้นเลยก็อย่าลืมติดตามเชียร์ผมเลยครับทีม MIT นะครับที่กำลังจะแข่งในรอบเพย์อินที่กำลังจะถึงนะครับฝากติดตามเชียร์แล้วก็สามารถดูข่าวสารได้ที่เพจมิดนะครับผม
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore, a celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Rise and shine, esports fans. It's another day for us to marvel at the game we love the most. More strats, more blood, and more action that's coming your way. After all, every one of these teams that we'll be seeing today is put at the risk of elimination. It's now or never. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Ngayon, ito si Trump na magarang tersisa at seorang diri saja barang. Dengan sini coaching abang gue Ezra Koma gerai eterlam. Use the drone information. Patience. On the board. And it's gonna fall. Wind is not done. The Oma. Om your Loma.
They'll gamble and answer. We go clear. 后续 DBR 的配上就是做一个击杀之后。
Welcome to day 3 of the group stage. Quite a bittersweet day we're facing over here because alas, we're faced with eliminations. The teams we've come to know and love put at risk as they bid us goodbye today. Here on the panel, it's likable Cash Money and Trix. Welcome back, Cash. I'm happy to see this girl power energy once again here on the panel.
So much. So glad to be back. Loved working with you guys and glad to be here again.
Absolutely. And now let's do a little recap for you as well as all of the fans that are watching right now. Let's talk about the games from yesterday. So first things first, Trix, Onyx G versus Made in Thailand. Oh my god, I absolutely love this game, especially on Fracture as we had the Battle of the Neons.
Man, Monet really just being able to open so much space for his team, and Made in Thailand just seeming a little bit more lost than I had hoped to see them. They used to have very good early control, being able to take the space and execute, and you know, their defense is usually the highlight of Made in Thailand, but Onyx just making it seem like it was a little too easy to get in there.
Oh, I absolutely agree, but we gotta agree that we love seeing Monyet play. Look at this.
Yeah.
Take all that you want from me.
I mean, can I add to this just something about Onyx? Because like I was talking to Trix, and she said she saw Onyx really improve and being great from last season. Oh, sorry, not Onyx, Myth. And I feel like, yes, I agree. Myth is one of those teams that are just so you know, versatile compared to before. But I have to say that Onyx is just still on top. It's really hard to, you know, to beat perfection.
Speaking of perfection though, Saoirse just playing so well. I know that I was looking forward to that Paper X Boom Esports match, but Saoirse's performance, I loved watching them play Valorant. It just felt so smooth, so coordinated, and so much teamwork.
I mean, for Saoirse, I understand the why they just want to play like this and just continue on. For Saoirse, we know that last stage, it was one of like I would say a rough stage for them over in APAC, because remember there was that blackout in Bangkok, and if you saw on Twitter, they were just ready to move their PCs to another location in general. That's how much they wanted it. But the thing is, back then, where are they gonna move to? There's literally no, you know, electric at all. But then even going through the, you know, the bottom one, they still made it out on top and all the way up to Masters. And if you guys remember, just saw it today, they had like an interview with Scary, and you know, he was just saying how he really wanted to take that rematch. But speaking of that though, for now we're gonna talk about Bleed. So Bleed is a Malaysia-Singapore team, and I would say I'm a huge fan of them. All their players are just so incredible, and as I mentioned this again and again, they are a team that brings that flavor of EU and Singapore, Malaysia. And for a long time, I felt from stage 1 all the way till early of stage 2 in the country region of Singapore, Malaysia, it felt like this team was still a little bit lost when it comes to trying to figure out their recipe to success. It felt like the Singapore players and the Swedish players were on different pages. But for Bleed itself now, I'm so glad that they finally found that rhythm, that momentum, that teamwork that they need to combine these two different styles of gameplay together. And I have to say, from Singapore, Malaysia, all the way till now, we've seen this is almost like two different teams altogether, because now they're looking way better. They really covered all the holes that they didn't manage to do in the earlier parts of stage 2.
I loved how you described that. It feels like an entirely different team that we're seeing all together. And I guess that's what the competition just does to you here. A lot of adjustments always occur real time or after every series. And therefore, you know, these guys just keep on improving. And sometimes you don't even recognize who they once were in the previous games. Now, we did see a bit of the action from the highlights. But in order for us to fully understand how all of the results of the matches affect these teams, chances of making it to Masters Denmark, then we ought to know what the tournament format is like. Luckily, Mika Fabs is here to save the day.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Masters Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Thank you, Mika Fabs, once again for that wonderful explanation. The competition keeps getting tougher and tougher over here on APAC, and it's just about to get bittersweet from here. So let's go to our brackets and discuss what's going to go on the different groups that we have over here. I'm actually really sweating for these players. I'm
a little concerned for some.
Of course, especially here, starting off with Group A tricks. We saw how Onyx G was yesterday. They were absolute beasts, but over here at the bottom, it's Griffin versus Myth.
It is Griffin versus Myth. I'm, a little worried for both teams. I think all teams that went into the lower brackets, I felt that they were lacking, especially team play. Lacking in team play, lacking in pressure, being proactive. But a lot of upper bracket teams also showing that they can be reactive to all of the utilities getting thrown out at them. And I think Onyx showed that against Myth. Diamond Gladiators having that amazing retake against Griffin as well. So I don't know. It's hard to say that one team is going to leave us, but it's an unfortunate reality.
I feel you there, Trix. I really do. I'm worried. I mean, looking at Group B right now, it's RRQ at the bottom, and obviously, I don't want any Filipino teams to get eliminated this early on, but at the same time, I love seeing the competition get better and better, right, Tash?
Yeah, it actually is. So when you look at Alter Ego as well as Xerxia, we've seen the amazing performance from Alter Ego, and I have to say that Alter Ego is a team that is not only hungry, but they want to come up on top in Indonesia. But then there's Xerxia, who really wants to take the stage against Liquid. So both teams have something they want to go for.
Of course, we have here on Group C Order, which pleasantly caught Trix and I by surprise. We did not know what to expect from this team, but damn, they're really good. They're really good. And going against Paper X, I'm excited to see that. Yes, Tash?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that Order is a team that really caught us by surprise. I mean, we knew they were good, but we didn't know the extent of how far they can go, especially since when we talk about APAC, we always talk about MYSG, Philippines, as well as Indonesia. But now looking at Paper X, I think that Order may just bring that competition to them even way before they go all the way to Denmark.
Oh, I love that. We're always so used to seeing Paper X at the top, but it's really cool when you find a team that's able to set that balance there, or like be on the same level at the very least, or maybe go beyond them. That's what the competition is all about. But here we are, Trix. The final group for the group stage.
The final group, Bleed just showing why they deserve to be here. Honestly, I saw that they were struggling in the play-ins, but they seem to refine it. They seem to be better. Team Secret falling a bit short in terms of expectations, I suppose. They tried things that were new. It was great to see, but I feel there were a lot of kinks there that they just need to fix while they're facing up against FW Esports next.
I mean, I gotta admit, I was also heartbroken from the yesterday's game, but it is what it is. I'm happy though that we see teams out here trying to break the meta, trying out new things, because it's just so fun to watch. One of these days, somebody pulls out something new, and then the rest of the teams are gonna follow, which is really cool.
I just think that the progress and the dedication that the teams have, the fact that they're changing every single day, improving, it's fantastic to see.
Honestly, when you talk about something new, different playstyle, different metas, the reason why we like it so much is the fact that sometimes it gets a bit stale and it's very readable when you play something that everyone is used to.
Yeah.
But execution-wise, when you play something that's not in meta, you have to realize that your gameplay has to be different. It cannot be something that we usually see people do with a usual normal meta. Like, I think the other day we saw that 3 controllers sort of play, and I have to say that the execution wasn't quite there. There is a way to play with 3 controllers, but it has to be executed in a way where your opponent cannot read you. After all, when you're playing a new meta, you want to catch people off guard.
Yes, that's the name of the game. The element of surprise is always there. Now, you guys can see this on your screens. That is the schedule for the day. We've got Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand, Global Esports versus Regum, Qeon, and of course, Oasis Gaming versus Boom Esports. So we're gonna dive into the first series. I'm excited! I'm
so
stalling.
excited
I'm actually stalling because I don't want these teams to get eliminated. You know, it's pretty brutal out here, and as brutal as it may be, I guess the silver lining is that this is a fight for their lives out here. We should expect everything on the table, everything that they could possibly do it now. You know, Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand. So the first team that we have over here is a mythical creature that has a lion's body and a bird's head. The perfect symbolism for the team as they have the ferocity of a lion and are able to soar like a bird. This is Griffin Esports. Hey Tash, what sound does a griffin make? Does it like... Really?
I'm not sure that's accurate.
You know, we can all speculate as much as we want about what Griffin Esports can bring to the table. I mean, can sound like, but bringing to the table, I think we don't have to speculate. We've seen their performance, and I have to say, even though they didn't really come up on top, but we've seen how solid their team play as well as their execution can be. Especially from Feng, I really liked how he really anchors a site. I think that what's great about Feng is that he would do something over and over and over again until it finally gets found out or broken. And you gotta admire that because people don't think that he's gonna do it twice, but yet it works. Meanwhile, you have Siufat. Siufat is just this player that's just so insane when it comes to taking space and just going aggressive. Getting those picks is just the name of the game for him. It's just coming in, one for me, one for me, one for me before I finally go down. And I think really, when you think about how they play in general, it looks just so good because they are a team that I would say looks chaotic. But on paper it looks chaotic, but if you really look at the game, there is the execution there. But sometimes what's really lacking for them, I would say that if say they're going like maybe they lose a few rounds in a row, you start seeing these question marks forming on top of their head where they're trying to figure out how exactly to take the rounds or take some teams. But the problem now is it's a little bit too late, and I hope they can kind of like break that mental block earlier so they don't come up to a situation where they have to climb up from a 10-3, 10-5.
Speaking of that, I hope that they watched maybe some of the other matches yesterday because we could see that people weren't really doing those dry peaks as Griffin has been doing more often. Don't be afraid to show your presence. At least take the information cautiously, do so safely, and after you get that information, that's when you can start deciding what you're going to be doing. I think they worry there because they're not certain of what they want to do. So they're hoping to get that space without taking it safely. They get punished for it, and then there are more question marks on where do they want to go.
Where do they want to go? Do they want to go up in this competition or do they want to stay here? Obviously, the answer is the former one. But again, Griffin Esports is put at the risk of elimination today. But they are not alone because the other half of this do or die match is here. The next team is true to its roots, obvious to its name. We always talk about the determination in this team, but after yesterday's performance, it seems like determination is not enough. However, they hope to bring their strengths out once again, perhaps for the last time here on the APAC stage. Here is Made in Thailand. Hey Trix, is this the team that's gonna make Griffin Esports go
I mean, maybe, possibly. I think Made in Thailand has an amazing lineup. We've seen Kadum so many times opening up the sites. Wannafly also amazing. All of them really great to their own strengths. I do hope, however, that Congared might pull out something a little different with his initiator. I find that it's a little predictable, and honestly, it's lacking in some team plays. I feel Made in Thailand has really good crossfires, and we've spoken about this before. Their defense is really strong. The way that they're able to hold the sites, make sure that they're setting themselves up for a good retake, they have that early aggression. But on the flip side, it seems that Myth has been lacking earlier on the actual impact of having Congared, especially on that KO. Congared has great aim. Kadum as well is really, really good at making that space. But at the end of the day, it's still a team game, and I hope that Made in Thailand is going to work on that aggression that they have on the attacker side, the team plays that they also have, and aiming to do better executions because they have such high fraggers. I hope they utilize that to their advantage.
Well, you know what? Since we're already on the topic of Congared, why don't we go ahead and take a look at our head-to-head? You said that you don't think that Congared is best, or like there's a little bit something that should be improved on his KO. What agent would you rather have Congared on?
I love Congared on a Sky. I think when it's a
you
Sky,
always say Sky.
Come on now,
Sky is
always good. No. Okay, but for Congared in particular, the way that he plays, I feel like the Sky is, it allows him to move. I think for a lot of players that have that good aim, want to take those fights, they need to take an agent or an initiator that is more malleable to doing that. And we have here both Rainy and Congared. And I just feel, if you pick the initiator role, I understand that you want to do those team plays, but you have to also consider how you can make those individual plays work.
I absolutely agree with you, and I just want to add on. I mean, we talked about this on day one, about how these initiators can use their utils in a more selfish way, in a way like how you see Famous from Persija, or even Forsaken from Paper X, how they do it, is a way that they just can let loose. This is what is so great about having these very aggressive initiators, aggressive controllers, when they're used to playing duelists. It gives you that edge when it comes to using your abilities and not having to rely on your teammates. In a way, you don't have to just let your duelist get those picks. Why not you just throw the flash out, you go in? And this also comes in because of the utilities they have, like say the Trailblazer, like say Fade's Prowler, in a way that can also be a shield for you. And honest to God, I have to say, honest to God, what I'm honest to say, I just want to say that what's really great about these players is that individually they're so good. You see them, especially when it comes to aim duels, they do really well. But when it comes to working together as a team, suddenly it's just like, what's going on here? And I think the answer is, when it comes to those high pressure situations, those question marks comes out from both teams. We always talk about how Mid is a team that's always constantly improving, but if they don't get past that mental block, it's going to spell doom for them. And this is the same for Griffin.
I was almost ready to disagree with you until you mentioned we talk about team play here, and I was like, yeah, because like obviously these guys can shine on their own, they're independent, everything is there. But I love seeing a buddy system come to life. I love seeing them play off of each other, swing off of each other's contact. Like that's what it is. Like when you try to be your own, how should I say it, not initiator, but just play on your own, it puts the rest of the team at risk because you lose that man advantage. So I always love, like what Trix has been saying, I love the 5-man executions. I love the buddy system. I love it when they play off of each other's strengths and not just be like, you know what, I got this, I believe in myself, I can outdo
it. That's so cute.
Right, Trix?
Yeah, it's a team game at the end of the day. And honestly, we've seen some teams like Paper X, when they want to take control or when they're holding those sites or those angles, whether they're attacker or defender, you see that one person is peeking, they're doing the bait, and the moment a defender or an attacker tries to swing to peek them, there's always two people like firing at them. And I think that it's great to see. And if you have teams like Myth, like Griffin, that really have those star players that shine with their aim and with that ability to just hit those headshots, you want to utilize it by having another player right behind them saying, I will hit it for you if by chance you miss.
And I also want to add to that is just that sometimes when you are a star player, all eyes are on you. Sometimes in a lot of situations they want to take you out first. So in a way, that role can be interchangeable from duelist to bait as well. Someone swings you with a buddy, you see another two people there, and I think that's always the case when we look at Paper X as well, because sometimes you think, oh, okay, is only one person here? I have no idea what the other ones are, and without that info, you're dry peeking. Yikes! Don't do that because you just don't know if there's going to be two other people at a whole different angle.
Yeah. I'm sorry, every time somebody mentions dry peek, my brain goes to the question.
I know, that's why I was laughing earlier. This is so bad.
So for the convenience of our audience, I was asking them, so if there's a dry peek, is there a wet peek?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, you guys can't unhear that anymore. Same goes for our casters who are listening right now. But here we are, onwards and upwards to our map vetoes. We see Split being taken out off the bat. Well, we did see some of that beautiful Cypher plays against from Nexi last week, which Griffin Esports kind of struggled on. But Feng 3 has his own version of this, right, Trix?
He definitely does.
Yeah, he's not gonna show it today though.
I think also Myth just haven't had a good run on Split, so I'm actually not surprised with the ban, nor with Griffin on Fracture. I think that both of these teams, especially because it's a knockout stage, you want to start getting an advantage, and you need those advantage.
Wait, what's
starting with your map?
Breeze?
Oh, it's Breeze.
Yeah, they changed it. Yeah, just kidding.
Just kidding, which I find a little more surprising because Griffin has done well on Breeze. But anyway.
Oh wait, never mind. They changed it again. Just kidding, part 2.
Yes.
Surprise! Honestly, I'm not surprised that Griffin took Breeze because they are because there's so much wriggle room on Breeze for them to move around and roam. They like taking up space. They like having this situation where they can take up so much spots. But Bind for Myth, what do you think?
That's a lot of fun, I think. I
don't know why.
Bind is always fun. Isn't it Myth that's also running the triple controller on Bind where they're taking that information?
No,
you know what? I am mistaken. I am definitely mistaken.
Yeah.
They're the ones running the fade. That has that really good retake.
Wait, I just want to point this out. Raph, if you're listening, Trick said that Bind is fun. Bind is fun, Raph.
It is fun. It's fun because you get to kill a lot of people in a lot of close quarters. And you know, some people can't handle that. And I think Myth really highlight that on Bind while playing the Fade, and I believe it's the Sky on Congared, which I love to see.
Honestly, as well, like, I mean, when you think about Bind, I mean, I'm not necessarily like the biggest fan of it, but if you know how to abuse the teleports, it can really work in your favor. I mean, we've seen so many situations where like they not only do they fake it with their abilities, but sometimes with a lot of noise, you can actually kind of mask the teleporter some, so it can work as well. So depending on how creative you can be on that map, but one thing that I'm a bit scared of is always like usually attacker side, because getting onto site, you notice how small those entrances are, and you have to remember there are so many situations where you know you saw utils upon utils upon utils just thrown into hookah or even be long, and then suddenly everyone is just dead, and you're just like, what the heck happened there?
Okay, funny because that actually happened. I can't remember if it was exactly on Vine, but there was this time I was playing with Asarai, and he was like, let's go, let's do a 5-man push. And then we all pushed, but we all died behind him. And he was like, where's my team? Oh, you guys are dead.
Oh, yeah, that was us.
It really happens. It really happens. But anyway, I want to know what your predictions are going to be like, especially with having Haven as the deciding map. If we even get there, you know. Let's start with Ash, because he just got back.
Okay, so for me personally, I'm gonna go with Myth. Even though I didn't really watch them play yesterday, I didn't really have the time. But I have to say that through their performances and what I've seen yesterday as well, we see that, as I mentioned before, I think this is something that is just a long conversation that hasn't changed for the team, is that they're always changing, evolving, and always adapting. And I believe that given their loss yesterday, we may just see another adaptation today just because of that.
I think I would have to agree with Tashmini here. I feel like Myth has been doing a good job. They have those team plays, and yes, there's more that they need to improve if they really want to come out at the top of this APAC run. I do think, however, it might be a little more difficult for them considering the map picks. We've got Breeze and Haven, which, although Myth is proficient in, Griffin has proven that they are comfortable in.
I agree too, but I don't know. I'm a huge fan of WannaFly. I've enjoyed Congared's playstyle as well. So my heart is leaning towards Made in Thailand for this one. Really good. I mean, it's the performance of possibly a little bit of like attachment growing on me.
Wow.
Because I have been watching these guys from the play-ins and I've gotten accustomed to their plays. And I was like, hey, they always bring something kind of new to the table, something that's unexpected. And I always look forward to seeing more from them. I hope that this is not the last time that I get to see them, though.
Absolutely.
Really.
I think like what's great about them is that they come back again and again, and I don't think they want to go down again now, given that the track record on here has been pretty solid. The last thing they want to do is lose here so early when they've managed to get it at least halfway to APAC most of the time. And I have to say, people in chat right now probably spamming hashtag Laika bias.
I mean,
all of us.
I won't be mad if it's true. Well, it kind of is, maybe.
But you know,
they have done so well.
I mean, but it's also great right now, given that all of us are, are predicting for Myth. If say Griffin does come back on top, it'll be a huge statement, I have to say. Given the fact that how they want to come back and after their performance, it really shows that mentality that they really, really wanted.
And then people, if ever Griffin Esports wins and
you'll shake your head.
I start predicting them in the future matches, and then everybody's gonna be like, bandwagon.
Probably.
We have to be realistic, guys.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, every single game, these players just seem to wow us. We have the statistics on board, but you see them on the actual gameplay. Numbers aren't everything. There are a lot. They say a lot about these players, but they're not everything. Because like you could see, like, hey, this guy got 3 kills for this specific round. But when you watch him play, wait, he actually did angle isolations. He did this. He really was able to have a good read on the opponent. That's why he was able to get that 3 kills. And then it has much more of an impact than just looking at the scoreboard, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just numbers.
I feel like casters have pointed it out time and time again that sometimes the scoreboard or how it goes, like 2-0, doesn't really tell you how the matches went, like how close they could have been. Was it always down to a 1v1 and just one team like really outplaying the other team? So I find that after watching both teams, and I'm not going to say that Griffin is not doing well either, because Griffin has been doing well. It's just that I find that there's more lacking in Griffin's team play, more lacking in their decision making, in the decision like, okay, we're gonna play for a retake, but then you always have like 1 or 2 players that overextend, trying to get more space on their own, and then it puts them at a disadvantage, and then they end up losing the round. So I feel like it's the domino effect that happens to Griffin more so than on Myth's side, where there's always that 1 player or 2 players that push up a little too far, and then they always get punished by their opponents. And I believe Myth is the kind that will take advantage of punishing that.
Yeah, I think the track records always show that Myth is the type of players that are, I would say, like, even though they like to play fast, they're very flexible, but they're also a type of team that sometimes when they hit that mental block of what to do, they go a little bit more patient. They wait for the other team to mess up and punish. And I think this is what's also lacking from Griffin. It's more of like, just like, how do I say this, patience, or rather they're just trying to make something happen. Sometimes they lose 2-3 rounds in a row and their mentality goes, I need to make something happen. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I need to make something happen. And that's a situation where it's not a solo queue play. You have to run this by your team as well and see if they're also okay with running to what you want to do as well. I think because sometimes you just hit that kind of like, oh no, we've lost 5 in a row, I need to do something unpredictable. But most of the time you think it's gonna be unpredictable, but the enemy team has already figured it out. And that's what we call as tilt, by the way. Not saying that they are tilting, but it is also like the mindset as well that I think like a lot of Valorant players players have. Now, coming back to Myth, the idea that they can capitalize on punishment and just wait for your mistakes really show that you can also take this up to their advantage, to your own advantage. Sometimes you can just kind of like play default and don't really have to overextend, get as much information as you can before finally hitting a site. But in a lot of situations for Griffin, when they play default, I feel as though they get picked off one by one. And that shouldn't be the case, because when you play default, it's not to get picks. And I don't know why this is the mentality for a lot of people. Default means collecting information, doesn't necessarily mean you go aggressive, you take those aim duels that you're not going to win.
I think for a lot of players, when they go into that default mode, they're thinking that they want the space, they got it, and then they're thinking, maybe I can get a little bit more. So I feel like it's that kind of greedy mentality.
Yes.
I have the space now, but what if I just push a little bit? And then when you push a little bit, you get punished for it, because they're like, we were okay giving you that space, but you're not getting any more of it. And I find that that's where a lot of people are lacking. And as you mentioned, Tilt, earlier, the statement I always say to anyone in any game, whether it's here on other titles or whether it's in a ranked match, a casual one, it's not over until somebody has that victory line.
It's not over until somebody flips the table or disconnects. It's
not over even then.
No disconnections today, please. Let's not call on to the universe to have that happen. But I kind of realized this. I know that you guys had a lot of great points, but then my mind shifted to this idea that Trix has not made the battle cry yet. You know, Tash and I have done the Griffin sound, but when is Trix gonna do it? Maybe that's the extra push that Griffin needs. They need to hear you do the battle cry, Trix.
Caw.
That's so cute.
That was the quietest caw I have ever heard in my life. So I really hope that Griffin
I hope you do well.
Like, even though we predicted Myth, we gave you guys battle cries for that extra morale boost, okay?
Can you imagine? Completely wrong with how it sounds.
Can you imagine the entire team? You know, they're all huddled up before the game. They're all hands in together at the center, and they're like, Cacao, 1, 3, 2, 1, Cacao.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious.
Well, then we're moving on to the battle over here, which Trix, of course, just gave a cry over. So, Trix, why don't you go ahead and talk to us about this Yoru pick that I am loving?
I am conflicted with the Yoru pick. I
disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. This
by
could
the
work.
way.
No. Listen, I'm so sorry for cutting you off. But imagine you have Fade with the Defense, right? You don't hear him teleport, and he comes in the back and just backstabs people. What if, right?
I mean, yes, but I'm also a little confused at Myth's pick. Weren't they the team that ran the Fade with the Sky? And they have the double controller set up on Myth instead with Wannafly on that Viper, Dellen on that Brimstone. I'm guessing they're going for a more default approach, a more safe approach, in my opinion. While Griffin here is just going for it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I just have to say that Griffin, I like the fact that they're running Fate. Just because they're like, okay, we run Fate, we run Yoru, we have an idea about how we're gonna do this. Of course, we've seen the awesome, iconic Yoru clone satchel that we saw last time from Paper Rex as well. So maybe that would be on the menu. But sometimes when it comes to these new agents, I mean, Fate is still very, very new, and not a lot of teams manage to really fully utilize her, and this is what's concerning to me. And this was also, I understand what's coming from Trix as well, from the Yoru. We haven't really seen great Yoru track records from our tournament so far, I think.
Yeah, I just think that Yoru can, to a certain extent, become predictable because of the way his utility moves. So I'm wondering if Griffin has something in store for us, because even if, let's say, you have that Deafen from the Fade, if you know where Yoru's TP is always going to be, chances are they're not going to care whether they hear it or not. They're looking at the angle Yoru's going to come in from.
You guys are talking about the Yoru. I was shocked to see that, but I want to give focus to Myth over here. I love this composition. I'm not sure if it's the same exact one, but this is the one we saw from play-ins, wherein Wannafly was just flying. He was soaring. He may not be the Griffin over here, but he really performed that way. And I think that was due to the fact that the Lend was also there, being that extra controller for the side. So WannaFly was able to play a little bit more selfishly as a Viper, and I just loved it. That was also the Judge Ace. I remember that game. So good. So good. But here it is, folks. It is Made in Thailand versus Made in Hong Kong, Taiwan. Which region will come out on top? The answers are unsure, but let's find out together.
It really feels that we are reaching that whole new other level as we come in to more days of the group stage. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Asterai. With me now is Raph, and we're looking at the first series again with Made in Thailand. Gonna go up against Griffin Esports. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time. This is the first elimination of our group stage. So there you go. There you have it.
Okay, let's get back into the swing of things here. Yeah, I think this is the first time we might have to say goodbye to one of our teams. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Guys, just
You're wrong.
Feel free to do that. Never am. But anyway, we go back to it. You know, I actually did hear Laika go about Bind. Yeah, there are fun things about Bind, but my biggest gripe about Bind is that there's such a firm need to take control of A. Again, you kind of have to center your attention on that, whether it be teleporter control or having a lurk presence. Again, there's just so many ways to go about it.
Yeah, but one thing that is very much not to be argued with is the importance of the Raze, I think, in this map. Just because, again, it's incredibly versatile, even more so than the Yoru. Again, I do know there have been a lot of teams that have utilized the Yoru quite well, but the thing is, Raze just has that different powwow that she affects the site. Anyways, two will be stopped here. That is going to be Rainy and Sufat BB. Rainy now corralled through on Showers. Can't really escape, and the flag from WannaFly secures that he cannot escape his fate. 5 versus 3 as the round continues with Fung, Select, and Winner now playing that retake angle. Winner's thrown out the nade. There might need to do something with this, as the rest of the post planners are just setting up some really nasty crossfires. Punga Red onto the corner. Really good trades overall. Select is starting to heat up, but at the end of the day, again, just a really quick, swift round from Myth.
Absolutely. I think most of us did agree that Myth might have the edge over Griffin. I love that Trix brought it up, and that we all know and we all agree that Griffin is a good team. Of course, if they're not a good team, they would have not made it to APAC, right? But I feel like it's really their mid-round acumen and their indecisiveness that kind of puts them in a hole. Made in Thailand, they're going to be abusing that. They're going to see that as a weakness that they can pretty much be very tangible about. As we see Made in Thailand still approach the A site. They have a lot of their forces gathered here towards A short. Congared throwing out that Trailblazer, hoping to find something of value. But at the very least, they find a little bit of safety as Alone Fills has no qualms of jumping into the site here. A bunch of people in Showers might just get stuck there, as that nade is going to push them out just a little bit more. Dellen finds Rainy, who was hiding in that tri-box. Wire Select has an idea, not a very good one apparently. Ooh. And we see that mobility on Sufat BB still causing a little bit of doubt on the mind of Alone Fills. Did he really teleport away, or did he stay?
Well, whether he did or didn't, as we can see here straight on our minimap, Siu was actually all the way through teleporter, so that's an awkward TP coming out of him. That just means that his teammates will have to wait just a tad bit more for them to regroup and maybe come out to play the post. Only really the Sheriff as the upgraded pistol. They're gonna have to start peeking out here, but you don't want to give any extra amount of kills, I guess, for the rest of Myth, as they don't even challenge whatsoever. I'm wondering why. They might have had some value with Siu. He's always somebody that can always hit shots, especially with that Sheriff. So kind of interesting that they just buckle down and kind of kneel in front of Myth.
I think it's going to be really interesting how the Yoru play is going to progress throughout the lifespan of the game. Maybe right now we're seeing Griffin being part of the growing pain, right? Because so far we only know Yoru as a duelist that forces your team to play one speed realistically if you're going to hit a side or if you're going to do anything of that nature. But before we get into the science of that, we're going to be taking a gander at the speed that Made in Thailand want to play. It looks like they're still aggressing on this very, very hard despite a bit of a deficit when it comes to their weapons. Alone Phils might just be really alone here. Although he's made his way toward Shower, yet another blast pack is going to be expended for that one, Asarai. And the rest of Griffin can't really stop this this plant that's going down.
They've used a lot of smokes already from the Brimstone, so they're gonna have to try to make something happen. I love that from Wannafly. It gives Dylan such a nice little pseudo pocket to play inside of, even for just a moment. Still a lot more ferocity here. Good flashes overall, the trades, and they all line up and they all fall down. It's now down to just Winner. Does have at least half of the spike already, but Phil's coming into the corner, making sure. He's counting in his head, maybe 4 or 3 seconds left in my timer, and all I have to really do is just pop a shot alongside my paint shells, and it'll work out in the end.
Oh dear. Made in Thailand, making this A site look like Paris. In 1789, this castle called Bastille is really not holding up for Griffin here. Maybe an adjustment for their defensive rotations. They have been leaving, like I said, right? There's just so much importance of wrangling A short away from the opposing team. And these last 3 rounds have been a very big tell on what happens if you don't. Now look at this. They have a 4 stack on A yet again. They leave, I believe that's Winner, alone to his devices on B. An interesting choice, but they do get a little bit mobility from that teleport. Alone Phils gets you Fat BB. But a few frags are coming in on the side of Griffin. Kadum not having an issue dealing with that 1v1. No, still a pretty even... Never mind. Okay, Conga Red.
Good insight from Conga Red there, though. You know, doesn't want to allow Fung to pick up on the rifle. But somehow these Sheriffs, man. Arcane Sheriffs, by the way. Season 2 is coming out. I wasn't paid by Riot to say that, but, you know, I enjoy the show very much. But anyways... kind of random, but this is kind of good for Select. If it gets another pop shot, or if it gets another kill, that will be the orbital strike. Regardless, it can still be available for next round, but this is turning into a really good round here for Griffin. Now Select, a little bit awkward. He's going to try to pick up some weapons. I think Winner was able to spot about everybody. Doesn't decide to go for the TP, so this is the long wraparound, which is going to be a little bit awkward. Thankfully enough, he does have that 1 smoke remaining, but again, he's going to have to scan basically everything. Smokes the opening on the entrance, and again, time is not of the essence for him.
Time as it winds down. Dwyer Select has too many angles to really clear here. Conga Red assists him by giving him a visual impediment. And Kadum even puts him in a wheelchair there. Wire Select not having the greatest of games right now, at least the greatest of starts, is Griffin. Very, very known creature, a mythical one at that. But Made in Thailand, they keep it grounded, they keep it real. 4 rounds on the board for them.
Again, it feels like Myth are just testing out how committed or willing Griffin are to go for these fights. They are pretty much committed to it, but and it feels like we're gonna go for that conundrum once again when Griffin have the utilities. It's not gonna work as magnificently. That being said, though, again, they do have a lot more oomph in this particular round. If they can secure Fung with his charge as well, he will have access to that Rolling Thunder. At least for the moment, Griffin are just waiting for the presence. An operator in the hand of Winner as he controls B long. Myth, they're also trying to get that information while also claiming a bit of utility themselves.
I feel like Griffin haven't had that much impact with their utility, actually. Made in Thailand, they've been finding a little bit of fights, or at least quite a bit of success on those spread out fights. Skirmishes that Griffin would have potentially wanted in their favor. But so far, they've been pretty patient. Made in Thailand, now they lean towards B. Winner denies any information, but inadvertently gives them an idea that an op is there. Look at that, Asarai. They will not be dissuaded from this. They might just swing into this. Winner might be the victim of that party crasher, that showstopper. Although that rocket fuse is gonna go down without finding any damage. YR Select throws a stim beacon, hits him with a sidestep. Made in Thailand, they crumble. Griffin, despite the questions I asked early on, convincingly wipe out most of Made in Thailand and already secured this round for them. Kadoom would probably just want to do a little bit of eco damage, but even that is not allowed.
Great defense overall from Griffin. Able to stop the eke in of Myth coming into that B site. Expended so much for it though, but at least they were able to save 3 people, including again the operator that is gonna be given to Winner here. Select has been starting to pop off a lot more. You know, we talk about Siufa, we talk about Rainy, but Select does have his moments, and now it's coming to a little bit more combination here, especially that he's gotten that solid control on Hookah. That being said, it can't always be the same thing. Phil's gonna have to check, of course, if that was a fake or a real one. You never know who's the fake and who's the real ones. Especially with the Yoru.
I don't know, man. That sounded a little bit extra, you know. I feel like it didn't stop with just the Yoru. But again, keep your friends close and your enemies at gunpoint, especially at Valorant. It's easy to tell, you know. There is a colored outline that indicates that is a bad person. And now we look at this, right? Going back into the game, Made in Thailand, they've slowed things down. Griffin have some idea of how to solve this labyrinthian puzzle that Made in Thailand constantly present. As an attack towards A could come into fruition here. Rainy already throwing out early utility, a haunt to stop them, maybe even the Nightfall. And that is obviously gonna be a bit of a doorstop. Made in Thailand, they have a choice. They've already baited out the necessary utility, but WannaFly wants to get another frag onto Winner. Could have honestly just kind of locked them down there, but he wanted to go that extra mile. Suddenly, the man advantage is not in the favor of Griffin, Asarai. The breach, we will see a stun and we will see an assist on the side of Talent here, as Rainy still looks to swing. What is Made in Thailand looking at? They go for the teleport play instead. Look at all this utility getting thrown in their face. And it seems to have paid off. They cannot stop the spike down, but WannaFly, Fong, he's given up the hold on this. But WannaFly still doubtful. Fong circles back again. Kadoom is all on his lonesome. Teleport control. Oh, and WannaFly, he comes in for a massive frag. 1v2, 1v3 actually. Ah, well. Could have been a moment, but a tree has been planted in the honor of that valiant effort from Made in Thailand. Griffin making this a game.
Solid defense once again from Griffin here. I love how they're just letting their utilities work for them more than anything else. You saw that WannaFly was really wanting to get into the site. This was probably the most awkward thing, was Winner trying to lurk with the operator, but he's getting massive information. You might think that, oh, you know, why is he doing that? He's just lost the op again. He's already pushed all the way through, and as Myth were already pushing into the site, at least now they know what is going to be pinching in through showers. That being said, Griffin, they have the money, they have the big ultimates once more, and it's not done from just yet. How does Siufa hit those? Was probably expecting a little bit of cheekiness, and it works out in the end. Good trades overall. Select again just erupts from B long. Fung using a teleporter as a one-way ticket to a kill. And the Winner not falling back, or not falling far behind. Dellen, the only one standing. out of this 1 versus 3 once more. Does he know where Winner is just holding the angle? Absolutely not. And Griffin, they're starting to build the steam once again.
Building steam, cooking up whatever they can. Potentially a storm for Made in Thailand, as the rhythm has been somewhat disrupted. Those 4 rounds were very, very convincing. Griffin, they're like, hey, we can do that too. Potentially finding a 4th here, as if you look at the arsenal that Made in Thailand have to deal with, it's not very good. They have 2 Guardians, which, known to be a very potent and a very lethal gun, just does not have the flexibility the main rifles have. But they are not deterred whatsoever. I think they still might jump this quickly. Sufat might fake the teleport here. No, he only throws it out as a bit of an anchor. Winner still has that operator in his hands, but with all the shuffling happening here, it loses to the Stinger in such tight spaces, and he even adjusts for Rainy. Made in Thailand, they get their bearings together and set their sights on yet another round, as Fang and YR Select are left to fend off 5 players from Myth.
Just a little bit unfair that they're going to have to go up against the grain. But when you have Fung backed up by Select, it looks to be a little bit more digestible. Fung gets tagged, but does have the space to get the shot in. Unfortunately, the refrag from Kadum is very swift, and now Select, I think they still have some money, so maybe he can try to do something a little bit more wily at this, but yeah, they'll just decide to back away. There's no chance. There's no real risk to do that, and Dellen somehow drops down. I wonder why. But Myth, great adjustment on it attacking A sites. You saw with the double satchel from Alone Fills.
Looking a little wily, and like you said, a few extra credits in his pocket could call up Acme. Hey, anything to catch this Roadrunner, as Mid and Thailand have found that speed yet again. They did find a few exit frags to their name, but that's about the value that they did, or at least the maximum value that they could find. 3 to 5, Made in Thailand. This time around, they still focus their efforts in controlling A short. Not a lot of presence towards Hookah yet. They must be prepping this for a quick take later on their attacker side, but Sufat BB already looking to play contact. That is a lot of contact, maybe a little too close for comfort, as he jumps in with a dimensional drift. And now he goes back as YR Select needs none of that. He finds 2. Alone Fills has the trade. Could potentially find Rainy, but he overshoots it. Thankfully, Dellen is here as a reliable option. They do drop down that Viper's pit. And could be a little bit of a mosh here. 3v3 with... It hasn't been planted yet? There you go. As you mentioned it, Winner with the operator, Astra. I don't think this could be a good look for them on the retake.
Oh, we'll see how this goes. Fills? Actually TPs? Wait, it's not still planted. I thought it was. They actually went for that option. They wanted to make sure that at least all of the defenders were well and accounted for on the A site. And this gives them a really, really good manageable angle to fight on. That Rolling Thunder making it a little bit more difficult here. And where is Dellen? He's going to be the key to the operation, but Winner has got an angle on Hookah here. The big flank coming in from Sufat, and the positioning from Phils doesn't have anything other than just a weapon in hand. Dellen's going to have to pop a shot, but Fung already finds him. Now it's only one more angle, and that might just be enough. If that nade actually hits its mark, it's going to be absolutely pivotal. Nobody's on the tag. Winner. This could actually stop Sufat. The nade. Boom. Check wow wow. And now Winner is going to have to fight against this. Can't hit the shot, but Griffin still does hold the 2 versus 1.
And his heart starts pumping as that defuse was very, very close, Asarai. A consumer of cartoons, apparently. But this is all serious business. As Griffin, they make this incredibly competitive. Made in Thailand nearly stole that round away, but almost is you know what? I was about to make another. Yeah. I was like, how many Ariana Grande references have I made this stage? I think I'm hitting my limit, you know, because I stopped myself there. Alone Fails once again. A good effort. Good was not enough, apparently. They almost knew what the clutch was. Okay, there's another on us, right? Yeah, I gotta stop. But Winner, he has no breaks on this!
Out of charges.
Alone Fails with the judge. Keeping himself very, very happy finding himself a potential upgrade, but little does he know, Sufat BB is already trying to persuade him to, hey, leave that gun alone. You might have gotten the first frag, but that's all you get. Still look at Made in Thailand, still pivoting their offense towards Baths and A. As YR Select gets the read on Conga Red. And suddenly it's all tied up.
You know who Alone Fills reminds me of right now? Bunny from F4Q of South Korea. Just absolutely no respect for human life. Charges in with the judge, gets the kill. It's kind of nasty. Anyways, speaking of nasty, a little bit of a mixed exchange there, leaving only Fung and Sufat to remain. Speaking of which, it seems like they have abandoned the A site once again in favor of the TP to B. Fung, how well is this flash? Actually pretty good, but everybody dodges the shots that he was popping off. Look at that two-pronged approach. Deland. Ooh, Sufat cannot go through this. As the Molly just stops him dead in the tracks. He's going to slowly peek out. Doesn't want to make any noise. And it works well for the first. 2 versus 1 still to remain. Deland does have the orbital strike. It's already primed and prepared. And as he hears the footsteps, Sufat just has to respect it. Ooh, took a little bit more from that. And that was awkward. Bringing out a knife to a gunfight never is the situations you want to be in, but just a fraction of it is enough to at least not secure them the round for Griffin.
4-6. Still that 2-round lead. Looks very, very comfortable. Again, we will look at that gravity-defying player. At least a modest attempt to spit in the face of physics. Still did get the job done. Sufat BB getting that early frag as you mentioned, but maybe an untimely swing. Again, just the minute differences that can make a round for any of these teams really showing its head. But Griffin, they will be operating on yet another just very, very light buy here. Made in Thailand, they don't want to give up any weapons, but all this utility usage is actually persuading them to continue this fight. I believe Fung might be baiting for another teammate of his. No, actually, the teleport away from Sufat will make him reconnect with his team. Alone Fills is in a very, very high position. Can't get the frags, but it's Conga Red, despite getting blinded, opening up the space that Deland would love to take. Winner using that Marshall. Ah, well. Sufat indeed. Could have, should have, would have, but no.
Well, and he got downed by the toxicity. Not of the city, but of the B site.
It is a system that will bring you beneath.
Absolutely. Yeah, the contact there was just too fast.
Yeah. He gets it. He is a cultured man. This winner will take yet another perch, but this time on top of Truck. It's like, you know what, I can do that too. This time on defense. Sufat trying to suppress. But look at this ass, right? The damage has been done. They've invested so many rounds. Again, wrestling, grappling control for A short. That Griffin, they are also very keen on holding on to that. But Made in Thailand, they've already worked their way towards B.
Again, they're only really leaving Fung to fight for this. And really push forward. And as he tries to maybe get a little bit more information, there was about 4 bajillion people right in front of him. Maybe if he picked out, he could have gotten the fight here onto Alone Fills, but he's just going to try to run for dear life. As the smoke gives him an exit, an escape route. And Myth trying to just boil the waters of B. But it's not really that. With a set wall already prepared for the A site, the quick rotate is what's gonna be key for them. This is a huge nightfall. Great follow-up from Winner, and I don't know what the Myth is going for. I think it's a 40k run, but it's not gonna work this time. They're gonna trip up a lot, especially with Fung just again deterring them even further. There's no time, and the spike's been dropped outside of the TP. It's the last round of the first half. Let's just see what else they can do in this kind of situation. Wannafly already at hookah, and does Winner know? Well, not. 1 more second, and 7-5.
Yes, that's what comes after 6. It's 7. I'm glad that you are here to tutor the younger minds watching the stream.
Actually, no, you're wrong. It was 7-4. What happens after 7-4? 7-5.
I was testing you. That was a test.
But I passed, right, with flying colors. Yeah.
A test that has been somewhat really in favor of Made in Thailand here. The rounds that have been won by Griffin have been incredibly close, barring maybe round 7 and round 6, where they did gun down majority of Made in Thailand on that opening A push. Here we are. We have a bit of a split. This could potentially benefit Fat BB more, as a lot of those gimmicks in Yoru's kit really do pose a threat when it comes to the mind games here. But again, Made in Thailand, they have a bit more of a traditional lineup. Aserai, the double controller, we've seen it quite a few times on Bind and has proven to be fairly effective.
Well, as we do flip the switch, I want to see how effective the double duelist this time for Griffin entails. Right? Because it is really going to be down to that. And I don't know, man. Some teams, they've made the Yoru work quite well on Bind, but it all is with the over-aggression and getting frags and kills off of that aggression, which I don't think we've seen Griffin do too plenty of. It's always been the follow-up from players like Select and Winner that you really do see the value from Griffin. That being said, it still is pretty manageable for them. 7-5 against Myth here. But double controller on defense, if there's no explosive entry from Griffin here, or dynamic entry from Griffin here, I don't know how they're going to troll on this one.
Realistically, if they take off their ankle weights and just make Made in Thailand be a little more receded in their defensive line, then they could potentially have a fairly uncontested way into the site. But I feel like their post plant is going to be so problematic. What do they really have for post plant to stop them? The Breach obviously is the #1 choice here. Winner, if he still has his utility. Rainy potentially with all that info. But once you have that spike down, and if Myth is going to go for that trap style defense, it could pose a few problems here. Fat BB is going to cover his teammate, denying the Doom Roomba of making any more space, any more contact. And like we said, right, Made in Thailand, they are a very disciplined team. Very rarely do we see them, or at least rarer than most, do we see them overextend, as they'll keep it comfy, they'll keep it compact. But whatever diabolical intent Griffin has, they have to do it. Actually, no, they still have a lot of time to just kind of harass Made in Thailand here. And it looks like they're doing just that, making a lot of noise over B short.
Poison's off.
Time is still actually pretty good for Griffin here, but it seems like they're setting their sights already. No molly for Dylan. He actually decides to go for the stim bacon. And this bacon is frying. Look at the damage on that classic. Able to get the 1 kill already, but Rainy and Seufat really lighting things up as they both come in from into U-Haul and outside of Showers. Smoke does dissipate. Two remain. Kadoom and Wannafly. This is so awkward for Kadoom because he's like holding so close in the angle with that Headhunter. And yeah, trades are going to be a plenty for Griffin here. And good trades overall. They get the first round in the second half.
Yet another swing that could go in the favor of Griffin here. So they set their sights towards B again. I like the stark contrast of how they're approaching the attacking side in comparison to Made in Thailand, right? Because again, they had so much pressure to the side of A main, A short. They're doing the same thing on defense, but it's been somewhat of a, I wouldn't necessarily say crutch, but it hasn't been helping them too much. Fong could actually find so many people here. Like a fungus, he does grow on that, and even avoids it for just a moment, but Kadoom, unseen on that trade, will get blinded, not once, but twice. And that is gonna leave him scratching his head. That was so much utility. That was really strangling him, Aserai. Now they do set their sights on A, but both defenders try to make much of their limited range
One enemy remaining.
against that. Yeah, that's exactly why I said against Spectres, maybe not the greatest idea.
Well, they did grow just a little bit onto Feng there, unfortunately. But 7-7, this is going to be the first buy round here for Myth. So far, really so good for the approach of Griffin. I was wondering how the offense was going to turn out, but idealistically, it actually is looking quite well placed. Yeah, that's as much as you can really get with just the pistols and maybe a little bit of cheekiness, but still somewhat similar to how Myth were approaching this, albeit without the double controller. With the double duelist, has a little bit more of that oomph, and they're charging right in, but WannaFly helping out his teammate there does get exposed to the elements just a teeny tiny bit, and look at this, all of this utility being thrown in their general direction. Still somehow they get ripped apart as Congaret helps out, joins the party. Myth flawless on their gun round.
Flawless indeed. This lead, sorry, it's so hard to call this game honestly because Griffin have been fighting back, but Made in Thailand every time that Griffin makes some progress on trying to snag that round lead away, Myth is like, no, just don't do it. Just leave it alone. I told you not to press that red button. But right now, the first gun round, at least potentially the first real gun round would ensue. A default play by Winner here will throw that boombot towards Hookah. And the utility as well from the Viper. Not sure why Dylan wanted to fight that one. Fat BB has been lurking around that for quite a few rounds now. This time he finally finds a little bit of early success. He goes back. That was very uncharacteristic of Made in Thailand to commit to that.
Well, I don't know anything about commitment, man, so I can't really tell you.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what that's supposed to imply, but I'll just leave it at that. If you're laughing, it must be a fantastic joke, Asar. You are an absolute stud.
Alright, we'll see if they can just pierce their way through the B site here as they set things up. There it is, the prep, the flash, the pop. I love that flash! Winner just comes right in. I thought it was going to be in front of the site, but no! It just was a hook, line, and sinker inside the tube, inside the bunker. And this gives Griffin all the foothold that they would want. And look at this. Like rodents, they scurry, excuse me, just running away to the A site. The line was shown on B, and they're like, nope, not gonna do that. Maybe just later once again.
You talk about not knowing a thing or two about commitment, but you talk about a lot of love, especially on that side with that almost perfect flashbang. Asura, you are truly painting a very abstract picture here for whoever's interested. We look at Griffin, though. They are still, well, holding it down as Made in Thailand. They're uninterested in trying to contest this. Kadoom! Oh no! Conga Red might actually get spammed here. He is clenching his teeth. He's biting down. It's like, oh, good lord, do not shoot in my direction. That they don't. They escape with a bit of a consolation prize. But 8-8. And Griffin with superior firepower this time around. We'll take a quick look at their ult economy once we finish these highlights. But like you said, that was a wonderful flash. And really, when you go for all those hard commit positions like under tube, or rather tube and bind, really not much you can do there. Again, circling back on the ult economy, it's fairly even. Orb control has not been the biggest point of interest for Made in Thailand. Griffin have been using this and gaining quite a bit of resources for them, but a quick take on B. Yet another one. We see Winner. He goes for the double pack in. WannaFly had the first shot, but none of it connected as Winner, once again, spitting in the face of physics and completely ignoring gravity. The gravity of the situation as well. He gets one tag, that's about it. He goes back, seeing the error of his ways. He's like, you know what? Maybe it is dangerous to fight 4 players alone.
Winner is still hitting these shots through cheekier angles, and he's not taking the brunt of damage. And again, it's gonna have to be a 3-man save for Myth. Did you see that start of the round interaction here where CFAT was just making so much noise, and the 5-man push out on showers from Myth was completely disregarded, was completely duped. Whoa, winner! Woohoo! Where did that come from? I don't know if my observer lagged or he was just pre-firing like a madman, but it works. And alone Phils can't save this weapon for dear life. It's only going to be, I believe, Conga Red. And speaking of which, the man is falling a little bit behind with 7, 12, and 6 in his KDA.
A bit of a slow start again, but we know how explosive all of our players are and the capability to just absolutely go ham. But like you said, wow, winner, what a shot on that, just to give it a quick look. Made in Thailand, what do they need to adjust on their defensive side? Maybe, again, a little bit more proactivity as a unit. I'm unfortunately gonna go back to that one duel where it was Dellen and Siufat. Dellen kind of swinging there without any support from his teammates, without any flashes. Now it's Winner trying to go to deny that under position, but so far the Nightfall is going to deafen every single person here. And Winner, he has no problem whatsoever using the lack of sound as his own tool. WandaFly is the only person who found a frag. See if Fat BB finally finds the last member, which is Dellen. Whew. I mean, what a turnaround, right? Made in Thailand, they look so convincing. Now Griffin, they just hit that battle cry that everybody on the panel would like to remind you what that would sound like.
Caw. Is that really?
What happened there?
Well, they're rallying back. It feels like each and every round they just get even more confident and more cohesive. And for just lack of a better term, they're starting to learn a whole lot more and a whole lot faster. It is just confuddling for Myth here. This is probably the last buy round for Myth before they get pushed into a weaker buy once again. WandaFly has already activated the ultimate, but again, this doesn't give him that much information. It does give him a lot of control on showers, but U-Haul is non-existent. Myth is waiting for a little bit more presence here. They're trying to throw their utilities out, but Triple is hella exposed. Needs to have a teammate right there to help him out, and it is actually working just a teeny tiny bit. Phil still somehow survives the back of Triple, and the rest of Myth are here to play. That spike is way out into no man's land. Woo! Siufat, what a cheeky little step out. And Select comes out to swing, comes out to play once more here on U-Haul. And it's only one player to remain. It's Phil's. Somehow he still has all the HP in the world, but this 2 versus 1 will make him maybe dry out on this juicy possible retake that he is looking for. Has the showstopper in hand, but this is playing a really wide game of whack-a-mole. Needs to pop the fuse. Unfortunately, nobody will get tagged. Select is so far back because he does have that orbital strike to fall back on just in case that Siufat doesn't win the 1v1 here. And feels he's going to have to tap the spike first, right? Because, again, he needs to get a rile out of Griffin, right here and now. Nope. The more you check, the more the time just dissipates away from your hands. And Siufat, that was glorious. That was gorgeous.
Can't even believe Siufat still got away with that one. Made in Thailand. Not looking too sharp right now. Remember, this is their pick. Maybe we're gonna go for that that usual, if you steal our map pick, we'll steal yours and potentially go for a 3-map series. But Griffin, they will not allow such thing to happen apparently. With this late control that they're really showing, they look to take control yet again moving forward with the series. Oh man, like I said, Siufat BB 8 HP, really teasing death there. Made in Thailand. A timeout that could have potentially been earlier. Still, nonetheless, this is going to be something that they'll have to mull over. Are we going to play for overtime? How are we going to approach that? How are we going to go with this lineup? Because Conga Red is just one away from that ulti as well as Dellen. But it's really been Alone Phils who's been carrying the brunt of this offense, and if not, this team.
Well, can he carry this round to not go into match point with just the weaker weapons that, again, are going to be purchased by them? It is so awkward because that last round, dude, again, we saw Myth was already in such good position to really do something fantastic with that defense, and then somehow Select gets through one tiny crack. Well, that's all he really needs. just that little bit of opportunity. Boy, does he explode.
Boy, does he explode. I hope nobody takes that out of context for a lot of reasons. But Qfat BB,
wow,
still trying to get that heat going. Kadum gets the trade, but Alone Feels, like we mentioned, was the shining star of Made in Thailand, at least for that very moment. Dylan looks like he might not even have a chance to fight back. YR Select gets him through the gates of that teleporter, and Conqueror didn't want to fly. Oh, they get one. At least Conqueror does. Tries to get another, but as expected, Griffin with her superior weaponry will just sit on this lead comfortably. They don't want to separate too much because on the off chance that Wannafly might isolate it, a 1v2 against the Viper is very, very doable. Like
Smart.
I said, very, very intelligent decision making indeed, Asarai.
Yeah, they knew they had like 50 seconds. There are so many weapons laying outside of the TP, outside of showers. So there is a possibility that Wannafly might want to play that lurk, right? And it wasn't just the one angle, it was multiple angles that they were holding on just in case. But I gotta say, Qfat using his TP so early on to get something out of Myth has been incredibly useful for Griffin, because you saw, I think it was the second time that Myth actually used a TP out of showers, and it got them no value whatsoever, because again, they got bamboozled by Qfat's gate crash.
A lot of mobility being thrown around here on the side of Griffin, as you mentioned, really keeping Made in Thailand on their toes, keeping them guessing. As we have a bit of a technical pause, so we welcome everybody to the Technical Pause podcast, brought to you by everyone. Now, sorry, have you had lunch? Have you had breakfast? Is the question here. But before we get into that, well, there you go. That's the quick answer. What did you have? Nah, I'm kidding.
I had 3 small bottles of Yakult, you know, because I want my tummy to have that. Because you can never have too much of the Lactobacilli shirota strain.
Is that really true?
It's good bacteria for your stomach.
Isn't too much of a good thing, a little dangerous, but anywho, Conger Red. I mean, he has been on that very supportive role, right? And Alone Feels is really the only person who can gather that space that we love to talk about. We love to really pinpoint as the timer winds down. We get back into the game. Griffin, they are going to go for the jugular now. They have to be careful, though, not to overheat, because Made in Thailand, they have what it takes to come back. And they've been very patient, especially in situations where they have to find themselves or dig themselves out of the hole. Now, Qfat BB wants to replicate that success that he's found in that one round fighting Dylan. Dylan much more passive this time around, playing from the defender spawn side. Alone Feels on Heaven to support him. Griffin, they are still measuring where they can really take, but with this dimensional drift, that's going to be a lot of information being fed. And now they throw out all the ultimates with all this discombobulating effects. Is this it? Is this the haymaker to put Made in Thailand to sleep, at least for the first map? And now we see the retaliations. They scramble. They decide to put it as a tri-box plan, leaning towards a shower defense, but Alone Feels finds Fang, a very pivotal cornerstone for that post plan. As I mentioned, Alone Feels gets Rainy. And now this is looking like it's gonna hit the up and up for Made in Thailand, but Winner, true to his name, he holds strong. He doesn't overpush, not at all. Alone Feels seeing and finding Qfat BB, annihilating him. But Griffin, they hold on. This frenzy, what can it do? 1v1 now. Dylan, he gets the swing, but it's Winner. It's Winner. Finding success for Griffin.
Wow, this is probably one of Winner's best games yet.
Oh yeah,
that was incredible. He just went online so much in a lot of these rounds where it looked to have been maybe Myth finding a little bit of that reel in, but it's Winner once again to pull Griffin higher and higher in terms of this game. It was just crazy. Again, Qfat, his igniter, but the big kaboom at the end, it has got to be Winner on that raise. I never expected Bayern to play out like that, but you know what? We'll take it. Anyways, guys, with that, we're going to go on a very short break. When we do come back, it's going to be a bit of a deep dive into what happened in that first map in this first series between Griffin and Made in Thailand. So don't go anywhere.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna bad, bad. Back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back. I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back. I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Hello everyone! We're back here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's still the girl power trio here on the panel, which is Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. 13-8 on the scoreboard on map 1 between Griffin Esports and Made in Thailand. And Tash, you were right. The Yoru Fade combo really working out on the side of Griffin Esports.
I mean, they knew what to do with that combination. I feel like a lot of teams tried to make it happen with the Yoru, but the thing is, as I mentioned to Trix earlier, that Yoru is, while he is a duelist that requires a lot of enabling from his teammates. He needs to be enabled to be taking up space. He needs to be enabled to allow himself to teleport. And if you see it again and again, that when he teleports, it's always by queue with his teammates, never really alone, never really coming into the backside to play alone as an aggressor.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier as well that when you pick a Yoru, sometimes a Yoru's TP can be very predictable. But the reason why it was so well done on Griffin's side was because the Yoru didn't make plays necessarily. Like, it wasn't a solo play kind of thing. Like, we just want him to get to this side of the site. It was more we want him to pressure, and then we're going to get him back on our side, and then we're going to push somewhere together. So I felt that in general, Myth as well, overcommitting to those duels put them on the back foot most of the rounds on their defender side. Instead, because they're playing against a double initiator and double duelist, they should have been setting themselves up for a better retake, but I'm not sure I really saw them retake once except for the final round.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And in a lot of situations as well, I mean, this morning we were just talking about how Myth was predictable. I think the same trend is still happening here.
Yeah.
And while we did see a lead for for Myth, it felt like Griffin, once they got a read onto Myth, they knew exactly what to do to just really take the game again and again and again. And we talked about adaptability for Myth this morning. You know what? Scratch that, because adaptability right now is all toward Griffin. And I have to say, after I said they were just rallying, the Kakas came out, they just went ham.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is due to the fact that we gave them the battle cry buff, so there's that. But I was actually talking to you, Tash, about this earlier, about how the first 4 rounds isn't usually the determiner of how the games are going to go. You got to take into consideration, of course, the economy. It's not an equal buy for those rounds. And really, the even playing field starts at round number 5. So even though Myth had like the early rounds advantage, in the end, Griffin Esports is really proving that, hey, you guys have the guns right now. We kind of read through your play, and once we have our buys, we know what to do. And that's what they did throughout the game. And I actually want to point out one of the things that I noticed, which was the conditioning on the side of Griffin Esports over here. We see Siufat BB on the attacker, always lurking showers, which is why in one of the rounds, I think, it was 4 people from Myth who actually wanted to push bats earlier in the rounds, but surprise, surprise. Griffin with a fast push over here on B side, and just, they take out WannaFly instantly.
I have to say that what's really interesting about the way Griffin plays is that every round might be different. They get a read, they change it up. They get a read, they change it up. And on top of that, we saw it happen as soon as the second half turned around, where we saw a more aggressive Griffin. And I have to say, it is enabled because of their lineup. They want to play aggressive. They do have all the abilities to do that. And as Trix mentioned before, because what Mid did was not worrying about retakes, not playing together, we're seeing the situation where if they want to retake, they're all out of utils, they're all out of players. It was really hard for them to do anything. And in a lot of situations as well, I have to say, when it comes to aim duels, we are seeing them win a one by Griffin as well. And Fung, we mentioned that on day 1, and I'm going to mention it again. He loves playing these corners where you never expect him to be. In a lot of situations as well, I mean, we saw him play a corner, he catches someone out, sometimes he's good for 2, and he just skedaddles away. It's really hard to catch him, and he's a brimstone.
Oh no. To carry on your point about the utilities though, as attackers though, I do enjoy it when these teams are unafraid to throw out their utilities. After all, that's what they're for. You gotta clear out your corner so that the rest of your team can enter the site and just try to clear out as much space as possible so that you can do the plant, you can position yourself and post plant, right? And there was actually this one round, it was very particular for me because at the beginning of the round, 4 ultimates were already thrown out. You have Siufat BB just using his ultimate to fish out information. Alone Fills with the showstopper. He misses Brainy. But then WannaFly pulls out the Viper Spit. And then Winner pulls out his showstopper too. So there's already 4 ultimates. And then in the end, you know what happened? Made in Thailand uses the teleporter and plants in B instead. They were already all set up in A. But they were like, there's too much happening. It's so chaotic here in A. We gotta go to B where there are no more enemies because everybody threw out their utilities already, so that's enough information for us to know that, hey, it's time to teleport. And I gotta say, Trix, as much as the chaos is over at this series or at this game, I love it. I love the chaos.
I do. I love the chaos that was there. I felt that I was a little concerned about how Myth was going to play when I saw the agent selection. I felt that a Fade would have been better than the Viper personally, because there's more utility, more mobility for information. while your opponents are playing a double initiator, double duelist lineup, you know, I felt that there were too many times they were committing to those fights. They weren't giving up the sides. They weren't playing for that retake. Utilize the fact that you have the double controller. It should be easier for you to retake if you can set it up for yourselves. But the fact that there's no utility going into the retake and they're primarily dying before the spike is even planted, it just kept putting them on that on the disadvantage necessarily.
Yeah, it was such a waste to see them just try to. They were so afraid of like letting the enemy take control of site that they forgot that, hey, we also need our utilities to like retake the site. This is also important on our end. Like sometimes you have to give up the site. It's all that it is. It's a good read on what the opponent is going to do after that, right, Tash?
Yeah, I think that personally as well, we didn't really see super aggressive plays from the side of Griffin in the first half. But once attackers happened, we saw that every single round they would play as aggressive as possible. And even as on post plant, they would hunt mid down all the way to the other side. It's a very no mercy situation to the fact that they were just steamrolling. And in most situations, I saw like, okay, spike was down. They still have 3 more. They weren't challenging. And I'm just like, why aren't you preparing to challenge? You have 3 people still up. You still have some utils available. What exactly is stopping you from even trying here? And that happened for about 2 to 3 rounds where they just gave a lot of rounds for free. Like you mentioned before, Trix, the retakes don't happen. They have the spike down. Suddenly mid is just having question marks. They're not even trying to retake. They're just like, let's just go next. Let's just play with all of us and stop them from going to side. I think they're very, they're very, not narrow-minded per se. I think the right word would be tunnel visioning. They're tunnel visioning onto an execution, and when they don't get that execution, they're like, go next.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you. Those were really heartbreaking rounds. And again, it didn't happen just once. It happened multiple rounds where we were hoping that, hey, maybe they have a plan. They still have a controller ready. They will try to retake this, but no, they fall back instead. And it was just so disappointing. I'm sure that there was something going on that maybe we couldn't see, but on the panelists or like on a top view perspective, it wasn't the most pleasing thing to witness. And I was just really sad about that. But you did mention about how on the defense side, Griffin wasn't as aggressive as you'd like them to be, but there were certain rounds, like we mentioned, that these guys would get a read. Like, you know, you would see Myth try to play default from time to time, and then that would be the perfect time wherein Griffin would kind of be more proactive and they'd get picks to start the round, like as Myth was so spread out in the map trying to fish for information, and they just close it. And that's really good for them because that's early man advantage right there. But we're going on to Breeze over here, and so far, is it looking like a mirror composition?
It is really a mirror lineup, and I think that, you know, my struggles watching Myth on Breeze is that it's so large, and the kind of information they really want to take it's crucial, but it has to be together. It can't be on their own all the time, and you want to get value out of that KO knife. And I'm just not sure with the way that Myth is playing in the previous map if they're going to be able to deliver on Breeze.
I agree. I have to say that what I'm really worried about is the non-adaptability. The idea that this is the lineup we have to do, and we have to do it every single round. I want them to get a little bit more creative. Maybe throw in the knives a little bit deeper. Doesn't have to be the same one over on shop. And I want to see the team Myth just take more space when it comes to that. I'm not sure whether it was because you know, we didn't see them play an agent they're more comfortable with, but we have seen track records where when they have a jet, they take up more space. But at the same time, when we talk about Breeze, mid control is very crucial. The team that isn't proactive enough in taking control of mid, protecting Hall, is the team that will ultimately lose the site at the end of the day. It is a very big map, easy to lurk and flank, and honestly, I was kind of disappointed we didn't see Yoru again.
I mean, I'm okay without the Yoru. I feel like on Breeze, you know, maybe you don't want to play with the Yoru, but I'm hoping, you know, Griffin just having that dominant show of forcing Myth to play a certain way that they wanted and forcing the duels as well. So hopefully Myth is going to set up for those retakes, because if they're on A side and they like give it to the attackers, set up for a great retake. Otherwise, you're going to be playing at a disadvantage on a map with such a large map with a lot of angles that you're going to need to be checking, and I'm not sure if they're going to be okay with it.
Now, no Yoru this time to reward Cash or her expectations, but we do have a mirror lineup which I'm excited to see play out over here on Breeze. So stepping onto the stage once again, you guys better get ready because here they are. Made in Thailand versus Griffin Esports once more.
Yeah, I don't know about the Yoru pick, honestly. We've had many Yoru pickers in our pubs. Of course, we'd have to thank every single pro who wants to drive the snail home. Come on, guys, keep picking Yoru in your pubs, you're gonna win. And again, we love to see the evolution of the picks, but I feel like it is one of those agents where you really, really have to have an idea of what you're doing. Now, me and Asarai are back again as... look at that. He's so excited. He's like, yes, I have my hat on today. Is that a different hat again, or is that the one with the giraffe?
No, this one, the giraffe actually left. So it's just a plain canvas as of the moment. Yes.
Where'd it go?
Back to the wilderness, man. You can't keep wildlife inside a house. That's not possible. You shouldn't be able to do that, you know? Gotta let
They're
them
called pets, Asarai.
roam free. Oh. Okay. But... speaking of that particular agent you were talking about, I guess Yoru out of here.
Director, can I leave? I'm kidding. Obviously, Asarai is the man to cause me quite a few imaginary bumps on my head. But we have to gear up because Breeze, yet again, a very, very relaxing facade, but a lot of intense gunfights, of course, courtesy of our very own teams, Made in Thailand and Griffin, who honestly have done the unexpected as Fungi explodes for those 2 first kills. Could have found 3, but that was definitely more than enough. And you did ask, Asar, what is going on with Made in Thailand today? They seem a little discombobulated.
Yeah, sluggish is I think another word that you can bring it into that blender of terms that is just happening to Myth. The other day we saw them play immaculate, and now it feels like there's a lot of I don't know, things lying about, like 4 people looking at just one angle, and then Fung getting that 2 freebies. That's gonna really hurt their case. Good use on the wall to separate the rest, though. But it's going to have to be Griffin to come into the swing. Dellen is very close. A classic not having too much bite at long distances, and it's all down to Congared and Wannafly.
Oh, wow.
There's just so much bodyguard for Griffin to fall back on still. Wait! Hung on! Oh, it is close! 0.16.
Very, very close. Giving us an unheard of sound set from Asarai. Again, this man is incredibly imaginative and very descriptive, especially making sounds. But with Griffin taking that lead, I feel like Breeze is honestly one of the worst maps to eco on just because of just the long-range nature and the open spaces. I think Trix did mention that this could potentially pose a threat to Made in Thailand, considering they love to play super compact. They love to shift their map presence quite often. And Griffin, they just seem to have the upper hand here so far in the first round, but again, it's not very telling of how the rest of the game's gonna go. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a hiccup there.
Yeah. Not a forced buy, but somewhat expensive from Myth, because they do have a lot of sheriffs committed into this round. Dellen, okay, he's gonna try to open the door here, make the defenders just move a teeny tiny bit somewhere else, but they're not gonna get phased by this. They're gonna push Select on an island, while Winner and Seufat are actually all just gonna be playing there on mid. It's a bit of a risk, it's a bit of a gamble, but it actually is paying off for Griffin here, as they now know it was never to be the A site. I think it's going to be here, though. You can see Griffin still very much spread apart onto the map. Seufat just waiting for the contact from Conga Red. Could get swung. There he is. Hello. Dashes away. Wannafly could hit the shot, but Again, that spike is nowhere near any of the attackers. They're going to have to pick it up. They do have control of that B site, but again, no time left for these players. WannaFly hitting some nasties right now, Raph. Very expensive for Griffin here. With 20 seconds, they can start to just group up and start charging in onto Cannon. Where Sufat is primed again with a dash. The recon start to come out. He's been exposed.
10 seconds left.
Can Alone Fails actually have the time? No, definitely no time. Yeah.
It's a bit of a stretch. But, again, a pretty impressive recovery from them. At the very least, they get that extra orb on Alone Fails. They got that extra 300 credits. And they did reasonable damage. But with him surviving, I think that's going to have a bit of a penalty on him. He is zeroed out, so another reset point could be just around the corner here. Feel like the performance in Made in Thailand is being put under a microscope. It's kind of like Metallica and Saint Anger. Their worst album, most definitely. This is not a good look. These first opening songs have not convinced any of us. With the comeback for Made in Thailand, they've been getting closer and closer. But the road to recovery, a very arduous one.
Well, let's see if the fuel will let them enter the sandy dunes of this site. Two heads pop out, but none of them get popped. Oh, this is just perfect from Griffin. What is happening to Myth? They're getting pushed. And through that cheeky little cloud burst, one does get expended, but again, this is just so different. WannaFly is master of the shots right now. Gives them a little bit of a fighting chance, but again, this team looking a little bit disoriented. WannaFly again, always the betterment for this round, for this game, for this map, for Myth. Select. They spotted each other. Is he gonna chase for the kill? Does he really want to go for it? Well, absolutely he does. And now WannaFly gonna have to try to pick things up. Knows once right on top. Always good for the shot. Snakebite does soften him up just a teeny tiny bit. And now he can just buckle down.
30 seconds.
Run all the way through the A site. Get a plant. And then start to work this 2 versus 1.
Elimination is not a prospect that Made in Thailand want to entertain. WannaFly, once again, the responsibility of keeping his team afloat here. We have mentioned how close they are to a reset. He gets wire select, but with the aim there, just a little shaky. Fung was quick to capitalize and quickly cut his fellow chamber player. First 3 rounds on the board on Griffin. Oh boy, Asarai. Like I said, this is not a thought that Made in Thailand want to entertain.
Well, there is no Neon here, so there's nobody that will entertain us. Boy.
That's it. You know, that's the nail in the coffin. I am feeling quite queasy today, but I am absolutely recoiling from whatever damage you want to do to me, Asra. It's fine. It's fine. We are all professionals on the desk. But going back into this, wire select with a very, very early Viper Spit, just trying to corral Made in Thailand from putting their interest towards elbow, which is somewhat of a trap, as Griffin has already created some crossfires here. Momentarily, we have Sufat BB holding down the line for a mid-rotate. And we have Winner here as well, readying that 0 point. The spam has come out and it's forced Kadoom. A bit of a reaction. Not entirely sure what went on there. I think they wanted to go for a fast take, but instead, a sudden stop was met.
I don't know, man. This has been like the best that Winner has looked, at least in the APAC scene, right? Again, Griffin considered to be the best team in Hong Kong, Taiwan as of the moment. And it kind of goes to show, again, this region, we saw this about half a year ago, that they're incredibly talented, but the problem therein lies that they're just having a bit of difficulties playing in the speed, the acceleration of the meta for APAC, for Southeast Asia. But now they're looking to be just at home here, Raph. Once again, Winner and Sufat, the tandem on the A site. There's a dash primed and ready for Sufat here. Winner might actually get confuddled, but not going to happen just yet. It's all down to Thailand. But Griffin, their talents, man, they're just digging deeper and deeper into the Myth roster.
Oh man, this is looking quite vapid on the side of Griffin, honestly. Made in Thailand, they've been running down the clock, which is very, very typical of them to do so. Again, they want to get as much information and as much movement they want on the map, but so far it's been incredibly restricted, incredibly limited. The early picks have not been helping their cause. Maybe they want to go for something a little more contact heavy. They have the room to experiment because this is potentially yet another throwaway round for them. I'll try to do as much damage, but either way, statistically speaking, very good chance that Griffin might take this. But again, back to my original point, Acer. Made in Thailand, they just seem to be stumbling.
Phils wants to bring out the mechanically gifted Guardian in his hands. Only good for the 1-0. Wonderful doesn't know that somebody's boosted right on top. Dylan gets spotted, but he actually was the one to be the victor of that fight. 3 versus 2. And somehow dry contact has turned into the name of the game for Myth. You know what? They'll take what they can take. Conga Red activates the ultimate null command, not giving Rainy any access to that recon dart of his. Excuse me. As it could be very, very important that he gets it quite early to give Sufat a little bit more information, because this 3 versus 2 is still very much risky on either side. Wow, Rainy still gets that. That is absolutely humongous. No way. He actually still gets it and spots him outside in the open. Might actually lose this fight, and he lifts the shot. Oh my goodness. Rainy able to pick up the slack, but that recon dart so important. And Myth, they had everything. Granted, of course, they got the weaker buy and everything, supposedly a thrifty, but they had everything to win that, and still somehow they lost it.
Was the overheat enough to solicit a commitment to that fight? Again, you hit it right on the nail. They really had everything, but my goodness, I think Dylan was actually tagged, or actually the recon dart was right on him for that. I was like, oh my god, please stop this hell. It is not fun, but with an operator in hand, Asteroid, they might look to just strong arm this away from Made in Thailand. The retaliation on the side of that tour de force, not entirely sure where that came from, but winner finding Kadoom. Now they're a little more proactive, but diligence, question mark. Why are Select finding Conga Red as an exclamation point as stopping this? But Alonefields and Dylan, they are sick. Sick and tired of not being able to enter the site. And Sufat BB does swap over to the Vandal here. Oh dear me. They only really lost 1, so this defense is still looking very astute. They even get winner back. But Alonefields, he gets a trade. Wannafly has to go above and beyond to get even a round for his team. It's been just so messy. A little bit distressing, honestly, watching Myth play like this.
It really has been such the awkward position for Myth. I don't know what's happening to them, man. For lack of a better term, this team just disjointed. They look lost.
30 seconds
and again, well, all right. Wannafly's been spotted. It's waiting for a little bit more of a rile. Fung! There it is.
Well, Breeze seems to be at another modus operandi for Griffin Esports here in Made in Thailand. They need to keep their heads on a swivel here. We know that they're very strong as a team mentally. We've seen them come back. We've seen them fight back. But with performances being strung on like this, again, we just kind of have to look at the whole picture, right? Yeah. It was against Onyx with a beatdown on that first map. Suddenly Griffin really not really entertaining, but enjoying this huge power spike. Made in Thailand, a little befuddled.
Well, Myth, they already know they're in a deep hole here, Raph. Bit of a well that they've kind of found themselves tripped up on. They're going to have to find a way to get out of this. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it's still early, I'd say, in this second map. But this is so scary. Griffin are looking just a tad bit faster today. I don't know. Maybe it was the loss that woke them up. This is a team similar to teams that we've seen in our local scene that rile up when elimination is looming on the horizon. Again, this is a team that lost the game in Gladiators, by the way, which is a team that plays hard on the contact. Maybe Myth, it's all about the adjustment. Just can't really fight against Griffin that loves to thrive in the contact. And you know Griffin has the talent to fall back on it. And again, even though I have been a little bit critical sometimes for Sufat, I do know that he is an excellent player. And when he gets that heat, he is just blazing as of the moment. The follow-up, though, a little bit dangerous. Will get picked off. Still, they're going to the meat grinder here. And Wannafly, he's been a hero. He's been, I think, the savior for Myth almost in some of these rounds. But does he have it in him to actually make it work? Just nothing connecting. This, oh my god. Like, you can feel the, what's the word? The frustration from Made in Thailand right now as they try to make contact with Griffin each and every round.
We can only assume, right? But the body language, it's very telling. They have to really go for a bit of a Gabriel Toledo moment there. Guys, we are down 15-3. If we're really good, we can come back. Did SK Gaming come back? No, they lost 15-5. 16-5. But that's not the case. It's the first half. It's the first half of the speech that they have to take into account here. Again, 7-0. Very difficult. Impossible? Absolutely not. As Kadum pushing the tempo. Once again, still taking the shots, going for that aggression. It's still mighty impressive that they are not backing down at all. But if you look at the positions now, very vulnerable is Conga Red and Kadum, but it's actually YR Select finding alone fills. It is understood that they don't have the greatest of weapons, but that vulnerability is right on display as Griffin. They're kind of running away with this, man.
They really are, and it's so scary because, again, in the blink of an eye, it was 5-0 just like a minute ago, and now it's like 8-0. What's happening? Glad you're awake. Yes, this is the dream.
Finally, you're awake.
Finally, you're awake. Yes, Dragonborn.
Skyrim belongs to the Nords.
This is not like part of the thing, but it's fun to like hear it. The Nord remembers. All right,
it's a play on words, Asarai. It really is.
I like to play on those words. Oh
yeah. Oh no.
All right, great punish.
I have the spot. Poison's off.
Bit of an overheat for Griffin for sure. Well, you know what? It's they're pure confidence right now. They've been winning so many of the fights. You got to give them that. But Myth, just a tiny bit of weight has granted them 2 kills on Feng and Sufat, both incredibly deadly players to go up against. Doom risking his life to get the trade and get the frag, and it actually works out in the end. Huge line of defense for the remaining members of Griffin. Outside of B, as you can see, Myth, they're gravitating towards the other side. And Griffin here, they really just don't know the information to kind of work things on. Select is looking at eyes on Halls, and as the blade actually was utilized quite early by Conga Red here, and the wall supplements the push onto the side, they're just going to keep pushing in on it. Winner, though, is that actually going to connect onto Dylan? If he does! Spike does get planted and the punish to come through right swiftly. Select not going to be able to win the fight here. It's a bit of an angle from Winner. Again, another player that you want to have the clutch genes on today. But this time, it's going to be just a little bit too tight. And he's not going to be able to wear it for this round.
The wear and tear on the side of Made in Thailand, it is showing. Griffin, they are really sinking their fangs, their claws into an already hobbled team. Signs of life, definitely. And we have to really credit Griffin for playing this to an absolute T. They've been using that space that they've been giving up as something of a trap, a pitfall But maybe in that round they got a little too excited, maybe overheating as you mentioned. But they have to reel it back a little bit. The tempers might be the key to success. As Made in Thailand now, they go for A, no mid presence this time around. They have quite a few players being postured up towards halls. Wait for that drone to disappear. Siu Fat already showing his fangs. Even tags up Dellen through the wall. That's enough of a deterrent to send Myth packing. But their next destination is just a stone's throw away. Still the A side. But the hit is gonna come from Shop. Little do they know that there's a second operator here. We do see that null command come in. Oh, but Conga Red gets taken down, as well as Kadum as Fung. He needs no rendezvous. Nearly gets a third, but Dellen finally avenges his teammates. They still have a chance to pick him up too. This is looking very, very good, but nope, not anymore, Aserai.
Oh, that's a great shot fight from Rainy. That stops the land, and as soon as the dust settles from a 4 versus 4, it immediately turns into a 2 versus 4. WannaFly is so low, he's in just deep territory and gets spotted by Winner. They are so out in the open, they just do not know where to position themselves, especially, again, losing so many players in the blink of an eye. And Fung, no fear. He was not able to use his rendezvous, and he just doubled down, tripled down in his position and hit the shots necessary to just make Myth flinch.
Myth looks so rigid right now. I think maybe they were banking on the fact that, the operator has already found its value, pushing us towards A. Maybe it's been sent over to B, but the contingency, the insurance of having yet another one in the form, or at least in the hands of Fung, kind of stopped them dead in their tracks here. Kadum still trying to hit that stride, trying to hit that rhythm. But so far, all the notes have been missed. Siufat BB. Oh, the timing on that. WannaFly has the tour de force out. But he's really the only threat. Actually, no, they do have 2 Vandals on the side with Alone Fills and Conga Red, but it has been a doldrum of a game for Made in Thailand. There has been no win in their sails, if not very minimal.
Well, seems like they need to drop anchor somewhere. It feels like there is just no stable ground for Myth here, Raf. Again, it worked on that one round where they were trying to look for the contact, but it just did not happen this time. Conga Red gets spotted. Fung somewhere else gets another. You don't really see the double op be utilized too much, but when Griffin have this much control, the double op turns into such a huge wall to climb on, right? And Myth, as you can see with how they've been positioning, and again, in a weird buy like this, a half buy like this, is looking very, very weak. Winner just charged up, so aggressive, and Siufat, okay, that's still fine, because again, he's made so much noise, he's made so many members of Myth look on him, that Griffin was able to pierce them apart, or tear them apart one by one.
A wall to scale, a bit of a Humpty Dumpty situation. He had a great fall, but it was Made in Thailand to catch him. Unfortunately, the brunt of that impact hasn't really been good to them. They had a few ideas here and there, Aserai, but the execution has been somewhat pale today. It's been a slow day at the office for Made in Thailand. But what can they do here, really? Like you said, the double operator still is in play, this time in the form of Tour de Force. Siufat BB brings out the blades. WannaFly has the Storm in hand, finding wire select, so that's going to be one of their problems being dealt with. Siufat does get tagged up. He doesn't know that Kadum is so close, and Kadum even eliminates his Jet counterpart. Now, this is the second win that they need. A 10-2 perhaps already in the making, but the null command coming out from Winner is going to limit their options even more. How does he see Kadum's head? Oh dear. A little frustrating, but this is not the time. Despite all these things happening, Made in Thailand have to stay strong. Conga Red and Alone Fills, they remain on site. They remain as the last members of their team, and it's all up to Alone Fills. What utility does he have? And it's the Hunter's Fury. Do they hunt? He tags the second. He eats the third. The guessing game for winner is here. He sees the shoulder. That's enough. Alonefils doesn't really have to commit to this anymore, but maybe he's committing too much!
Oh my god.
No.
Alright. I was actually questioning why it was only Rainy that was defusing the spike. Again, you can tank at full HP one shot of the Hunter's Fury before dying, because that's what, 75 damage per tag, right? So 150 for 2. But not being hit by the Marshal on winner actually makes him so like, I can just full on defuse this, because even if he hits me, as long as it's not a headshot, it's not a kill. 1 damage with the Marshal is 101. He has 150 HP, so winner just knew that he could straight up defuse it if Alonefils just did not commit to the fight, which, as you saw, he did not at all.
Did he not have a shock dart? I could have sworn he had a shock dart, but maybe it could be my eyes deceiving me. Pardon me for yelling again, guys.
Yeah, even if he did, I mean, he'll have to like.
That's the travel time, yeah.
Yeah, and then you know how when you're charging the shock dart, you're a little bit slower than just like jiggle peeking, so you might lose to winner. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
in that situation.
There's a default dart, or if you're playing from window, you plant yourself. That's designed for that very plant.
For the bounce.
It's a very common one, but again, it's a decision made in the heat of battle, possibly even the hottest moment, the most scalding moment. And I just have to say, I apologize again for raising my voice, but my goodness,
I get you, man. I mean, it's a do or die situation. I mean, granted, yeah, there's still like 1 round buffer for Myth, but that was the first half. It's 11-1 right now. There is so much on the line, and Myth just not having a good day at all. And the problem to this is all of the matches from almost here on out, or at least for today specifically, are all elimination matches, Raph. So you think that the way we're casting, it's just another day in the group stage. You know, it's a bright, sunny day. If you lose, you're going to go to the lower bracket. Nay, there is no lower bracket. This is the lower bracket already. Oh, my goodness.
That's why.
We're not hating. We're just creating the tension, you know?
I don't even think we need to create it. It's right there in front of you guys. It's so hard to call this because it's being spoon-fed by Griffin that they are not backing down from any challenge. They want to correct every mistake they made in the previous stage. And that first demon that's being exercised seems to be made in Thailand. He would not want to see an early exit from them, and Alonefils shares the same sentiment. But Fung would love to disagree. He even gets a second. 1v1 against Delon. They need this round. One more in the Headhunter. He swings away the classics. No! Oh my goodness. No! And they are just grasping at air right now. Made in Thailand. Is this a meltdown?
Oh, dude. Oh my god. He reloaded. Oh, we need a replay. Just the trades here, man, not a plenty, but yeah, we were talking about how there needed to be some shock dart plays or something coming out from Myth here. The shockies were good, but he had 2 shots on the Headhunter and 12 bullets on that classic of his. About the same against the Ghost, I think, of Delon. I don't know. Yeah, Myth already, this has to be the force buy because it's the last round. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament already. APAC and the chance to go for Masters is all going to go down the toilet for one of the Thailand teams. It's actually pretty good, though. Those shot darts from Phils has been quite valuable. Winner going to have to reposition. Still wins the fight against Kadum. And it's all confidence plays up until now. Repositions, does not get back. This wall really separates the rest of the attackers now. The shock dart setup from Rainy as he gets spotted by like 3. He's brought out the Vandal, but again, they are just losing this fight right here and now. Select, though, he's got the nerd lineup. And Fung is right behind. Oh no, they don't know about this round. He's gotten all the way behind Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise coming into play. And now it's all down to Delon, who loses the fight, who loses the series. And Myth are out of APAC Challengers.
Last player standing.
Oh man, that is the first team we have to say goodbye to, and I'm at a loss for words, Aster. I feel like a lot of us were expecting quite a bit of Made in Thailand, and that's not a knock against them. It's just they've been developing so wonderfully as a team at Griffin. They've done the same. They got them new jerseys on. They look fantastic. And they play, I wouldn't necessarily say the villain either, right? Because I feel like going into the series, they might have been the underdogs. It looks like they have a bit of bite to them.
Well, seems like the myth of the Griffin is actually true.
They bird up.
Well, as you know, these neighbors are also, you know, saying the word. And you know what the word is? Bird. Because bird is the word. Get it? Because neigh, horse, half body for the Griffin. And then bird because... Alright, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's going to be the panel to break down how well Griffin just played. Again, honestly, on my end, it feels like that was the best that we've seen Griffin. And even though Raph is... He's not, like, you know, disagreeing to me with that statement. He's disagreeing to me as just a person. So anyways, we're going to go on a break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. All of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some.
Hello everyone, this is SK Rossi, also known as Ganesh Gangadhar. From Team Global Esports, and I play Valorant for them, and I represent India. My expectations are to win and represent my country once again. I think we are ourselves a big rivals because we have been having issues with ourselves when we cannot play up to the mark or up to our potential. We make a lot of mistakes. I think we are our biggest rivals. If we overcome us, I think we can put up my country once again. I think we are ourselves a big rivals because we have been having issues with ourselves when we cannot play up to the mark or up to our potential. We make a lot of mistakes. I think we are our biggest rivals. If we overcome us, I think we can put up a great show. Nothing like that. We want to keep the positive atmosphere at any cost, and we will overcome any kind of hurdles in our way as a team, and we'll stick together and solve all those problems to achieve the victory. Hey guys, thanks a lot for all the love and support till now, and support all the best teams out there, all the teams and all the players, because each of us and we are all working really hard to, you know, give you guys a good show and to represent our country, and also to get better at the game so we can, you know, get good results for our country. So keep supporting them and show them your love, and thank you.
Hi, this is Flash. I'm from Team MRQ, representing Philippines. Coming into APAC Stage 2, expectations po namin is makamit namin na mag-qualify sa playoffs. Considered team po namin na rival is PaperX and then Boom Esports. Siguro yung binabantayan talaga namin is si Forsaken tsaka Jing kasi silang dalawa yung parang star player or like aggressive player sa team nila. Siguro ma-overcome namin lahat by doing like positive vibe. Kahit parang patalo na kami, enjoy lang kami and all. Thank you for watching us on VCT. Continue supporting us. Dahil sa inyo, nag-qualify kami sa APAC. Again, this is Flash from Team RRQ representing Philippines.
Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Here we are once again on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix on the panel, and we get to talk about the fantastic gameplay that Griffin Esports showed. Trix, absolute dominance over here.
Yes.
Great execution on these guys.
I think Griffin just being able to capitalize on the control that they were, of the space that they were given, and just, you know, taking those duels, taking the fights, being more proactive, hitting all of those insane shots as well, really knowing their crossfires. I think in general, Griffin performing better than I actually expected them to.
Well, on the flip side, I'm sad that my prediction didn't go through, but I'm telling you, Griffin deserved this win. They were just amazing today. Not just on Bind, but obviously on Breeze. What absolute dominance this guy just displayed. Again, like you said, they really started the rounds with the proactiveness that we always hope to see, especially with the point that Tash brought up, wherein you need mid control in a map as big as Breeze, and whoever takes on mid, right? Tash is the team that gets to control the flow of the round.
Yeah, so I think that map control just wasn't there for Myth. It was very rare that we saw them like take more than one entrance when they entry onto the site, when it comes to defense and attack at the same time. And it was to the point that Griffin had full control to go wherever they want without consequence. And coming back to that, just because of how controlling Griffin was and how they managed to double down and great ability usage as well, I have to say I have never been more happy to be wrong about my prediction, because Griffin today came back swinging, and it's very, very apparent that they learned a lot from day one. But for now, when we talk about like these players here, I really wanted to highlight how a team always has a star player, as Trix always mentioned to me earlier, like we see some people. But for Griffin, I didn't really see a player really shine, and that's a good thing, because it means that everyone is stepping up and doing their job and not allowing one player to really outshine each other. And in a lot of situations as well, even though Shufat can take so many kills and just go crazy and take up so much space, it's because his teammates knew how to enable him as a duelist, providing the information, providing flashes and cover as well, which means that he can go in without worrying too much that he'll be taken out immediately as he's on site.
Absolutely. And we were talking about, again, the space taking. Was it just me, or were the majorities of the fight at the beginning of the rounds were around like what, the attacker spawn, you could really see Griffin
They got pushed
pushing
in, yeah.
My question though with Trix was when was Myth gonna push out halls? I was really waiting for them to do that.
I think I really only saw them push halls once, and it was to open the door and break the chamber trap. I was hoping they'd learn that, oh, that's a good thing to do, and they do it again. But I feel they were scared to take the duels. Maybe they wanted to take pressure somewhere else. And heartbreaking for me to see the KO a little underutilized. I feel when you have a KO, you want to get impact on those flashes, on the knives, just for information on where the opponents are. And I feel that too many times, there wasn't a pop flash play. There wasn't that flash going into double doors to try and get that jet to reposition, another flash to push them further back. Rather, it was a lot of times just dry peaks. And of course, on the flip side, Griffin's KO just doing so well, grabbing that MVP, and I think really well deserved.
Honestly, right now, when you think about Winner being MVP, I still gotta say, like, everyone is an MVP, but this was what we have, so let's talk about it a little bit. So for Winner, I think in general, like, his performance has just been stellar in forms of how he plays with his teammates and how aggressive and how confident he is with his gunplay. And I have to say, it's very different, Griffin Esports compared to day one. And it's hella crazy thinking about it, because on day one, we were just kind of like a little bit we were just talking about like how it felt like Griffin wasn't really reaching that potential that they have coming here. But it seems like when they came back here today, they said, you know what, I feel like we're disappointed, our Filipino fans, we really want to represent, we really got to step up. And of course, the cacas happened too. But I just want to say that I'm just really happy to see this sort of change and this sort of adaptability. It's just that confidence coming in as well from them. I have to say, it also comes from the fact that Myth wasn't reacting to any of their plays, and they felt like, and in a way, they just went on momentum. They went on this overheat, and not overheat, they just went on heat, but they didn't overheat. They were still very, very disciplined not to be punished in those aggressive pushes and those sorts of situations.
Well, we're already on the topic of Winner, right? Absolute great, phenomenal player over here. But there was this one interesting round, which Trix was the one who actually pointed this out, was that he had the perfect timing to his ultimate. We're not exactly sure if that was an accident, but he had low HP, he was about to die, but he pressed his ultimate.
Nothing is coincidental.
Yeah, no one walks away. And then he gets knocked down, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, we weren't sure if it was intentional because he got revived over there. And it just gave them the man advantage yet again. And it's just so interesting how from time to time, even these players make us wonder whether that was an actual execution or just an accident that worked out in their favor. But again, GGWP to Made in Thailand. Unfortunately, your APAC run ends here. Great games nonetheless, and we were lucky to witness all of it. On to the next series though, once again, a make or break match. The first team is the Superstars of India. They wowed all of India as they finished as a best of 5 series against Enigma Gaming 3-2. They're hoping to prove that South Asia is the future of Valorant, but they'll have to start in this battle over here. Here's Global Esports. If you guys caught on over to the break that we had earlier, it was actually SK Rossi being interviewed over there. So it's very important for our audience out there to also watch the breaks that we have here on the show, because you get a glimpse of what these players are actually like. But Tash rather, on the game, how are they like?
Global Esports is a team that I have to say is not only just a top team in India, they're also very, I would say, adaptable, and they really have seen a lot of improvements since stage number 1. However, I still think that throughout the entire roster for Global Esports, SK Rossi is still the player to look out for. In a lot of situations where his team is in trouble, he's always going to be there, just really shining, catching people off guard, and just making those high impact big plays that can enable the team. And this is where my concern comes out for them. If they only rely on SK Rossi, it could mean trouble, because there are certain rounds where SK Rossi isn't able to do impact. I'm really hoping to see the other members really step up and really show up as a team instead of being Global Esports instead of being SK Rossi and friends.
SK Rossi, definitely a controversial player with his amazing gameplay, but like as you said, the question is, will his teammates be able to keep up with him? Because that's what we really need them here. For them to step up, and just the same with Griffin Esports, we didn't have like this super highlighted player because everybody just performed phenomenally. We need that here as well. We need that for every single team stepping up here on APAC. Now, hoping to beat them, of course, is the team on the other side. Global Esports is faced with a team that are referred to as the Kings of PH. Their play-ins run was nothing short of admirable. PH supporters have always hoped to see this team make it far, and now they fight to keep that dream come true. Here's Regum Qeon. If on the side of Global Esports, we're so used to SK Rossi performing, who do you think is like the counterpart over here on RRQ?
I would be split between Nexi or Kelly S. We've seen Nexi dominate on that Sentinel, being able to get information, and Kelly S also just having that explosive entry and making space for his teammates, regardless of whether he gets a frag or not. He gets the space, gets the information for his team to go in. We also have some amazing players on the side of RRQ, and teamwork, I think, that could be worked on a little bit more, being a little more decisive, a little more confident in where they want to take information, but not taking information just for the sake of information, but taking it because there's a hit that they want to make, there's a place that they want to go to. I think Tuge on that controller also does some fancy work there, being able to trick their opponents, keep them on their toes, guessing on where he is. But ultimately, I wouldn't say there's one person in particular I'm thinking, yeah, that's the one to look out for, because I think all of them are the ones to look out for.
Well, like I said, that's the dream here. That's the dream composition, the dream team play that we need on this level of play. Now, hey, these players are just amazing all around. I know that Tash actually mentioned a little bit about SK Rossi and friends. It's not to say that she doesn't believe in the rest of the team. It's just that SK Rossi is such a shining star.
He is. He is just.
He really is.
He's absolutely insane how he's able just kind of peek out, get 2 to 3 picks, and then just go away in a lot of situations. And you see him almost always the last man still alive for his team. He does this insane clutches as well. But this is what I want to say. Clutches are great. It's a good thing. But I would like to see rounds ended with most of his teammates still up and alive, and also a great usage of utilities as well to keep each other alive. Not rather just saying like, oh, okay, that we're still winning rounds, but the win condition is having SK Rossi to clutch for us.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good clippable clutch round moment as much as the next person, but when you're inside that team, wouldn't you prefer a flawless round? Isn't that the best case scenario that you guys could always hope for as you get into the match? I mean, Trix, you've had a taste of competition over here. What do you think
I think there are always going to be those players that you feel that you can rely on. And I'm not going to say that there's no team with that. Every player can be relied on. It's just sometimes there are those players that have more experience, have more comfort in those high pressure situations that tend to shine. I think in general, global esports has a lineup that can shine throughout, but it might just be that they feel that that player in particular might have the cool confidence and that kind of cool, calm, collected moment whenever he's in that pressure. And I think SK Rossi has been doing a fantastic job, but I think everyone on GES has been doing very well in terms of enabling that kind of entry.
I forgot which pair of casters. It was probably Konki and Komodo who brought this up. They were asking us, do you think that this team is like forcing the rounds a little bit so that they can have these like clippable moments because they always seem to clutch? I can't remember if it was also a global esports game, but wouldn't that be funny though? Like, you know what, guys? Let me have this moment. Let me have my ace. Why don't you guys just give up the moment for now? You think it was Cerberus? Probably was.
I do think so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's insane. Okay, Trix, again, you have been in the competitive scene, right? Have there been instances, be honest with us, there been instances wherein you told your teammates, go get your ace, like in the middle of a competitive match? Really?
Yes. I think every team goes through it, especially if you have the advantage and they're on that 4K. There are two kinds of teammates. You have one that's saying, go get the ace, and the other one that's hunting for that last kill.
Oh, it feels like me.
Not giving your ace.
It feels like me. Everyone's just like, they're just doing it, and I'm just like, oh, I'm just securing it. I'm just making sure no one dies.
Yeah, but to be fair, there are times where, you know, I have players that say, go get the ace, and I'll tell them, no, I just want the round. Like, I don't care if I get that ace, but if we end up throwing because we're chasing that ace, that's on us. So
I mean, we've seen it happen before. I mean, it happens all the time. So it's I think Valorant is one of those games that is just absolutely crazy. When you have one player who's able to get the isolation or just get that perfect spray transfer, they can just immediately just straight up turn the tides around, and you don't want that to happen.
I absolutely don't. And even if, for example, I do get my ace, but it was an expensive ace, like getting 3 or 4 people out of my team just so I could get that 5-man kill, I don't think it's worth it if we're thinking on a competitive level over here. On rank, yeah, probably, it's my moment, but other than that, not really. But on the board right now, Fracture and Icebox Tash just getting banned as we begin.
Okay, this split was just announced that it was going to be removed soon, so might as well see as many split competitive as we can, right? So I'm really glad to see this map. So for Icebox on Global, personally from last stage, I saw that they didn't really have such a great run on Icebox, so getting this out of the way perhaps gives them a bit of an advantage. Either that or RQ has been performing on this map. Personally, I think Ascent is a great map for GES, knowing that they are able to, if they know the map properly, they know how to take mid, that would be great. So for now though, I'm just a little bit worried for them just because of the SK Rossi situation. However, coming back to like the other teammates, I think Kappa has been absolutely great as well in just getting those information, and Hellranger has been great as well in terms of helping the team. So perhaps this map may just be like their savior for coming back or making sure they can come back on top. Regardless, if they know how to play that way on a set, I don't think split should be a problem, knowing if they can have the area and mid, if they can have the whole mid control, the whole map should be theirs.
You know, on the side of RRQ, they need to get the first 2 wins already. I don't think that they've been performing really well on Haven, especially in the past couple of games that we saw them here. But very good pick for them. For the split, of course, that's our favorite map. They really thrive here. But hey, Trix, we pointed this out before and we're pointing it down again. They need to get rid of the traps or the setups that Nexi has if they're gonna go up in split over here for global esports.
I'd like to think with the sheer amount of times I have said this on broadcast that somebody has picked it up out there. saying, hey, you know what, that's right, we should start kind of bullying Nexi a little bit. I don't mean for them to like, fight Nexi head on, because he is great at positioning and he's great for that information, but just to deny him that information would give GES the leg up that they might need for Split.
I think that comes back. I mean, we did talk about information, that there was a game where both teams were just adapting throughout the entire game, and then to the point that both teams were denied information. And I feel like for maps like Split, especially if you want to if you can deny as much information as possible and then sort of just burst and just take a site, suddenly post plant becomes so difficult for the other team.
Yeah. Okay, you said to bully Nexi. I don't think the casters are too happy hearing you say that you want Nexi to be bullied. They find Nexi very low. But of course, I know you're referring to the game, and Global Esports really has to shut him down if they want a shot at this game. But hey, how is Global Esports? How do you think they're gonna fare on Split over here, Trix?
I feel like it depends. I know that we've seen some teams really dominate on Split, especially if they're able to have that control over the map, push them back a little bit more. But we do know that RQ has that ability to have explosive plays. Sometimes they don't care if they're going into a stack because they're so confident that no matter what, they're going to get rid of everyone. So I just feel like it might be a little difficult on Split, but on Ascent, GS might have that upper hand, because RQ does have that tendency to second guess themselves on other maps.
Yeah. You know what I'm really excited to as we go into Split later? Kelly as on the judge.
Oh, I thought judge for a second.
No!
I mean, Split is kind of known to be that judge map, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out.
There's a lot of tight corners to play in as well. I'm just really excited to see how exactly each team plays on attack. I mean, defense, we know that defense is a little bit easier on that map, but seeing some teams play attack, seeing defense as attack, that makes it a whole another level of fun. We've seen PPGL play it, so it's always so exciting to see how much map control you can get. And Split, I would say, is a small map, but yet it feels so big at the same time, but not as big as what Fracture can feel. So long as we know, I think what's really important about Split is ability usage, is knowing when exactly to pop it and moving with the abilities.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this now and I'm wondering what's gonna happen. Like, here we go again on Split. It's just always so crazy. Did you guys happen to catch whether Global Esports was going defender first or attacker first?
I would imagine they would just pick to go defender first. Split is one of those maps where you want to get that defender side in because of how difficult. Yeah, you want that momentum to start off. And I know that I decided on RQ, as the rest of the panel did. It's.
You want to change your mind? You want to change your mind? You want to have some South Asian representation?
No more. You locked it in. Touch move.
I mean, but personally for me, even though I did predict RRQ, we may just be proven wrong again. I think South Asian teams is a team that has a lot of fans, a lot of support, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure onto them, especially as they really, really want to put South Asia on the map for professional Valorant esports. So I can sort of expect a different sort of gameplay from Global just because of that. However, coming from track records from RRQ, the explosive gameplay really, really suits maps like Split.
You know why I was asking earlier what side Global Esports actually chose? Because I've seen a lot of these RRQ matches here on Split. They always struggle as attacker, and then they turn the game around as they become defenders. That is the pattern over here. And that's still what I'm expecting to see here, unless, of course, Global Esports have really done their research and are like, we're so ready. We knew you were going to pick it. It's your best map. Of course, you're going to bring it out on the eliminations match. So I'm ready. Bring it on.
I mean, when you think about Split, usually, yes, defender heavy, and some teams don't really know how to play as aggressive as they want on Split, which is so totally understandable. But personally, for me, if you're able to get 4 or 5 points on attack, that's all you need before you go into the second half. You should pretty much have a pretty, I would say, safe route going into defense. However, if say that they're not able to get a single point or they don't have a lot of points, it's really scary when it comes to defense, because sometimes there are teams that just thrive on attack, even on defense as well, and that gets really scary. You want to play it as safe as possible and at least get that 4 to 5 points before you go into the second half.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with the 4 to 5 points, but I have full faith on RRQ over here. They've done it time and time again, wherein it was very difficult for them to come back from the attacker harshness that they had to run through. But put them on defender, put Nexi on A or B site, that's what it is. But again, the big question is, how much are they going to rely on Nexi with his setups over here? And how well of a read is Global Esports going to go into this? We're going to find the answers in just a bit, but I'm just saying that we can't expect anything. Like, even though my heart is really set on RRQ winning this first map, I honestly don't know what Global Esports is going to bring to this table this time around. Again, my predictions were locked. All of our predictions were locked, but I'm nervous. I don't want PH teams to get eliminated so early on. I feel like Trix could probably share the same sentiments.
I definitely do share that sentiment. It's just that, you know, I've been proven wrong. I've been surprised and pleasantly surprised at that. With how teams have been performing, I feel that a lot of teams have really gone into it maybe expecting one thing, doing another thing, a little uncertain at the start, finding themselves, and it's a process. For teams that have been knocked out, for teams that are still in the running, I find that it's time for them to figure out their strengths and their weaknesses. But also, when you find your strengths, you have to decide, are you going to fix your weaknesses or just make your strength so formidable that people can't play against it?
I'm just thinking of the previous series that we had. You know how we talked about Myth having adjusted from Bind, or like they needed to adjust the way they use their utilities, and then we went into Breeze and there were hardly any utilities that actually made an impact in that game. I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case here. I want them to have that responsible use of utility, the discipline. I just need to see it. I need to see it happen. This is a make or break game. You can't afford to make mistakes.
I think it comes down to what you rely on to win your duels. And if you're relying on aim to win your duels while the other team is relying on that crossfire, on that utility, on always getting themselves that advantage, you're going to find yourself stuck. And I feel that RRQ in particular has also been that team that, although they have great aim, they rely on their utilities a lot in order to push the opponents a certain way, to push them into angles that they want them to be in, which also makes them malleable to certain maps with what's happening. The only downfall and exploit that you can take with RRQ is that they can become indecisive and they can second guess themselves a lot and be like, okay, we got the pick here. Sometimes they're over-disciplined and slow themselves down a little too much. Global Esports being that kind that, you know, they have a plan and they take action with it. While RRQ is like, we have a plan, we took some action in it, but we're not certain anymore if this is what we want to do.
I mean, we talked about that about other teams as well, about that being too disciplined, too rigid. And I think, yes, playing by the book is always good, but sometimes there are some situations where you gotta play by your gut. And playing by your gut and playing this sort of instinct game is something that I would feel and push all towards Global. Because they are a team that's just so, I wouldn't say flexible, but they know how to adjust on the fly. They know how to adjust based on situation. It's not like okay, this round is gone, let's take a moment, really think about it and change about it next round. No, and I really like this this flexibility coming from global esports, but at the same time, they're not necessarily the most disciplined, I have to say, compared to RRQ. So this is where you have to kind of find that sweet spot, being too disciplined and playing instinctively, because after all, this is a game where you have to rely on your senses. Sometimes your gut just has the answer and you just gotta trust it. And I feel like that's something that SK Rossi has, because in a lot of situations you see him kind of like changing up a little bit his micro plays, and you can see his trigger discipline is absolutely amazing. That's why he's able to get 2 to 3 picks in just one go.
I think I recall one time watching SK Rossi play where it was just this, I believe it was on Bind and he was in U-Haul, just able to get those frags at the back line and getting himself out of that position, just being able to reposition himself, put himself up for those frags and really going at it. I think when I saw those plays coming in from Global Esports, I was thinking, wow, they're actually really smart. I mean, not like the surprised kind of smart, but in the sense that they're playing it well. They're playing Valorant. We've watched some matches, and I'm sure everyone has been through this, where you feel it's a little underwhelming. You're not so certain if it's really like the Valorant you were hoping to watch. Not as much team composition, not as much team play, a little bit of the dry peaks. You just see the aim is getting highlighted. And I felt like I'm looking forward to watching Global Esports against RQ, because I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting a lot of that teamwork, the team synergy, and using what Valorant has given us.
Hey. Yeah, I see your points, Trix. Very valid, all of them. I just think that Tash kind of froze over there for a little bit, but I could see her face agreeing. Anyway, we're going to split. No surprises on the side of RRQ. I don't think so, but is this a composition that we've seen on Global Esports' side before, Trix?
I believe it is a composition we have seen on Global Esports side. They have run that Fade and Reach combination before alongside that Raze. I find that very powerful, especially on close corner map like Split. On the other side, we have RQ running, their somewhat more default, although I believe they usually ran the Breach before, if I'm not mistaken.
This was the composition.
They always have that Sage. So I think, in terms of Global Esports, they're able to pressure more sides of the map than RRQ will be able to.
Yeah, I think the how's the word to say, the recon, the information that can come through from Global Esports is amazing, but at the same time, that Sage, I wouldn't say it's a staple or anything, but that wall can be like I would say a game changer at certain times, not only to buy time, but also deny the mid control. And on top of denying mid control, if you do still have the wall for a post plants, also it can be very, very big. There is one particular wall that's very interesting, and I think that's a very controversial wall, especially since Tens talked about it in stage back in early this year, how when people put walls across B main as they walk onto B site, and despite that, we still see pros as well still do it. But in this situation, when you have a Raze, I don't know if it's wise to ever be doing that wall. But in Malaysia, Singapore, I've been seeing a lot of teams still do it, and I question, is it a bad wall or a good wall, or is it a situational thing? What do you think, Trix?
It's definitely situational. I've had moments where having a Sage on my team, I want them to wall off that side because it also baits a lot of utility. So sometimes it's best for you to just throw up that wall, wait for them to react to it, because that's when you get the Fades throwing things in, you get the Rays throwing their grenade in, and then you can just kind of walk past it afterwards.
Oh yeah, I think that's like the really big thing you want to wait for. It's just like utility waiting over on Split, and I feel like a lot of teams expend so much not allowing people to come onto site, trying to just wait, just trying to just take site per se. And then suddenly after post plant you have nothing, and this is what is really important: that ability timing.
we can't forget that Global Esports is a team that's unafraid to throw their utility, unafraid to just use their ultimate abilities at any given time. They don't really focus too much on saving it. They're like, wait, you know what? I'm gonna use my ult like right now. That's how they were. That's how they were in Bayern. I specifically remember that game, and I believe that that's gonna be the one that we see today. So maybe a little bit troublesome if we do that stage wall, because all of the players are gonna be funneled onto one side of the site. But with everything set in motion for these two teams, I hope that the casters are ready, because here they are. Get ready, get set, go.
Surprise, surprise, like I bet you didn't expect to see me again, as I am very, very excited to be on the desk with Mr. Black and Blue. He can't contain his smile. I like you, Kaji. How are you?
Doing really good, man. Wasn't expecting for you to be here with me on the desk, but I'm glad that we get to, reunite once more here, especially for a game here between RRQ and Global Esports. As I was saying, I'm glad we get to reunite here finally, and you look quite dashing in that. Makes me feel kind of like underdressed for the situation, because especially with the scenario that we have on hand here, Raph, where whoever loses this game, they're going home for real.
Going home for real is really not something that we would want to put on any of our teams here, because they've fought tooth and nail for their spot here. No matter who, we already said farewell to one of those teams, which was made in Thailand today. Again, not something that I would want to repeat. RRQ and Global Esports, they are ready to rock and roll.
We're gonna have to play up the tunes here right now. Play all the power chords you know, because the book here has to be expanded. As RRQ on the attacking side here on Split versus Global Esports. We've seen Global have okay performances here on Split in the past, but this is gonna be an entirely different beast, as this is one of the best maps of RRQ by far, aside from a map like Haven. Initiating here, though, RRQ on the attacking side. Prowler caught out by that tripwire. And KLES making his way all the way here towards Elbow, but he's been haunted, caught out, but still wins out the fight. Nexi follows up as well, and SK Rossi.
Whoa. Indeed, and wow, where did that come from? Maybe a post-hummus nade. Nexi gets that quick trade onto Lightning here. A 2v4 now. RRQ definitely looking good, looking even better, as skills falls to Draxi, Black and Blue. And Kappa, it's all on his shoulders, his big mechanical shoulders.
He's gonna have a big load to carry here. 1 versus 4, and Kappa, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. So Draxi able to TP out of the way. Perfect bait and switch. Unintentional, but it works out in the end here. STG closes out the round. RRQ, very convincing round. The only player that did go down was KLES from that paint shell thrown in by Lightning Fast, who already had him tagged up on that initial fight versus Hell Ranger. Good opening start here, and to take that pistol on the attack is a very important piece of what really can be a winning formula in the end.
Oh yeah, and I like the up-tempo approach by RRQ. Typically, we know them as a team that kind of likes to turtle up even on the attacking side. They'll reserve a corner on the map for themselves and work their way up. But that being said, with an explosive start, this could also be one of the last few times we'll see Split for a good minute.
Yeah, like, for real. And it hurts me because it's one of my favorite maps to cast, to play, and just to witness and analyze. But well, on the horizon, we've got something quite similar, but very new as well on the map pools that I expect will have lots of favor moving forward in this stage and later in the year especially. But as of the moment, well, RRQ, you got to focus on what's at hand, not what the future is. And that is converting this anti-eco rather, for RRQ in an efficient way, because Global, they can be thrifty with these. Now, They aren't the most in-depth strategically when it comes to the teams, but they are very, very capable of mechanically just bullying their way into a win, and that's what RRQ here have to be careful of.
Exactly. It could be a big mess of numbers and a mess of classics. But that's what makes the Fourier series a beautiful one. But that may not be the first pivotal point as Nexi removes SK Rossi, who is known to be a star, one of our most put onto a microscope kind of player. Tuge explodes though, and he gets 2. Well, everybody explodes and gets every single one. Granted, again, Black and Blue, we mentioned it. It is a very conservative round on the side of Global. They only had their classics, but this time, this is the round. This is going to be potentially the one that they take.
Well, they take it, but not for granted this time. Nexi opening things up, and the rest of RQ barreling down on that site. It's Global Esports who we're looking to see, as you said, take this round. Rifles abound, lightning fast. He has been a very important player. Now, a lot of people look at SK Rossi. He's a big name on this team, but you look at players like Hellranger, who has always been that very, I guess, big locker room presence, and so has lightning fast been quite important for this Global Esports side and just the Indian scene in general. RRQ, they start off with this early push here towards events, makes their way into the ropes, and it's going to be Hellranger once more to make early contact as they go up here. There should be a trademark to keep him at bay. This might be a big wrench into the plans of RRQ.
A monkey wrench, potentially, but the fighters, they will not be a victim of tomfoolery as Hellranger, the man of the hour, gets Kelly, yes, but the trades are just a little too quick, too fast. RRQ, they've made their home on A yet again, Black and Blue. It is a pretty perilous retake considering the range, but still a very doable one.
Wow. 2-0. This is looking like a third round potentially here. A bonus for RRQ in their favor. Pain shells out, the stun perfectly on time, and Rabbit's in a tough spot to try and bail himself out of. He still shoots his way out of a tough, difficult situation. Brings it down to a 2v4. Kappa and Skills, well, the only smoke is really what they've got to work with, but Jiraxi bait and switch once more, double peeking the angle, addressing it perfectly. And RRQ string the bonus into a third.
They've got a confession to make, and it's that they were very, very diabolical in taking that one. A few upgrades here and there. Tuge will have to resort to still sticking to that Spectre. He has been on a more supportive role, and just to talk about him a little bit more, I've told the world how many times that he's one of my favorite players from my very own local scene. He's very stable, and we've seen that success, especially on a fairly different role. It's kind of like Dave Grohl. Was on the drums, now is the front man. Still pretty good.
Well, see how they continue this momentum. Eco State here by Global Esports, seeming to be so that, oh my goodness, Kelly, yes, great shot he finds on the Kappa. But Global Esports, they've been struggling here on a map like Split, where they've had good performances in the past. When we saw them in LCQ play on Split, they looked much different, but this time around, not the same fortune just yet. I do think that when you look at the map vetoes here, it is a map veto that RQ are generally pretty comfortable in, but Global, they have a chance, especially when we go over to that Haven. They have had some more better performances on that, and I still have some time to talk here, but never mind. Skills, okay. Upping the ante, really. He finds a second kill with a Vandal in hand, almost a third, but Kelly, yes, able to fend him off. It's all in the lightning fast, but they're marking his way. As soon as he comes out here, yeah, Draxi's got his mark, his name. Well, he secures the game 4-0 for the meantime.
And for those who have not paid attention to our very own local scene, is that RRQ, they're mighty impressive on Split. They've made our top teams really sweat and bleed on this map. But it seems that they display no duality whatsoever. The consistency they've been keeping translates very, very well onto our APAC stage here. But as we mentioned, Global Esports, they're the type of team that recover very beautifully. Although it's a little bit of a slow start on some of our players, there is definitely no question that they're going to pop off. I'm very curious, Black and Blue, if we do get a chance to pick at your brain in a little bit. How do you feel about that chamber pick? I mean, granted, we do have a plethora of viable Sentinels here. Killjoy is one. I've personally loved the Lockdown. Cypher, a good classic pick, but a very contact-heavy one in the form of Chamber. How does he fit into this puzzle?
I do think that at the very least, Split does allow you to still have kind of that flexibility of Sentinels, right? In other maps, maybe like Icebox, that chamber, even though long range might kind of seem to be his game, there's a lot of alleyways that you can kind of flank yourself through and be able to get a good, well, really flank and find a perfect position to just get them from behind. But when you have maybe a Cypher, you kind of cut off that possibility a bit more. Same with a Killjoy, you have more alleys to lock down. And that single tripwire, that single rather trademark is something that I do think can be abused by the RRQ side here, as they've got the Cypher. We've seen Nexi play that to great effect many times on over. This could be a problem, I think, for Global Esports moving forward, but it hasn't really been shown, as they're still on the defensive side. The Lightning fast, and Range, they have a good position here to try and capitalize off. Kappa with a flash. Doesn't really find anybody, though, even though they've got the flash and been blinded. Kelly, yes, able to fall back, and with that skirmish, nobody really taking much, or if any, one down.
And with this operator in hand, we've talked about how claustrophobic this map can be, and it can be a little bit of a slog. But SK Rossi really holding down the fort here. Has to be as patient can be. I feel like the cages are still in play here. Let me just take a quick gander. Yes, the double cage default is going to be activated here. They're going to throw one for Ramp, but Rabbit all the way across the other side of the map, making so much noise, getting so much value. But now we take a look at the main force, the brunt, as Duget finds SK Rossi. We were talking about him just then, but potentially a utility shuffle, a utility dump towards his side is going to prove a problem. But Hellranger, the man, the myth, the legend, so stable, so calm, trying to recover this round for Global Esports. RRQ, still 3 strong versus 3 strong. Yet again, the Nightfall. I know Asari likes to call this the emo Rolling Thunder, but I feel like you and me beg to differ.
One enemy remaining.
The only difference here is the skill difference, apparently, because he was the last remaining player from Global Esports. Unfortunately, he cannot get it done. It's difficult for even a player of his great caliber. Global Esports struggling once more, and this is kind of what we have seen from Global Esports in the past when they go up against other APAC and SEA teams, unfortunately, where they'll play really well on maybe even like a map like Split here, for example, versus teams from their own region, like Team XO or Velocity even, but against some of the other teams like Enigma or just SEA teams in general, they do typically struggle. The last time we saw them play a team outside of SA here in Split was versus F4Q and Paper Rex, and that didn't go well. But once again, one of the biggest wins that Global has ever had, and probably the biggest win actually they've ever had, was against Damwon in LCQ last year. And one of that was on Split here in a very, very dominant fashion. And for that to be the first opening and outing here for the Indian scene in general, for Global especially, that was a big mark for them, but just haven't made themselves, I guess, live true to the mark and the bar that they themselves have raised after that opening win of their really come-out performance. So Global trying to find the glories of the older days, but seemingly escaping them here, at least to start off map 1.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be honest here. That is an incredibly high bar that they've set, and for good reason. Again, we know this is a very, very skilled region, but again, the troubles, the difficulties, they've been much apparent. Rabbit is going to get flashed out here, but so far, no follow-up on either side, really, so no real ground lost. They're still stuck in the stalemate as Kappa has found a cheeky angle for him. Lightning, true to his name, very, very quick, finds Nexi. But the members of Global Esports, they seem to fall. SK Rossi try to make a difference, but he will also get quelled, be cut down. Kappa and Skills are all that is left. 13 seconds, but this plant is gonna go down without a hitch.
Spike planted.
3v2, and well, Global Esports, if they can get a double peek here towards Rabbit, who's holding off A main on the Ramps position, that can be really important for them. Spectre up on hand. Skills has a big angle address. He picks up the rifle in that stead as well. Rabbit takes them all down, hopping away into a 6th round. And RRQ already 6 rounds in, and they've secured the equal half at the very least here. A great half already. We're only 6 rounds in for RRQ. They lose every round right after this. This is still not a bad half from them.
Not at all. I mean, we've already talked about how difficult Split can be on either side, really. But RRQ, this is a pretty ferocious start from them. Very characteristic. We still see quite a bit of fight on the side of Global. We see an inkling of what they want to do. The idea is there, the execution maybe just, I wouldn't necessarily say lacking, but the rhythm that RRQ has been playing at, it's been incredibly unpredictable. Forcing Global to adjust on the fly as Nexi get tagged up by Haunt. Getting Hellranger very much coveted map control over the side of A. As Kelly S and the rest of the boys, they back out. They try to contest Garage here, but SK Rossi looking sharp as attack. He will fire a shot, but he will fade away into safety. But he will reaggress. I digress for RRQ to try again, but Rabbit gets the trade. The res is up and running. They even find skills on that showstopper. RRQ, their advance, their march seems to be going at full throttle. Hellranger and Kappa again. A duo, very reliable. But the numbers, they seem to be stacked against them. Oh dear, and Hellranger gets into a bit of a scuffle here, black and blue. RRQ looking mighty impressive, mighty strong.
No matter what option they take here, RRQ, fast or slow, A or B, just being a big problem for Global, and a timeout wouldn't be out of the question here, Raph. They have one per half, and something Global can utilize to try and stop this momentum, really. Talk things over, slow the pace down. SK Rossi back on that operator. We haven't really seen anybody come up online, and by the way, there's no second chances here. Now, SK Rossi found that opening great pick, but at that point, one could argue, fall back. You have the man advantage. If they had a bit more discipline in that fight, who knows how things could have gone for Global Esports, because they're very, very capable of winning individual gunfights. But as I like to say, and as the old adage goes, if you find yourself in a fair fight, you have bad tactics. And Global Esports, they need to have the advantage with utility first before what they've got dryly up front.
Exactly. A very sound philosophy. So far, it looks like both teams are going to take this slow. Remember, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Something that we love to say, we love to enforce to everyone really that's listening in right now on our broadcast. As Global Esports, once again, a hobbled armory, an economy still looking to recover. SK Rossi has to be the hero here. He does have a good position to trade out for Lightning in any case. The showstopper is in the pocket. But so far, it's skills to be the one that's going to get cut down. And Kelly, yes, was on an island there. And SK Rossi, happy to eliminate him from his misery. And now we have Lightning yet again. He pops that showstopper, goes for a blind shot. Will do minimal amounts, if not no damage at all. 4v4 still. But the weapons, the biggest thing. It's the biggest X factor that RRQ has. And they still go for A. The adjustments they've been made. But black and blue, what is about this A site that RRQ are so infatuated with?
I guess a pot of gold, that seems to be a one round every time on over. 2G, pop flash, perfectly played by the book. Yeah, he's gonna run him down here, spamming through the wall. SK Rossi has to save this operator. I'm not too sure why necessarily he tried to force up this off. Like, he doesn't have Tour de Force for the next round to force up a buy, and he won't have a real full buy, so either he's gonna bank on his head hunter or have light armor, maybe a rifle. Even with the max loss bonus, it's still not a great buy you're gonna have, especially if you're gonna spend on the trademark and everything else. But at the very least, hey, I mean, you're a chamber, you don't really have to go full everything all the time, but it would still be, I think, a better way to play things out. In the end, trying to, I guess, beat an immovable object with just blunt force is not the smartest decision, I would say. Quite a callow one to make, but RRQ, they're continuing on this lead, and this is not what I was expecting from Global. Now, I will be honest, Global, they're the best team in India playing in their own scene when they go up against other Indian teams, but they are one of the teams that do struggle quite a bit against the international scene, even compared to Rossi or Enigma. But Drax and Kelly, yes, just completely shredding them down, every fight going their way, and RRQ really looking on point. But SK Rossi, he finds a pick here towards A main. That does give them at least some knowledge that, okay, the flank has been dealt with. Now we can focus our intentions and our attention really into retaking this B site.
That it is, and I have to agree with you on that. Again, they're fantastic. They're a fantastic team, but it could potentially be the mechanics of the matchup, the stylistic difference, the compatibility. And SK Rossi, he is taking so much damage here. Will finally back out, but it's Kappa to pay for the mistakes, to have a little bit of a consolation prize. It's them making a mad sprint to really save this operator. SK Rossi still trying to post up for a successful crossfire here. Suddenly it's pretty doable, but the time will not allow it. Kelly S is on a mad witch hunt. But SK Rossi takes care of his pursuer, and I have to say, Black and Blue, beating inanimate objects with blunt force, it depends. What if you're using a Morning Star? What if you're using a mace?
I guess it's kind of a hybrid, Raph. Like, it's blunt
right,
force,
there's sharp
but
damage.
there's spikes on it. Like, you get a bit of the pierce damage. Isn't that the idea? You break the armor, but you pierce through it as well. For the meantime, though, the armor here of RRQ, impenetrable seeming, and they're on the attack, so it's more like their spear is just cutting through everything, like soft, well, really warm butter. Global Esports, another force buy, see the same scenario here, situation over and over. But now they're trying to take more aggressive forward control. Not that we haven't seen that, but they're trying it once more. This tour de force could actually work, because this time around, RRQ, they're spreading themselves. They have to be careful not to do it thinly. Sending Kelly S up here towards Vent is something they like to do quite often, and with the two operators bearing down on RRQ, Global Esports can find these picks with what they've got. So Nexi going down is a great pick for Global Esports, and this could be the first round that GE actually could take.
Potentially. It is looking mighty impressive now that the time is still running down. Quite a bit of round to play out.
They smoked it.
But look at this. Kelly S could have found a bit of a divine intervention here, but that is not the case, as Hellranger, he hit him through the wall, but that's not enough. The penetration power of the Bulldog just not there, but Kelly S even finds lightning. Divine intervention, it happens on both sides. Draxi eats the paint shells. And my, Black and Blue, you were right on the spot, on the dot. As Global Esports, they have the man advantage and quite possibly the positional advantage here. Kelly S could go massive with the showstopper or use it as a zoning tool, but Skills. Skills is here. He's very much awake. He's very much present. Tuge is a serpent of the clutch. Is it time to welcome everybody to the jungle? Is he the Serpentine? He gets Skills on a fader and even gets SK Rossi! Did we jinx that round?
Oh my goodness! 2GE! Too easy for Global on Global. RRQ. Incredible ways they've addressed that situation. And Kelly S, he did so much in that round. To be able to win that fight in the first place when he came up from the ropes was already huge against Hellranger. He wasn't supposed to win that fight. Hellranger knew that he was coming there from the ropes, but still, he wins it out. You can see how ecstatic they are after that win. A round they weren't supposed to be able to take, but Global, heartbreaker of a loss here. SK Rossi starts things off, dipping, trying to look for one more, but RQ not going to give him that opportunity for the meantime. Pushing here on the mid. Rabbit gets caught out, but not before finding one for himself. Kelly, yes, only good for one. Lightning fast here, too quick for him to be able to find another. This brings it down rather to a 3v2. RQ get the plant off. Will this be another 2v3 that they convert into a win?
Is it really? Yet more questions have been presented. The answers, they still remain unclear. Yet another replay, but a shuffle, a little bit of a shuffle here. The Nightfall does come. I will say that is the metal Rolling Thunder, but Lightning Fast gets a third kill for him. Nexi, all on his lonesome. The Showstopper is here, and a one-man wrecking machine is Lightning Fast, securing the first round on the board for Global Esports. This time around, Black and Blue, we did not jinx it. Did we jinx the last round? I don't think so. But very, very well played on our SA representatives. This could potentially be the beginning of their comeback. Again, a very, very tall mountain, but a very scalable one. Not impossible.
It's not just mountain, but really almost looking like Olympus here. The greatest of them all. 1 to 10. Now, if they get these final two rounds of this half, they found one. If you get the second one, then that will help them at least bring momentum into that second half, and they can win a pistol. Who knows? This is maybe 3 swings away from becoming a real game. Global Esports, we can make it happen. It'll be difficult on the attacking side, but we know for them that's a mere suggestion. Lightning fast, good for 1. Great help here coming in from Global and the rest of Hellranger and the supporting staff, making sure that RRQ can be kept in place. But now, the Res has come online to get a second chance, a second banter at what this is going to be. Hellranger and the rest of Global, they have to pull back. They can't continue to try and fight this up close, even with the Spectres they have on hand.
A fair assessment there, as Global Esports, they seem to have corralled RRQ here. Not a lot of advancing information on the rest of the map, but they do have quite a bit of a blockade here in the form of Hellranger and Kappa. SK Rossi slowly moving up, just making sure Heaven is not going to be his final resting place. And that operator, the closer that it gets to his teammates, the closer it gets to Rams, the more difficult this becomes for RRQ. And they understand this. They're prepping for a jump, they're prepping for a take. But we see the Prowlers, they create a little bit of space for Global Esports here. The site has been been defended by Kappa and Hellranger. They don't want a repeat of what's been happening. But still, a lot of patience, a lot of temperance on the side of RRQ. Potentially a missed window on that jump. In any case, time is winding down, and the point of no return is now. They will get stunned up. A beautiful crossfire, a beautiful firing range. And now Draxi, all alone, 14 seconds, gets shredded to bits by Kappa Spectre.
Great job here. It's being done by Global to get the final 2 rounds, and while Economy doesn't transfer over, Raph, momentum certainly does. If Global take this pistol, as we were talking about, this could be a mere prologue to the testament, the spectacle that Global, we know that they can bring. SK Rossi and Lightning Fast starting to get themselves going, and when they get hot, they can go absolutely incendiary. You can't even turn them off or fan the flames when they get going. So RRQ, they still have an advantage here. I'm not even gonna say it's a cushion, because really it's more like a big cloudy pillow that they've got in between them and Global Esports. A lot for them to give up, but a lot for them to lose as well, potentially. So RRQ, they take this pistol. Dare I say, that's it for this round, that's it for this map, and we're going over to Ascent. But Global Esports, I'm sure that they do not want this to be flushed out without much of a say.
Statistically speaking, RRQ have been very impressive on that opening volley. But I believe with GS, with that honestly powerful performance in the last 2 rounds, they could still make this game incredibly ambiguous. RRQ, they cannot rest on their laurels, as we do have a bit of a halftime pause, so that's going to be extra time for them to really comb things over, see where the adjustments have to be made. Kappa, although the numbers do not necessarily reflect his performance, but there's so many intangibles. His positions have honestly been still contributing to their Ws. Again, the utility, sometimes it just doesn't really show up in the box score. But with RRQ like this, it is still quite a daunting task, Black and Blue. They have to really find that song, the right notes to get this bar going.
Doesn't necessarily matter sometimes which notes they play, which chords come into effect, but really just the beat, the timings here have not been working out for Global in that opening half, barring the final 2 rounds. That 10th round was supposed to be theirs. Just easily could have been a 9-3. But RRQ, well, they step up to the plate and knock that one out of the park. 2GE. How many clutches have we seen from this man, aside from like Nexi rather? He's been one of the most consistent clutchers for that Philippine squad. But it's India and the rest of South Asia right now who are trying to make something happen, or trying to prove that they can stand among the best in Global Esports. This is a pistol round that they desperately need to win. Making contact early here towards mid, but crawling their way up A main. Could actually catch Nexi off guard. He's going to try and help here towards events, and the A site is completely ripe for the taking here for Global. The spike is way, way too out of position though. But once they get control of this should be an easy plant. Now it's going to come down to the retake of RRQ, really.
Marked 1.
With that being said though, the spike did take quite a bit of time, but that's also going to allow Lightning Fast to really creep into the defender's side here. He has firm control over Heaven and will confirm for his teammates that Heaven is not occupied at all, but only momentarily. He does have that nade that could spell disaster. 2GE, he prepares a flash, ready to support his teammates. Maybe a little mistimed here, but Lightning Fast still has that nade, but now he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But he does have his pickaxe. He breaks one wall down, potentially finds another, and this is falling beautifully into the hands of Global Esports with Nexi, a quiet beast in his own right, tries to find some success, but Modicum unavailable, as Scales will cut him down.
Big slip up here, and the divide comes as Global Esports tear into the rounds here of RRQ. Small slip up, the small window really that they left open for Nexi to forget about that A site. Global punished them heftily and rightfully so. Finding that opening, Lightning Fast positioning himself on top of heaven there to be the all-bearing angel and hold off the push of Armageddon. And RRQ simply could not even get their foot in the door at all. With Global Esports, that was a great play as well. Coming from Kappa, no cap, to be able to throw that fault line towards that CT position and have Lightning Fast contest that. He was able to fend off the push too, without even using his boom bot, and everything really going Global Esports' way in that round. A bonus, rather an anti-eco they can convert here, as they've got the specs, and it's RRQ looking for the real blueprints and how to stop this push from Global.
The floor plan of the strategy. The Strategios has to be as sharp as a nail. And he did mention Armageddon. Could potentially be minutes to midnight, but they're delaying that hand so well. Remember, after the day of Armageddon, it is a cold winter morning and the time before the light. The flames of Death's eternal reign. Obviously, Global Esports, they want to ride. And they've been doing that well. Yet again, another open site that they will have no problems of taking and occupying. A retake is in hand here for RRQ, but limited weaponry has never really been the greatest friend, no matter what team. But they will reassess, they will rendezvous with each other, and they will approach this as a unit, as a core.
Well, team play is the name of the game. And SK Rossi, they come and push at him. Nothing much they really do, even with a full 5-man stack, but Axie is jumping into a right click here. But that gives away their intent. Lightning Fast is going to strike down up from above, but Rabbit still wins that fight versus Kappa with a mere classic in his hands. The pistols seeming a lot more painful here to Global than they initially would have realized. Going into the spike just to die to it. Skills gets one of his own. That's RRQ going down block by block. Global, great opening rounds here on the attacking side, and you know, Raph, even though statistically, okay, it is a defender-sided map, there have been times where in certain stages here in APAC and SEA, last year especially, where Split has kind of looked a bit more attacking-sided, where teams have been winning more on the attacking side. I remember talking about this, but I wanna pick your brain, because what we felt was like sometimes it can be difficult to find proper anchor positions on a map like Split on the defensive side. But what do you think?
Well, what do I think is that we did have that phenomenon, right? It was very telling in the previous stage here, but Kelly S doesn't want any of that. Finds SK Rossi. Well, not necessarily finds. It sprays into him, into that smoke. And a deep purple cover will not allow him any sort of staying power here. Rabbit with a signature wall here. Still tries to fend off the rest of the boys over at our GES squad. Kelly S gets a pick onto Skills. But Lightning Fast, who's been absolutely magical ever since the side swap, still wants to continue his romp. He will remove that wall from contention and will try to get this B tower position in control for him and his squad. But RRQ, they play this beautifully. They are very patient, no overextensions whatsoever. And while we have a little bit of time to talk, yeah, we did see that phenomenon where the defenders would typically give up 6 rounds before they can adjust and just absolutely obliterate the offense. RRQ, they push the tempo. This time around, they've been running that lead up as much as they can, but their defensive side seems to be as impressive as their attacking side, with Hellranger, a rock star in his own right, will not play the blues this time around.
Well, the sad news blues turning up here for Global as RRQ get another round. You know, a lot of these kind of one-sided type of matches, it's really hard sometimes to have much hope for that team that is trying to come back, but Global,
Enemy remaining.
they're a team that really needs to, I guess, just lock in, and because they're one of the teams that when they get momentum, they can really catapult off of it and just surprise almost anybody in APAC, but so many times it seems like when they get disheartened, that could be a problem moving on forward. Here on the peak, Nexi still wins that fight. Nobody really connecting, even if the fault line's coming here, but SK Rossi, 2 big frags here for Global Esports to get themselves going in the round. They have a real chance right now, but Rabbit's going to equalize the odds. SK Rossi going down. Hell Ranger and the rest of Global have taken the site, and RRQ here on the retake. They have a big job to do, and 2GE finds a great kill, so does Graxi. It's all on the Kappa. He's going to have no jokes about this matter, as Graxi sends him down, and RRQ take match point.
Oh my goodness. In a fell swoop, suddenly the tempo, the rhythm, it goes into the favor of RRQ and potentially could draw first blood for our region's side. They've had a little bit of a rut. They've had, well, at least us as a region has not had the greatest performance in the last few, as of late. In all honesty, RRQ, they want to change the tempo, and they're ferocious. They throw everything aside. They succumb to their primal desires, and they run off instinct. My goodness, it is a beast not contained at all.
Man, the altered beasts altering here the timeline. RRQ 12-4. This is a map that is really one of the best of RRQ by far, aside from maybe a map like Haven sometimes, but it really comes down a lot of times to Split being their best map. So for Global Esports and their veto, they bang out Icebox, which I do kind of understand in a way, because maybe they feel like the matchup against RRQ isn't good in Icebox, but statistically, it's not really a bad map for Global, and it's not a super good map for Icebox. I mean, rather for RRQ, the same way Split might be. But that's a choice they go with, and it's really the roots that they've sowed here that they're going to have to deal with, as it's been their choice. Global, this could be the final round of this map, but not of the series. We still have one more, but that could bring them one more map closer to losing here and really being eliminated from APAC once more. We've yet to really see Global win a single series in APAC since LCQ last year. And that's not a good statistic for any fan of really the scene.
Oh yeah, again, I can't help but wince every time we mention that we have to say goodbye to any of our teams, really.
Yeah.
And with that extended narrative, it does not help at all. You've mentioned their roots, we'll mention their fire. They're so driven to prove that they are a juggernaut in itself. And themselves, as Global Esports, they do go for a much more measured approach here, Black and Blue. I would feel that they're a little uncertain because most of their takes towards B Tower have been stopped by Rabbit, but it's not him this time here. They have already presented the wall, so this could potentially be a conditioning tool. We see the wall fall, but it hasn't warranted any reaction here. As I say that, the Rolling Thunder comes out of the defender's side. But where is Global Esports? They're not there. They completely bamboozled them. Lightning fast from above. Catches Rabbit, puts him in a bottle. Turning the script, flipping the script. But 4v5 still very much in play.
That was a great catch here from Global Esports, but there's more fish in the pond, and Nexi's going to be one of them. And Kelly S as well. They bite back against the line. SK Rossi, great trade out to bring it 3v3. Global, they can hold on to this heaven position as it is planted for them. This could be dire for RQ. They've taken the site for the most part, but Kappa's still waiting here. But where are you looking? Not towards the screens. Traxi finding his way in between all this. It's down to SK Rossi. He's been tagged up quite a bit. He can play that post plant from the window. It isn't smoked off. He has to find the timing. He has to peek this now. But the head is going to be found and defused right in front of his face. The atomic bomb taken out of commission. And RQ take map number 1 by storm.
I don't know what's more explosive, the ferocity, the just absolute nerves of steel. Oh yeah, you're alive? I will look you in the eye as I take the soul out of the rest of your team. My goodness, what a convincing effort. But we did mention that the fire of GS, it's still not extinguished, but as I hate to say, they have a foot in the grave now. RQ, very much impressive on Split. They claim it their home, and they've driven out the would-be belligerents of that invasion.
Man, what a performance from RRQ, but a painful loss here for Global Esports. It's a map that we have seen them go toe-to-toe with other teams like F4Q and lose to Paper Rex, yes, but once again, the biggest win in the history of Global was against the Damwon Kia side, and that was on Split as well. So for RRQ to do this in such really one-sided fashion is something we have kind of seen in the past when Global go up against other APAC teams, but it's not something they want to continue the pattern of here moving into this match, because this is potentially their final match, guys, of the entire year when it comes to the APAC stage, and that's not a good position to be in. For the meantime, though, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back on Ascent, can Global bring this one back to bring it home for the SA scene? Do RRQ move forward and potentially get themselves into a qualifying slot for playoffs? We're going to find out after this break.
Too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix here once again. PH fans just rejoicing right now. RRQ showing such a stellar performance for this first map. And of course, painful loss on the side of Global Esports, but let's remember that this was map number 1 and this was an RRQ pick. Up next is Ascent, which is of course a GES pick. So we gotta remain hopeful here for both ends because anything can happen as we move on to game number 2. But let's stay here in the now. Cash, you were talking about getting those 4 attacker points in, and RRQ went above and beyond.
I mean, if you look at the performance for both teams, you really start seeing GES really shining as the second half came through and they were on attack, which is surprising because we always talk about how Split is a defender-sided map, but RRQ was like every round is an attack round. What are you saying? You see the aggression coming in from RRQ is just absolutely insane. They're not afraid to push out, they're not afraid to take space, and because of how they just demand that momentum and this control of the space, they can really funnel GES to so many different parts. And in a lot of situations, we saw that RRQ was not afraid to give up sight, and they just played for retakes, and their retakes have been absolutely great. Maybe there was once that maybe they didn't manage to really clinch it because they didn't realize how deep into the site that one of the members of GES has gone. But once they learned that, immediately they just start pressing on the brakes. But I have to really say, I have to really give it to GES as well, because after the round switch, we saw GES try to play a very similar playstyle to what RRQ did on their side of attack. But the problem is, it's hard to play the same playbook against someone who has been playing that particular playbook for a long time.
Also a team that, you know, if they wrote the playbook, they usually know the loopholes in it.
Exactly.
So it just felt a lot like some of the players in GES just kind of running into, you know, a lot of space, but it's space that was given by RRQ. It's space that RRQ wanted to give up because they have an idea of how they're going to retake it. So I find that it was a good effort from GES's side. RRQ just, they played it better than I expected, honestly speaking.
I agree.
They were more disciplined. There were some rounds they didn't push at all. They were just waiting for information to see what GES was going to do. And those were usually the rounds GES changed the pace. They would play more aggressively, and I thought that was quite brilliant.
Honestly,
I mean,
oh sorry, go ahead.
Since the beginning of round 1, Trix, you were like, oh, wow, Kelly S did that. He went straight into sight, and you were caught by surprise. The funny thing is, I mean, Cash, you mentioned it earlier about how we know this map to be a defender side map, and Tash actually got confused at first because of how RRQ was performing. She was like, oh, they're doing so well. Oh, I mean, this is defender, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, oh, wait, they're attacking.
I was so confused for a good
confused.
minute. I mean, actually not a good minute. For 3 whole rounds, I was really thinking they were on defense just because of how much space they took. And on top of that, what's really insane was that we saw GES defending B from Heaven. And they heard so much noise at mid, so 2 people had their sights onto mid. Perhaps they didn't realize that that no one was already on B side. Suddenly you see Kelly S coming in from Heaven. They're like, what the hell did you take space on Heaven? We were not aware you were here at all. And because of this default sort of playstyle, very aggressive pick-off playstyle that you see from them that demands so much space, it really puts GES in this idea like, where the heck are we supposed to be looking when they're all over the goddamn place? It's just really good utility usage as well.
There was also that one round where
RRQ...
2v4? No, it was when RRQ put that wall on B side.
Oh yeah.
And I was saying, right, when you put that wall on B side for the cross, sometimes it's really just to bait the utility. They put the wall, she threw a slow orb, and Rabbit just ran away. And that actually used ultimate of Raze, because Raze assumed that they were pushing in, used the ultimate, broke it, only to find out that everyone else was on A side.
Yeah, that was like the ultimate bait and switch. But you know, coming back to that 2v4 just now was insane. We're like, perhaps this is going to be the first point for GES. But it wasn't. That insane value they got from their utils was just so good. But speaking of values of utils, I think that the util coming in, like the Fate choice as well just now, I thought that we saw a little bit of value come through. We hear the marks as well, which I think was nice for GES. But perhaps it was a little bit too late by the time they finally came online and they had an idea how to get value out of the Fade, haunts as well as the utils.
Yeah, and we also talk about how, again, GES is usually not afraid to pull out the utilities and everything. In fact, in one of the rounds, I remember that they threw out the Nightfall, and they were able to mark Nexi. And then afterwards, Lightning Fast comes in with a showstopper, and he just stops the show, essentially.
You can't
and
do anything. You're marked.
That was the first point of GES, actually. That was the first round that they got the point. But, just it was costly when you thought about it, but I think it was a worthy trade-off because, again, that was the beginning of the momentum on the side of GES over here, and they really needed that point, Tricks. They really did.
They really did. I just felt like when I was looking at the economy, I thought, okay, so they used the Nightfall, they used the Showstopper, but then you also realize they actually used the Breach ultimate on that round in mid, which is what got them to that point to begin with. So I felt like maybe better juggling of their ultimate rotation. I think they haven't found out the perfect combinations that they wanted in terms of the retake. There was a lot of fighting that they tried to do rather than just the crossfires. When they did crossfires, they would win the rounds because they just have it down. And I feel like that's essentially what GES was lacking on their defender side. I understand that I say on the panel a lot, you want to be proactive, but if it's not working, maybe you have to just start holding those crossfires, let them come into you, and then see where you can take control. Because if you're just dying early round, it's always going to be the attacker advantage.
Yeah, and on top of that, coming back to the ultimate juggling as well, I mean, when you put it that way, I just realized that, the showstopper came in for Nexi. I remember they had 2 people still up, I believe. They didn't have to use the showstopper to actually secure the round. Nexi was already marked NBK. They could just come in from 2 different areas and can get a trade out of that, no worries at all. But this is where, you're taught how I think this comes into just really, really wanting the point. So you use everything you have, but at the same time, I understand that you want to secure the point, but in situations that it is winnable without it, I think it's better to just bring it forward so you can continue to bring on that steamrolling win streak.
Yeah, there's so much to digest into this game, but also I don't know what to say because ORQ just displaying absolute dominance at the end of the day, and just really goes to show how comfortable they are when it comes to split. We can go all about dissecting everything, but when it boils down to it, they also had the momentum, they had the money, they had everything on their side, because that's how these momentum plays work, right? Once you have the momentum, your economy is stable, you're able, if you're able to adjust round for round, then you shouldn't really have that problem. And so it was up until GES started figuring out, hey, we should actually take up more space and be a little bit wiser with our utilities. That's when the game starts to turn around.
I think coming into the next map, which is I believe going to be Ascent, I'm hoping that GES kind of figure out their strides earlier on, try things out. If you're not sure if you want to play the crossfires, if you want to play for that retake, where do you want to actually take control of? I think if they get that early mid control and anchor it down, hold it down, play those crossfires, play with your utilities, I think they'll have an easier time against RRQ. I know that RRQ have struggled before, especially on mid. So that's something that they could exploit, but I'm not sure what kind of mindset GES will be coming into that second map.
To add on to that as well, when you mentioned about the mid control, I feel like with SK Rossi's prowess on playing agents like Chamber, I feel like mid control will be so much more easy with him on top cat, even near tree. I think it will give them so much value coming into that. Even if he wants to play on market itself as well, is very, very viable. So that will deny RRQ that mid control. As you mentioned before, they did struggle there before. So maybe if they have a way to perhaps flash or maybe stop him from steamrolling mid, that would be a different issue. But as I mentioned before, again, they can't just rely on SK Rossi to hold. This is where I'm really hoping to see more of that utility coming through, because just now over in split. I did see those situations where a flash came through and they came in together from GES. So I'm hoping to see more of that just coming into this one so that they can bring it over to a game 3.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing the KO pulled out. I mean, it sounds so redundant at certain times, but we really want these KO players to step up, especially on a map like Ascent, wherein you see these incredible defensive layouts. But I'm looking at this again. This is actually a triple initiator tricks. How happy are you to see this?
I love seeing new things. I remember I was so excited when double controller first came out. But yes, that triple initiator, a lot of pressure on the map that they can put. There's a lot of flashes that they have, a lot of global control with that Astra compared to the lineup coming in RQ, with that fade with the Sova. That's also hard intel, maybe to pair in with their raise. I'm just not sure if it's enough to stop the aggression that GES will definitely be able to put with this lineup.
Yeah, the aggression coming in is gonna look really scary for attack. Hell, if they want to go aggressive for defense, even possible, so long as they get the information, especially with Kappa. When you have that recon idea and immediately reacting to that information, you have a flash, you have a suppress, you also have, you also have a fragment that you can kind of like go with maybe the gravity well, or even a gravity well and an aftershock. That is absolutely terrifying. But on the other hand, in terms of recon as well, like I think for the side of RQ, it looks pretty good. If 2Gay can get that information as well as the chain with the Prowler, it can be absolutely stifling if played very, very well. And on top of that, imagine you have a paranoia paired with the Prowler for someone else coming in the back. It's just pure blind and pure hearing nothing. All their game senses are absolutely gone if done properly. As for Nexi, I really like the idea that KJ is picked for this particular map because anchor is gonna be, you can literally anchor one area all alone, be it tree, be it B, be it even mid if he wants to, if say you want to put your other teammates on a different area when it comes to just offing perhaps. Either way, both teams have very promising lineups, but I have to say the lineup from Global Esports does sound really scary.
You know, the way you explain it, Tash, I absolutely love it because I can always picture how the rounds are gonna go whenever you talk about how the utilities are gonna be thrown out, and I absolutely love it, especially when you actually prove us right, and it just makes you seem like a psychic over here.
No.
Now, of course, the pressure is on, especially on Global Esports. Hearts on the line, prayers to the skies, and with one click of a button, anything can happen. Answers unknown, but maybe our casters would know. Here it is once again, RRQ versus Global Esports.
Redemption, state sought after. One will stay, one will go, and here in the eliminations, it's either you be redeemed or you be eliminated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RRQ versus Global Esports. That's here with Black and Blue this time here on the English broadcast, and it seems like for RRQ, able to defend that home turf of theirs, but at the same time, now we go to Ascent, and perhaps this is where Global Esports can make their stand.
There's a real chance here for Global Esports to come back into this one, Dax. We see them perform quite well actually against some other SEA teams and some other APAC teams in the past, but I want to ask you a question. Where have you been during map number 1? Because aside from Raph, this was the only thing keeping me company, this fluffy boy right here.
It's okay. Oh yeah, it's so cute. So I missed you too. I was suddenly summoned to the motherland real quick, to the Filipino broadcast, and now I have to readjust my tongue. Literally mid-series from Filipino to English. I think that's one of the most interesting things that we can always do here for us on the Filipino side, that we can actually transfer broadcasts like that, so and we won't really skip a beat.
You were testing Filipino for map number 1. Now here in map number 2 on the English side. Gotta, I guess, drop all those biases, Dax. No more, no more to be run.
So no, listen. This means I am first. on what happened the first map. See, I knew what was going on. And in all honesty, we look at Global Esports, right? They had some chances, especially when they brought out those operators, SK Rossi finding a few frags for himself. But overall, it just seemed like that RRQ had a bit more of that map knowledge in their favor. They had big moments there with like Tuge, with what we saw from Nexi as per usual. And moving forward now into Ascent, I think for Global Esports, they're looking to emulate that home court advantage success that RRQ was able to bring a while ago. They're running this comfort triple initiator that they have been running for quite a while. And in all honesty, I look at Global Esports right now, I look at their local scene, and one of the most amazing things that they've really done for the South Asian region is, especially in the last playoffs of the SCS, they kind of changed up the meta a little bit more. We look at Enigma, they play that jet quite a lot. Global Esports has completely forgotten that. SK Rossi is basically now a dedicated chamber player. You usually have Lightning Fast on the Raze. He isn't this time because they want to play more of the utilities. And for Global, their best foot forward is to play agents that they feel like can suit them the best. But can they handle RRQ? That's the question, because they need to if they want to survive, not just in the series, but the tournament overall.
Definitely so. They have bested other SEA teams and APAC teams like Todak in the past. That's actually the previous match they played here in Ascent. So it's been a long time coming for them, but that was SK Rossi and the Jet and all. But let's get onto this map. Global Esports on the attacking side here, taking market control, but nothing really for sale right now, aside from the B site. RRQ, they've controlled this B site, and they're really holding rather into B main. But look how deep SK Rossi finds himself, getting 2 opening picks on Global Esports' side, but RRQ quick on the trigger, Lightning Fast, quick on that one as well. 2v3, the favor in Global, and you get the spike down here in the B site, but lurking towards mid. This could be a huge flank coming from Hellranger.
A bit of spark here, courtesy of Lightning Fast and Global Esports pushing and advancing where no team has gone before. Some great movements here from Global to keep the lines drawn, and look at this. Inch is perfect, Crossfire is there, and Lightning Fast apparently doesn't strike only once. He strikes 4 times to get the pistol round here for Global Esports. One of the biggest strengths Global Esports has is when they get off to a good start, they can usually continue on with their momentum. They do have to be a bit careful though, because they sometimes are susceptible to the eco state, and this time let's see how Global are gonna adjust moving forward, because this should be a great way to build confidence.
It's definitely going to be something that they're gonna have to bank on. And Ascent, this is the map that I do think out of all the maps in this video split, Ascent and Haven, they have the best and most real chance of winning versus RRQ, so it could very well be a 3rd map series, and that's why I want to see here coming from Global to go down. Even if they go down, it's not going to be with a whimper. And hell, if they beat RRQ here right now, that's going to be a huge win for SA and for India. I'd love to see it happen. Flash on the peak, trying to make early contact here. RRQ taking that mid position, but once again, Global, they reinforce their push towards this B site, and Bravo should be theirs.
Yeah, but it's the separation here. Hellranger trying to set things up. Flashes no connection! And now Hellranger reaping these souls to get to start things off. Nexi now, the lone survivor. The rest of RRQ following in suits. But as it stands, Global Esports are happy to try and hold this down. Nexi though, beating SK Rossi in his own game, but Hellranger has the Spectre, and he has gotten 3 Draxi beautiful shots over onto Kappa. This now forces RRQ to make a decision. Do they go towards the site? They find Hellranger along the way, but the problem here, it's only 2 gear with a Spectre in hand. 2v2 scenario, Phantom for skills even. He's been potent all throughout the run so far here in APAC. And can he continue on? Beautiful flash into the takedown, and Lightning Fast yet again. A storm is brewing, courtesy of Global.
They say lightning never strikes twice in the same position, Dax, but then it did, and Lightning Fast, quick shutdown of any intentions there that RRQ did, but still, good eco here coming from RRQ. Even in that situation where things were going Hellranger's way, they still bring it down to a 2v2, and with mere classics, that's pretty much full ROI from nothing really invested. Global Esports now around that they can convert on this bonus Spectre here in Lightning Fast, but upgrades for the rest of the team, because, well, it wasn't really a good economic state they were placed in here. It's Nexi making that confirmation that there is presence towards B main. They're not exactly sure how much, but you know someone is waiting. Here comes out that null command, but perfect pop on that Neuro Swarm just to keep him at bay. Nano Swarm, rather. Flash is out here, but the kills cannot go Nexi's way. He finally gets it after a 3rd goes his way, too. But SK Rossi quick on the trade. 2v3 effectively unless they can res Lightning Fast to have an equal man advantage.
Those CT angles so difficult to get the resurrection on, and they now execute the robot, turn him into scrap metal, but Skills, perfect angle now from the market. Does RRQ see this coming? All about patience now for Skills. SK Rossi trying to be the distraction, and here comes RRQ trying to get the retake on, but Kelly has a 6th sense, decides to check towards the market first and foremost. Skills goes down, onto the side we go. SK Rossi, a last stand though, but he is the icon here for South Asia. But icons do fall, and RRQ will win out the round. We said a while ago, RQ was able to make at least the damage substantial in that second round, but this time I'd have to say Global Esports getting some great kills, making sure that RQ will have to reinvest, and Global now can take the lead, if ever even more so.
Well, still, I think a good start here from Global Esports against this RQ squad. Maybe I would have honestly recommended their Skills to not even peek until he knows for sure that they're a bit more committed, because you know that RQ on that push 3v2, they're gonna have a man checking that market every single time, so the timing doesn't work out for him. It's okay. The bonus, not really a real bonus, but one that should be somewhat converted into some sort of damage on the economic side of RQ. But I mean, if they can get like 5 rounds in this half, at this point 3 more, it's not going to be a bad half at all, especially starting out here on the attacking side.
And while it has been economically costly, Global still can bank on SK Rossi to get the job done and get that tour de force early on. This means 3 of them with the rifles. If they get a single pick, I wouldn't be surprised for Global to take that part of the map just to secure the gun here for Hell Ranger instead. But SK Rossi now looking for a pickup. Able to spot Kelly S through the wall, gets the damage done. Has to go for the boom bot though. Just counts it, doesn't care. There's no fear, but Kelly S able to stare him in the eye and slay him where he stands. An incredible duel to start things off. But it's RRQ comes out ahead of that. Not only that though, triple initiator looking to try and push towards that A side. Beautiful frag yet again from Lightning Fast. When he gets hot, it is just absolutely crackling here for Global Esports, and he's not done alongside the rest of the roster. Hell Ranger now looking to clear out the heaven position. Kelly S trying to go for the spam on down, but the flash is through from Hell Ranger yet again. The flames of Imperium watching him as he stands, and Global now they can rotate towards B.
What?
Many options here for Global so far.
Who's on the defend? Is it Global who are starting here on the defensive side, because they're all the way in the spawn of things? It's RQ coming from the attacking side, but Flash, he picks off Lightning Fast. A huge pick, one that Lightning Fast honestly should have won. Lockdown to be placed here, and this is going to be much more difficult for the postman of Global Esports. They're going to have to fight out of this, but they're locked and trapped here in the cage that RQ has put them in.
Global Esports now, they're gonna have to hold against that lockdown. So many kills a while ago from Nexi. Hell Ranger, so close, but fleet footwork to get away in time. Skills though finding Nexi. Tuga now with the trade. Main position here for Tuga as time is ticking. But Kappa, a great hold against Flash. And all the angles, any angles, Global Esports has each other's backs. 3-1 improvements yet again. Global saying that they're not out of this series as of yet, and it's been quite a show of force here truly from Global compared to that first map.
Well, spanning the globe for all the playbooks they could find. I like the innovation that we do see from the Global Esports side. I can never fault any sort of kind of intent to try and innovate, but in this case, it is working for the meantime. Global, rather RRQ. A lockdown, I thought would have been maybe too difficult for Global to try and deal with, but they get the job done in the end, winning all the scraps, and the dire buy works out to their favor. Much like Wolves, even in that scramble, just howling away to third round. So RRQ, they're on the eco this time, and I do, once again, like the composition that Global Esports are bringing on here. This could be what they need to try and do to give a very different look to the rest of SEA teams who have almost grown accustomed to the regular kind of plots that Global bring to the table.
And I think it's one thing also that South Asia as a whole brings to Ascent. We saw it a bit from Enigma, that they can make those plays deep into the spawn and then rotate to the other side work. I still remember one of those clutches wherein the operator was stolen and it opened things up for Enigma. And it's because I think really Ascent is a map that's gotten so much practice in the South Asian side. Global Esports, they played it quite a lot. in their run over last month. I believe around 10 times, and they found that comfort to play this triple initiator as much as possible. Had a bit of a technical pause, but now we're back into the game. Look at the minimap because suddenly it will be on to the next CPOV. Just to see him die immediately. Lightning fast and SK Rossi already on the board. Confidence abound here from the side of Global Esports. And looking to prove themselves yet again in the field of combat, everywhere and anywhere. RRQ may try to come from, but with this advantage, without really truly any hesitation, it's Global flawlessly getting the round.
Great round here for Global to take. RRQ, not really much they could have done in that situation. And Global, as you said, Dax, they're building that confidence, getting a bit of that swagger back, and even though there's some ambitious moments, they're able to convert it at the end. SK Rossi, for him to be on that chamber, feels right at home. He has always been an impeccable opper. That's where his name has been made, and to have the agent, who's literally made to be an operator player, well, and have him in the hands of SK Rossi, it fits like a well-tailored suit and the properly, I guess, made glove. Time out here by RRQ early on to try and talk about things robotically of what they can really do and assess the situation, but they have been trying a bit of, more passive play, a bit more forward play, where we'd see them try and hold B main while the rest of Global have been pushing around them, but I do think that, in general, it was a bit better when they would give up the site and play as a full stack, because their defensive holds, aside from that one Nexi hold towards the lane, has not really been holding out when they try and contest Global the way that Global want them to.
No, that's a good point there, Nico. I'm going to give you a gold star for that, because if you think about how you even try to play on the site itself against Triple Initiator, you can get scanned, you can get suppressed, you can get stunned and flash, and what do you even do in that first contact? So RRQ, they can go two ways right now, and I think that's what they discussed coming into that timeout. They can play holding back, play far away from the usual positions of the utility, and then just try to hold from there. They can also go for literally that retake instead, but there's also actually a third option. If they want to play aggressive, it needs to be from someone like Kelly S, and we'll see if that can be the heating point here for the side of RRQ. But now SK Rossi looking to try and broil a teapot so far. Nexi over the fight on the lightning fast. Rolling Thunder is the play, catching up Nexi, but into the corner there's still a surprise. SK Rossi finding the frag anyway. Baxi did go down. And Global Esports, SK Rossi, the icon himself, the face of South Asia, looking to pop off, and it's 4 for him and 4 the lead of Global.
SK Rossi rounding them about, running them down, and securing the 5th round here for Global Esports. Looking like a great hold initially there from RRQ, even considering all of the utility being thrown at them, but SK Rossi puts his foot down and keeps RRQ waiting in the wings for another round. Global Esports dominating this opening half for the meantime. Let's see if this lead will extend even further, as it should.
That was a huge pick by SK Rossi. Sure, he gets 4, but that first one onto Drax, he changed it all in favor of Global Esports, because they could have actually just had tunnel vision towards Nexi there on site after getting hit by the Rolling Thunder. But what happened was they got to clear that corner, and from that point on, site's clear. Let's push even deeper towards the spawn, and Global Esports now running over RRQ so far. Perhaps comeuppance happening here, courtesy of Global Esports, looking to give RRQ a taste of their own medicine, and it's one you spit out when you are a child. 5v2 scenario, RRQ can't really do anything by this point. SK Rossi, ambition now, and that is why you know the name SK Rossi. Some solid shots, a walking arsenal, and just fantastic here for Global.
The hype that has really surrounded this man is of real no comparison to almost anybody in the world, but when he has performances like that, rounds like that, you see why he's a household name in the SA scene. Well, that timeout called by RRQ during round 6 when Global Esports went to the B site, it doesn't seem like there were any real adjustments made by RRQ. It was more of a timeout just to take a breather and maybe slow some momentum, but that velocity, you catch my drift, here being made by Global Esports and the inertia that they've built upon has yet to really been stopped or even hindered in any sense of the word. So Global Esports pushing on forward, slowing down the pace this time. Information gathered towards mid. Clear. For the meantime, they do have the alarm bot here, RRQ, to alert them once his push comes, and having no information towards mid, but you can see him trying to play a bit further back now, trying to play out of the lines of where those triple initiators will wreak havoc. Let's see if it works out this time for the hold of RRQ as the Cosmic Divide is placed. The Hunter's Fury coming out to try and get them, but the LES! A third! Somehow two! With the Showstopper! And the Paint Shells clean up house, painting the walls red, but Kappa and Hellranger, they retaliate!
Man, it's like we blink when the fireworks were popped. Kelly S, where did that come from? Projectile motion at its finest. RRQ now only having to deal with Kappa. The turret already spotting him, and the rest of the team will follow suit. But I want to see what just happened there, courtesy of RRQ, because Global Esports, they look to be quite an enigma on their offensive, but the mystery was solved by fireworks abound, courtesy of Kelly S.
Man.
He just got destroyed by Market, right?
I want to see a replay of that.
So, 2 with the Showstopper, 1 with the Paint Shells. That just had to be well-timed and well-placed, that the person who didn't die to the Showstopper must have been hit by the sudden impact of the rest of the Paint Shells just to get those 3 in a row. Crazy stuff from Kelly S, and this is why that's his comfort pick. As much as possible, he'd love to prefer playing that Raze over something like the Jet, and those are the reasons why RRQ has him right now as their duelist.
Going absolutely mad. Nuclear. Kelly S is here. That's a spark that RRQ are looking for to be able to ignite themselves back into this game. Only 4 rounds that they have to come back into and win to be able to match the score line of Global Esports here. Very doable still for RRQ, but the attacking side of Global looking quite formidable. That's where this comp, I think, really does shine. On the defense, it makes me wonder, though, how well will it work out? But they play their cards right. It'll all work out in the end. Initiating here, Kelly S finds an opening pick on SK Rossi, so does Flash, but lightning fast, too quick on that trade. Strikes once again. He does. Skills finding a kill on the trade of Flash. Lightning fast, opening up here to the defensive side. Spawn, that's his second, finally, the round. It's all on the Skills, who's going to have to try and pull out every difficult task. He can just fall back into the market, but Draxi closes the door on that intention as RRQ take a third and finally a second round in a row.
You know, relatively smart there from Global Esports for the round despite their loss. Not only did Skills reassess, perhaps he can watch over that CT, but I think one thing that's been underrated for the APAC run of Global Esports so far is how strong Lightning Fast has been with utilities when he plays these kind of agents. And it's crazy to think just a flash into the takedown. He can set it up, he can knock it down, and he is top fragging so far here for Global. Only problem is, though, RRQ is feeling the momentum. As soon as Kelly S got that triple kill from the round prior to the last one, they're feeling so much more confident, and it got problematic for Global Esports coming into the site because there's still someone there. Draxi was just playing the anchor despite the losses coming the way of RRQ. So even if Global Esports were able to make some of those trades, RRQ had that man advantage, and as soon as someone like Skills went on site, he would have been spotted there by the Omen itself. Timeout now called. Global Esports doing this correctly because they want to break the momentum that has been brought out by RRQ. But we're seeing how potent RRQ as a whole can play as a group, can play different members as different anchors, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Nexi who is on that sentinel role to hold down the site. Someone like Draxi can do it, someone like Kelly S can honestly do it, and there's a lot of options right now for the defensive of RRQ because the players themselves can pick up those roles like musical chairs.
Bring them down.
Well, been a considerable stark difference here, Global Esports, in their performance for Ascent compared to map number 1 on Split.
Absolute improvement.
Definitely so, and it's a real big reason, I think, and what we're seeing here is why you see just huge adulation really on the GE side when it comes to their scene. The fans really help bolster this team up and elevate them, and when they've got that support, it seems to pay dividends in the end. He gives himself away, but still gets a kill on the 2GE, unsuspecting. SK Rossi only good for 1, but the damage has been done. Flash, Mills are coming for him, but there's nothing he can really do. He can fend him off for the meantime. Trapped here though, lightning fast, caught by the paranoia and anxious. Draxi finding him, and now the retake can work out. 3v3. They've got the lockdown to utilize here, and that they shall plan it.
Spike planted.
That's the thing, RRQ, despite losing out on the site itself, they have the lockdown, but Kappa, not only does he get attacked, they're lining up for him, and it's just a freebie here. He was going for the lockdown, and he's next in this deal of a century for Global Esports. Philippines finding Flash. Draxi now, he got tagged down by Kappa. 3v1 scenario right in the middle of the trifecta that is Global Esports. There we go with the peak. Draxi though with the third. The HP and the Dream still alive, but Hell Ranger will make it a nightmare instead, dragging him down to the abyss. Global Esports getting back on the board, but that was just some mispositioning, I have to say, for RRQ. You know the Hunter's Fury is coming towards the lockdown, and you still line up for it. Just absolutely scored by the Sova.
Perfect plays here coming in from Global Esports, and yeah, they line up, the timing working out, and fortune favored the bold there. He wasn't way too out of the fight, just enough to chime into it. And
you mean fortune favored Kappa, man? I just want to say that fortune favored Kappa. That was no cap, absolutely on point as again attack pass. But you were saying, sorry about that.
I missed you, Dex.
I missed you too. I love being with you.
Sometimes
Not
that I mind Raph, because I love
I know you and Raph have been buddies for so long. No, sometimes the motherland calls.
Yes.
That was just it. Sometimes you have to do your duty to your nation and duty to your own regional broadcast. It's crazy though. I think we're one of the few talents that can actually do that. Okay, we're assigned here in English, but in a pinch, we still know how to speak the other language. Yeah. So that's cool and all. That's one thing at least we can do. But
if you ever see guys, maybe the pair, because a lot of people in chat were wondering, where is Dax? Where is this? If you ever see, yes, because they're like, oh, I thought it's typically Dax and B&B together.
Yes.
If you ever see one of us missing from our pair, from one of our pairs, then it probably means that we're in a local broadcast in that very moment. And
I can't wait to see Raph in a local broadcast.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if there's many others who do that often, aside from some maybe EU casters.
I think in South Asia they can do that.
Yeah, in South Asia
I know they can flex between Hindi and English if need be. That's cool. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some casters in some of the other sub-regions that can do that too. So tech pause, guys, and we have been tried and tested by APAC for around 2 years now. So by this point, we're just happy to take the chat, take a little bit of a break from the game, which is looking very exciting. And I just have to say one thing. You know, I was thinking why Raph might have the hardest time in Filipino.
Why?
Because he doesn't come from Manila, right? And because of that, the Philippines has like a lot of different dialects, and you might not be too well versed in Filipino if you're coming from somewhere else, because Filipino is rooted in the dialect of Tagalog. So Filipino is the language, it's mostly the dialect of Tagalog. And someone like Raph doesn't necessarily speak that often, right?
And it's actually quite similar to India as well.
Oh yeah.
People are from, where they have so many different main languages. Like Hindi might be the most, I guess, known one for the Western side and for the rest of the world, but they have so much other languages and dialects as well that all contribute into just a big mash of culture, and same as the Philippines. So basically, to make it, it's like asking an Indian caster to cast in Hindi, but he doesn't really know how to speak Hindi. He speaks one of the other languages.
No, I think it's pretty. If you want to make it really simple for understand, you ask someone to perhaps cast in or talk to you in Mandarin, but he only knows Cantonese.
He doesn't know Cantonese, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's the most proper thing. Okay, so story time. We can finish story time here. I have a feeling technical pause should be done soon. I'm looking at this roster right now for Global Esports, and in all honesty, I really want to see from them the strides and improvements that they brought from their local stage, because they have had their struggles from previous results here in APAC. That's pretty much a fact right now. But at the same time, we're seeing here how good they can actually be, how potent they are. And in all honesty, I looked especially against that Alter Ego and Global Esports game.
Yeah.
And one thing I noticed is whenever Alter Ego couldn't play up to the standard, that's when they would be convincingly defeated by Global Esports. That's one thing the South Asian teams have done as improvement moving into APAC this time. They have made many of these games quite the contest. They are making sure their opponents are always playing at a level wherein they should be reacting in time to what the South Asian teams are gonna do. And while it hasn't led to the success of South Asia so far, it does show the improvement that they've had here. And look no further than the team that put South Asia on the Valorant map. Global Esports was the one who got those decisive victories in LCQ to make South Asia worthy for debates. They have been the representative consistently from South Asia, and now they're coming into APAC as the number 1 seed, as the defending champion. So it really just goes to show that even here for Global and for what we saw from Enigma, they're setting and raising the bar as much as possible for their region, and they want to make sure that they can be minimum competitive, but of course their dream to go beyond what is seen from them, to go past the results we have seen, and perhaps even make it all the way to the end of these playoffs, make it perhaps to Masters. Those are the dreams they're looking to make a possibility. And with what we've seen so far in this first half, if they can keep up this level of play and keep being decisive versus RRQ, then it can be possible, honestly, for Global.
Definitely so, and a lot of people look at players like SK Rossi and players like Lightning Fast to get really Global Esports going, but sometimes it matters more how you end the series and how you end the game, and you have to do that strongly. And in that case, a lot of times I look to other players, especially like Skills, who was super important in that Alter Ego match. Although they didn't win the series versus Alter Ego, they did pretty okay, and a lot of that was because of Skills. And especially if you look at the grand finals that they played versus Enigma in the SA scene, they were only, honestly, in my opinion, really able to come back from that series being down like 2-1 to come back and win it 3-2, reverse the sweep, because of Skills in the end on those final maps on Bind and Fracture, of how he was able to really contribute to this Global Esports squad. So I know the big names up there, Lightning Fast, SK Rossi, we acknowledge just how important they are to the team, but the backline of Global is why, especially Skills on that controller, is the real reason why I think they have been at the top of the SA scene as a whole from the get-go. And as you said, they had that great outing versus Damwon, versus Kia last time around during LCQ. But yeah.
Did you say versus Kia? Did they fight the car, Brand? Did they fight the car?
That would be a losing fight, but
I mean, Street Fighter did it. Maybe Valorant could do it too.
They did.
No, okay. Don't you remember way back when the old Street Fighters back in the arcade?
Yes.
After a few fights, there would be that mini game where you beat up the car just to see if you know your combo strings and prepare you for like the harder AI.
I did actually know that.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's one of the oldest like in between campaign mini games that in a fighting game. This is pretty cool. And then Tekken Bowling showed up and whatever Dead or Alive does with volleyball. It's those physics are realistic, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, they're making waves in innovation.
Yes, indeed. And okay, so back on topic, I perhaps am on the Hell Ranger camp. In all honesty, I've loved what we've seen from him in terms of supporting the team, in terms of utility. A few of the amazing plays that SK Rossi have done, especially in that last series, it was because Hell Ranger bought him the time with something like the Flash, something like the Fault Line, to give him the space to work with. And that's why Global, I think that's why Global really sticks around with this roster. They have this chemistry, they have that national pride, all coming from the same region, but most of all, they just have had all that time playing with one another. And it really just goes to show that if they can just raise the bar, raise the standard of each other and the team as a whole, then it can actually work out here for Global. And since we've been talking about for Global quite a while, I think it's the same case for RRQ. Long story short, technically a super team coming in from the Philippines, because these names are familiar faces from worthy contenders against Team Secrets, against, well, some of the APAC scene when they went back to the region. But story time will have to hold for another day, because apparently we're going to go back to us, and this technical pause is going to be a little longer than expected. No problems though, because black and blue, that's just APAC for you. We're used to it by now.
Yeah. Sometimes actually I kind of miss these tech pauses to have.
Oh really? I don't.
To try and chill things out. But we're gonna go into a break to really calm and soothe the nerves, guys. Don't worry because the VCT will be back right after this break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
don't want to lie to you guys. We're not back yet as of yet. We're still waiting on for this deck pause to be ending. But we're gonna have a chat 100% straight with you all. But it's still RRQ versus Global Esports. Truth be told, RRQ very, very dominant map number 1 there on Split. That is really where they claimed their homestead in the PH scene. And it seems like they haven't skipped a beat whatsoever coming into APAC. But now here on Ascent, so much more comfortable from Global Esports. Already a great start for them. And from what we've seen so far, their sharpness has just become even more lethal. SK Rossi pushing where no chamber has gone before and getting away with these kills. Great rotations from Global Esports so far to find the off angles and the weak points of the sites themselves. And despite some anchor efforts there from RRQ that do lead to some rounds, more often than not, it's Global Esports who finds the answers there.
And they've always been innovators here, this GE squad. They've always been really trendsetters and pathfinders for the SA side. We saw them initiate things and get things going right in LCQ, and once more they're trying some new stuff here. That triple initiator that we don't always see, or really normally see in general for APAC, is a really big thing that I want to still continue to talk about, because it was, I think, one of the biggest reasons why their opening half was quite advantageous for them and really proficient. And when they have that refinement, as you talked about, Dex, when they're able to really sharpen their edges and make sure that they can be as refined of a blade as they should be, they're a very scary team for almost any APAC team to go up against. And for RRQ, they almost seem like they're not exactly used to what they're seeing here, being almost surprised at what is at store.
I mean, let's not forget RRQ, it's their first outing here in APAC, and looking at their matchup against Sersha yesterday, I think there is that shell shock factor right now. They were shocked a little bit by Bleed in the play-ins. That's why they dropped down to that lower bracket. We saw it there, especially in the first map against Sersha, that they couldn't handle that kind of pressure. And case in point, yet again right now, here the first half of Ascent, it's starting to happen yet again to RRQ. Why is that so? Maybe it's just really that inexperience playing on the tournament stage in the region compared to their contemporaries from the PH side. And in complete contrast, we have already said it before we went on that small little break there, Global Esports has been one of the faces, and truly the face, that India and South Asia put forward into APAC. They've always been representative, they've always been there, they've always had this roster ever since that LCQ run that they've had, and they have been a testament to South Asian success as a whole. So if anyone can do it, perhaps it can really be Global Esports right now. But in all honesty, we're just waiting for things to be ready yet again. So, Black and Blue, what do you want to talk about right now? Tech pause time. We just get a chat on broadcast. That's what we get paid for, apparently.
Before you enter the break, Dax, you're kind of touching up upon, Hellranger and how he brings things to the table. And I have a more, I guess, simplistic reason why I like the man, because he has a very damn cool name. And that's something that I see quite common, actually, in a lot of the Indian scene. You got Hellranger, you got Deathmaker, and I wouldn't even be surprised if there's somebody out there named like Doomslayer or something, right? Because of how they really embody, I guess, that more, I don't know, what's the proper term for that?
You just say edgy. It's pretty edgy, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm an edgy man, and I appreciate a bit of edge here and there.
I think my favorite names are, I like Antidote a lot. I like that thing. It just feels so, it's like I am the antidote. I am the solution to your problems, man. You can think about that. I also like Right to Ace. If you feel me, it's your right to get the ace. No, that's his claim. That's what he's looking for. But you know what's the name I like the most? Black and Blue.
I knew it. It's gonna go there. You flatter me too much, but
of course, my friend.
I mean, what else? What else is there for us to really be so, I guess, amazed by? Aside,
the problem sometimes about these tech boss stuff. I think one of the time when we usually hang out is usually nightlife stuff, and I don't think we can really talk about these kind of things here on broadcast. It's just. You remember what happened?
Not on this broadcast.
Not on this broadcast, that's for sure. I was with Bill a while ago, and we were just having those bar conversations, and you already knew. And one of the funniest moments, I think, for us was way back when in VCTPH, where we had that one story coming into the first week of VCTPH, and every tech boss, we would start telling that story, and then realize, oh, this is not safe. It's the
What
one
story?
at the romantic island where we showed up and we got involved in a scuffle, to say the least, between familial bonds, if you remember.
Yeah, luckily no one was like, hey, aren't you Dax?
Dude, I was wearing a jersey with my name behind me. And like, thank God it didn't go viral or anything. That whole issue there got resolved so quickly. But
Fortunately, normally, whenever there's any sort of recognition, it's because of more wholesome events and wholesome outcomings, not ones of tall tales.
yeah, I've seen someone go up to Black and Blue and ask for an autograph, basically.
No, that has never happened in the history of it.
No, the one time. So we all went, guys. So we all went to a restaurant.
Let's
No,
move on
this is
from
a
the
real
story.
story. This
I
is
don't
a
like
real
these
story.
stories.
No, I'm gonna tell this story. So we were at American Diner, and we all came together as like the VCTPH crew. And the waiters recognized Black and Blue immediately.
They
were
recognized
like,
us, not me, okay? Us.
what do you mean us? You were like name dropped. You were top the first. I could see that their eyes turned into stars. Be like, oh, it's the Black and Blue. OMG.
No, he's just a Valorant fan. He only recognizes because I was the one ordering for us, okay? To be fair, when we went there with another pro team and they were all in jerseys, they were like, oh, it's you guys. So, no,
I didn't come. You didn't invite me.
Oh, it wasn't my invitation to send. It wasn't mine to send, but a panelist of ours who isn't here anymore. Rest in peace. May his soul ever be
Whoa. He's
fluffy.
still fine. Honestly, he's fine now. He can get back to work whenever his
he's
days
going.
allot him yet again.
He's going to get that bread, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I know what kind of favorite bread type he does have, but then again, without roasting him too much since he's not here, what else can we talk about? I'm looking at the map pool right now, and let's perhaps mix in some of this personal time with a bit of analysis to weave here. Haven is next in Global Esports. Can get it. Oh, never mind. Screw it. We're going back to the present. We're going already into Ascent. No cues whatsoever. I just heard Nexi suddenly say turret outs. And now we're back in to the game. Global, though, they have the momentum. They have the rounds. And hopefully they can keep it up despite the tech pause that just occurred. The rifles abound. Hero rifle, though, for Draxi. And it does seem like there might be a more offensive onslaught here from RRQ. Global, though, trying to find an angle towards both sides right now.
I like that initial plan to try and throw the C's out with a paint shell to follow up in case they got a lucky kill.
I mean, that's the combo.
That is a combo. That's like the combo right now. It used to be Gravity Well plus paint shell, but now, hey, they got a throwable one of those, so might as well, right? Draxi can afford that rifle, so it's a good call for him to be buying up on that. They're stacking this A site, but Global not dissuaded by the initial utility play here towards B main. Looking to dip in once more as Flash is rotating away from the site. It is completely clear, and the user null command okay for the B site here in the take.
At least more space now being created, and RRQ deciding the retake is the only viable choice at this instance. They have the lesser guns, and if they can't use those abilities whatsoever, it becomes even more difficult. But Global, they're a bit wary of the lack of presence here from RRQ right now. We're not seeing SK Rossi push over to that CT side, but Skills is the one who pushes back towards home, and Kelly S is the first to fall along the road. Skills, though, still contesting. Paranoia a little too late to help out Nexi. Kappa finding Flash also. RRQ are getting some trades, sure, but it's not as substantial as of yet. Still Draxi getting that takedown. Nightfall now to go for the isolation, but Kappa still wins! Kappa does it yet again, and it's free for Kappa as Global Esports will hold down that B side and win out the round.
He puts a cap on the round, and Global Esports secure 8 rounds here in the opening half. What they're supposed to do, what we've been waiting for them to do against that eco here. But now, I do think that even though they were able to win the round, they saved that null command to try and counteract the Nightfall that could have come in the next round. It could have been good, but the fact that RRQ burned their Nightfall in that round will actually make things more difficult for them here moving forward. They could have comboed that with maybe the Showstopper if they're able to get it here, or the Hunter's Fury. And cutting that sound cue will make things much more difficult for Global to react in that case, but it doesn't come. Cosmic Divide, the only real ultimate here aside from the Shadows of RRQ that either side can utilize. They're holding, waiting, biding their time. Draxi Just be careful here not to overpeak and remain disciplined.
I'm still can't get over it though. That was huge from Kappa. The Nightfall right behind him wins at that duel. And it was just a slight split second thing there for RRQ twice over onto the B main. But now the sync is true for Global Esports instead. They're running now in the 90s and they're looking to go gas. Step on the gas and step on Nexi, who falls pretty quickly. Lightning Fast though, yet again with the ambition. 3 for Lightning Fast before he is felled. But the damage has been done and look at Global Esports take their claim in quite a convincing fashion. Get fighting on back. Now we get a TP on the way from SK Rossi as he whiffs the shot. Kappa though, he felt the clutch before. Can he do it yet again alongside SK Rossi? Flash on the board. Tugi is there! And RRQ only with an army of 2 to get it back. 4-8 now. Some great recovery there from RRQ in the end.
They don't even use a Hunter's Fury aside from popping it off in the end. RRQ, they get the round 4-8. Well, I mean, to be fair, he only got it because he got the final kill in the first place. But 4-8, yes. And RRQ, they get that final round of the half to maybe bring some momentum into this one. But this position by Draxi just so ill-advised. They don't have information. There's nothing for him to play off of. There isn't something like maybe a star or a gravity well or any sort of utility to help him actually make that initial kind of hold work out for him to be able to back off safely. And he gets heftily punched for it, but luckily the rest of RRQ there is ready to back him up and, well, more like really save the round when it should have been.
Yeah, it was quite the strenuous effort there for the last remaining members of RRQ because they had to shut down Lightning Fast first, so already hard contested the Raptors position. And because of that kill, that allowed them to actually drop on site and finally find those isolation plays there from Global Esports. So great opportunities taken there by RRQ. Heroic efforts, though, in the face of absolutely overwhelming adversity. And I think the timing was just a bit better from RRQ because they went in, and I believe Hellranger was still trying to support the rest of the roster in peeking towards the rafters, but that quick decision from RRQ netting them those kills instead. So timeout right now because it is halftime. A little bit of a break here. And I think for RRQ, if they want to keep things up, on the uptake rather, then they have to pick up the pace even more so. That might be the one way they can shut down this Global Esports defense. Because when you look at the setup, right, it's still triple initiator. And what's one thing that the initiator has to do before using those utilities? It's pretty much prime it. You need to be ready with the utility in hand between the KO, the Sova, and the Breach. And if RRQ can find the perfect timing as the cast comes from Global Esports, then that is the perfect moment for them to get in their faces and to get those takedowns. That's why, you know, initiators are there for initiation. They need to set things up compared to someone like a Sentinel, right? Or in this case, someone like the Chamber and the Astra, wherein they already have the setup with the stars and the trademark, and they will just wait for someone to peek before triggering it.
That's a good point to make here, Dax. There's two real ways RRQ could play this, right? Either they play contact because there's no turret, there is no spy cam, there is no tripwire, not real much information gathering passively aside from that one trademark that SK Rossi has got. So all the information to be gathered here by Global has to be done actively with a cast time, with maybe that knife, or especially the recon bolt here coming from Kappa. So that's all they're going to be able to utilize. And if they find the timings here, as you said, and especially the right site to go to in that round, then Global Esports might be caught trying to fend off a push that is, little do they know, already inside the door. And that's what RRQ can utilize. But at the same time as well, with Global Esports, now it might sound counterintuitive because they don't have a duelist. And on a map like Ascent, typically defender-sided, you might think, oh, no duelist, now that means they're really playing for the defensive side, but it's in the name of what they've got. Initiators. They have to initiate, and if they don't get a chance to re-initiate into the fight, then they're going to be struggling. Anchoring down and holding is going to be difficult for the Global Esports defensive side here. If they aren't rather able to get that early info to be able to prep themselves for the re-initiate, the re-attack, the re-hit, then they will struggle to really hold on to the site with really no real sentinels aside from SK Rossi on that chamber. But one would argue that he's kind of midway there between what a real sentinel would be and what a duelist could be.
Well, like, simply put, right, just Global Esports, they need to be the ones to set up the rules. They need to be the ones to define how these engagements are gonna go, because it can be perilous, especially when there's a man named Kelly S who just blasts backs towards you and gets in your face. But perhaps especially someone like SK Rossi, some quick flicks, some incredible shots. That is what he is known for so far, and that is what possibility here wherein Global Esports can come out ahead in those kind of duels. But technical pause! Yet again. Well, it's just that kind of series that we see sometimes in APAC. So while we have the time, have you seen the new map there, Black and Blue?
I have. What's the name of it again?
Pearl?
Pearl, there. I think it's a very apt name, considering how shiny and splendid, shimmering it does look.
I'm gonna say it right now. It reminds me of Inferno.
Yeah, in a way.
There's a crawl space! There's a crawl space!
There definitely is. There's another map from a different game. It kind of reminds me of... I
What's it
forget
called?
exactly the name, but it was a 6v6 shooter. You might be quite familiar
Yeah,
with
yeah,
it.
no, like, what do you mean? The map itself or the aesthetic?
The aesthetic.
Ah, Dorado, okay, I got
Yes,
you now.
yes,
I
there.
got you now.
Doritos, yes, that one.
Just because it's in the similar hemisphere doesn't mean it's the same country, man.
I'm not saying it is, but you can't deny the likeliness.
Okay, okay.
Okay, maybe you can. But
You can, honestly. But I've seen how it kind of plays. It's actually pretty tight, to say the least. I wouldn't be surprised to see, like, Sages and Fades be useful in it. And have you been able to try it firsthand?
No, I have not. Have you? You can't say, I bet.
Wait! Oh my... You just reminded me, I actually have access! I completely forgot.
Is that something you're
preparing
supposed to
for
be
the
saying
cast.
right
No,
now,
it's fine.
Dax?
I mean, the embargo is lifted. Everyone
Okay.
is posted content about it. Oh yeah, I can actually access it. I completely forgot that I have an access account for it. Okay, I know what I'm doing tonight after this broadcast. I was so busy.
Eating a sandwich.
Ah, okay, sure. Have a good meal there. I was so busy yesterday getting vocal rest just so my voice can actually handle a series yet again. And then I just had a few VODs on that I completely forgot about what was going on. Apparently, there was a lot of things on social media and a lot of releases last night. And then I woke up just like, okay, new map, cool. And then you remind me. I checked my email. It's like, oh yeah, I can actually check out the new map. So thank you, Black and Blue, for giving me something else to do today besides do the usual go out and be merry. This halftime though. Okay, so this halftime still continues. The technical pause is gone. So I'm not too sure if we're still in a break or not, because this because yeah, we've been waiting for quite a while. That's all I gotta say about that.
Well, it's a wait that we aren't
It's the usual.
Yeah, not used to.
I think though it's just hard. It's just really APAC has the hardest infrastructure to get everything to work together, right? Because there's just so many different regions, not just like connected by land, but some of them disconnected by water, different ISPs, different peoples, and case in point right now, just to compete in APAC, you have Order from OCE from Australia, who flew from Australia to Thailand, and Global Esports, the better example in the series itself, flying from India to play in Singapore just for better ping. So it really goes to show that these guys have to make those sacrifices, have to make those adjustments just to compete at the level that they're accustomed to. And well, we're accustomed to the game starting, and seems like we are almost ready to get back into it. Pistol round yet again. Global Esports in the lead. And what would it say about Global if they can get this victory? It can say they can contend against RRQ, and they can contend with the rest of APAC. RRQ looking to shatter that dream. And here we go now into the pistol.
RRQ holding off for the meantime, knowing Global like to initiate on these defensive opening pistols. And SK Rossi this time actually has his headhunter in the pistol round, but they're rotating off here towards the A site. That gives them the Bravo site. We've seen this exact scenario happen in RRQ's, rather in Global's favor last time around, but that's RRQ who are reaping the benefits of this, well, I guess, misread. Lightning fast makes contact. He has his fragment to try and fend him off, and it isolates Kelly S here, but they're going to be able to hold on for the meantime. Now the rotation is coming from Global. They close the door, really, the switch being shut here in Lightning Fast's face. And Kelly, yes, he can push it as soon as it's open, so lightning fast, he has to be careful. On the swing, the right click connects, and they get the opening pick. The plant will go down as well here next.
A hard contact might be the bane of Global's existence. Kelly S looking to keep going at that weakness rather. Aldron though searching for a target, putting Global Esports into the corner. And it's RRQ imposing their will towards this B side. Kappa though with a find onto Kelly S. Big pick off to start things off, allows Global to get more space over onto the speedway if ever. But be careful because B main has Nexi and he's right there behind you, getting the slays, getting the takedowns alongside his usual partner in crime, Draxi. RRQ winning out that pistol relatively convincingly. As soon as they set up on site, they just had so many angles of opportunities, and while Global was able to clear one, they couldn't clear them all.
Now, theoretically, that would be the kind of scenario that would help kind of Global out, because they get to set themselves, they get to prep themselves for the retake, but the fact that they lost lightning fast early on made things a lot more difficult, especially with RRQ winning all that gunfight, all the gunfights, really. So allows them to buy full Spectres Abound. Global utilize what little they have got. On the swing here, look at this. SK Rossi trying to go a bit aggressive. Rendezvous back into safety. Living to fight on another minute, but it's RQ who want to re-hit this B site. 2 initiators on the site, so if they're able to prep themselves, this could be disastrous, but they've got pistols, and it doesn't seem like they're none the wiser, pretty much, to what's about to happen. Kelly, yes. Oh, perfect Boombot trip to throw out that gives away their intentions and their hold. That's going to be a quick shutdown here from RRQ. Kelly, yes, a double for him. And the site, well, ripped wide open.
Yeah, nice try there from Global, but that's what the Boombot does. Clears out the corner, says, "Hello, what you doing there?" The shorty surprise has already been spotted before anything else. Pagels though, flushing SK Rossi out. Nice rendezvous position to allow it to back on over, and SK Rossi still gets one before he gets spelled by that crowd looking to not adore him there. Now then, 4v2 scenario. Quite a distance for Global Esports to try and contest with, and this is looking pretty convincing here from RRQ. If Global though can get 2 more exit frags that can help them out in the long run. Lightning fast though, contending against Draxi, but he's there to just overrun the competition. And RRQ have brought the bulldozer for the last 2 rounds. This time though, guns are out, Global ready to protest.
Piece by piece, brick by boring brick, they're constructing the comeback here for RRQ. And Kelly, yes, he is so proficient at those blast packs. It makes me only think, I wish I could, because he is looking like a complete maestro. A complete gap closer, really. One of the quickest and speediest of speedsters we've seen this entire APAC stage so far. The fact that he can close pretty much an entire site worthy of space has been a big point here that RQ have been utilizing. Such an explosive player, and that he does. Makes it out of the gravity well, and gets himself on the backside, but that space is going to be hard fought for. Still in the peak though, way too many moles to find, but he doesn't knock any of them. Next he gets that trade, and Flash finds the opening pick here as well. Everything going RQ's way! Only Hellranger can answer back, and even with the, well, business here, and Global have to try and cement. It's all in his skills. This is looking disastrous right now for RRQ.
Yeah, the pressure of a whole click just watching you from the speedway. It got too fast there for Global Esports to handle. And it was already a great start. That was huge from skills. That gravity well could have been the start of something new, but RRQ, they persevered. They went straight for that site. And that allowed them to just overrun Global Esports yet again. What could have been their hope has now become their folly. Skills though still falling the opposition. Skills that kills can get the double. Will he find more? But the heads will show. And it's Flash who gets the headshot onto Skills there in the end, decapitating the opposition. And it's now a 1-round gap. RRQ have found recovery here on their attacking side. And Global Esports looking a little powerless to stop them because they're on Nico state.
Economy in shambles. Wall Street, not too happy about how the stocks have been going down here in this round and in this map number 2. RRQ continuing what they've built upon. An ascent. I said this is going to be a better map for Global by far compared to Split. And it already is, right? But good might not be enough. It has to be a great map for Global to come back against this RRQ who have really been, I guess, performing super well. And I'm saying comeback with them with a round lead, yes, but that is ignoring what the round says, but really looking at how the momentum has shifted here in RRQ's favor quite heavily, actually. And a lot of the symptoms that we said could be problematic decks because of the triple initiator composition that Global are pulling out were quite evident in that last round. They weren't able to set themselves and prep themselves to fend off that take, and without them initiating and really, I guess, putting down what the pace should be, we saw that they really do struggle to, I guess, fend off and dissuade a very aggressive approach that RQ can pull.
Oh, that's not. That was big for Lightning Fast at least. Now this might scare off RRQ, but Draxi, he is fear himself, and he's now able to get that takedown. RRQ though a bit hesitant without Kelly S. We see this a lot. If they lose Kelly S, they're not as hasty as you would expect. And this allows Global actually to go for the Convergent. A nice backstab here, courtesy of Skills. Will he get the takedown? That's the question. Nexi though finding Hellraiser Flash on the board, but Skills getting quick assassination over on the Flash. And as we do see RRQ setting up towards the site, this allows Global Esports to transfer some guns and look for some firepower against the opposition. Time ticking on away, and Global trying to make the retake work.
They can still make things happen here. No armor on Skills. Paranoia connects 2v3, one on the lane. And looking like Skills wants to dip into that stairs position on the peak. Nexi still somehow comes away with that fight in his favor. And the Haunt is going to keep Skills at bay. They know where he is. He's got full HP, but no armor to fend off any single bullet. But the head being found here by Draxi takes him off. And Global, they give up the lead. RRQ take the round back. And once more, Dax, if we see more of those symptoms come true where you really, especially with a triple initiator, have to set yourself and they don't get that opportunity. If they aren't able to slow down the pace here, they won't have that flexibility that having a duelist like Kelly S on that Raze will offer.
But not all hope was lost for Global Esports. You can see it there. They get Kelly S immediately, full stop from the full send of RRQ. And that can be something they can work with, given the fact that Skills is willing to play that flank. They have many ways to control the tempo. And I think, simply put in a sentence, initiate as the initiators. They need to be the ones to throw out an opportunity first. They need to be the ones to get something done initially, because that's the only real way they're going to be able to keep that momentum in their favor. They can go for something like the Gravity Wall to stall out the push. They can go for a simple peek with perhaps a stun, some intel, but it just needs to be something a bit more proactive now from Global, because we're seeing the shades of it for the past two rounds. We're seeing the possibilities that can defeat RRQ, but the will to still push for RRQ is able to supersede that. And that's the only reason why RRQ right now is in the lead, since they're still have been tenacious enough to push despite the hiccup along the road.
And you can see that when they aren't able to set themselves, and because of the fact that they don't have that more passive information gathering like a trademark might offer if they had two trademarks and better, but so many times they're surprised that the push is going their way. This time around, not though, because they found that early information actively, which is what they need to do. As we talked about, they have lots of active information gathering, but not as much passive. So the lack of information could be information in of itself. In this case, the scan here from Flash keeps him at bay. He's waiting here towards mid, but has to bail out when he can.
My personal opinion is that these are fine, because some of these utilities can regenerate, that can come back into the round, and this dissuades RRQ from pushing towards the site. There are still utilities that you can hold back with. There are still utilities that you can utilize to prevent the initial push, and Global Esports understanding that even more so now after learned lessons. SK Rossi, though, that could have been crucial for the side of Global, and because of that, Kelly is able to let it rip, and the showstopper finds its marker anyway. RRQ, though, not done, taking some angles of opportunity. Kelly S over to the corner, perhaps towards the market he can just lurk into. Beyond that, Global has a different plan of action. B may now potentially can be controlled by Global. Alarm bot, so spotting at the flank, and this will force Tuget to go a little bit deeper into the corner there instead. Nice drive from Lightning Fast as Swing comes in, and Global Esports will get the takedown. They burn Kelly as they catch on Tuget, and really rat stuffed out here by Global Esports. They're looking to play into the National League, and they're trying to set the standard even more so. Move forward, Global, because this is your retake to get. 9-8 now, as Global will keep the lead in their favor.
Incredible retake here coming from Global Esports. So efficient and so proficient in that factor. And RRQ not able to hold things down. Once they were able to get B main, which is a very important piece of that B site retake. You knew that there was a real chance that, well, they could win this one global. Initially, I was wondering, where is the rendezvous from SK Rossi to be able to fall back and dodge that showstopper? But even without that spec, it comes into lightning fast's hands, and electrifying performance we are seeing from this man. 22 frags already here in round 18. See if we can continue it even further. Initial contact being made, and was really well about that round X is that they knew, they were prepared because they were actively gathering information of what they had, and that's what they have to do with a triple initiator comp here in defense.
And here we go again. Shot alert and the reconnaissance from Kappa into the takedown by lightning fast. Perfection improved here by Global Esports. It's looking even better for them with the amount of utilities that they have here. They cannot be playing passive. They have to be the ones actively racing against the opposition. It feels like for Global, they understand their role now, but Nexi is not done with this game. Kappa, though, done with the contest of Kelly S. He's able to effectively make a trade and the numbers work. RRQ now, options looking limited. They're moving towards that east side, but Hellraiser awaiting the Cubby contest if ever. Flash being primed. Skills, though, just right in front of the opposition, but the timing to turn around! Heartbreaking here for Skills, and now Nexi breaking the neck of Hellraiser instead. Opens things up here for RRQ. That could have been perfect for Skills, but it's just unfortunate that he backs off at the last moment. Maybe a whisper in the ear, but it's pretty clear now that RRQ has taken a side for themselves.
They flipped the script, turned the coin on its head, and deception sold to the crowd. Global Esports not even realizing where he was there in RRQ's favor. It's the save to be called, the right call to make. Hard to retake with a mere operator sometimes. Not that it's a weak weapon, but it's just the intrinsic nature of it will not favor that intent. So, round here taken by RRQ, but still good stuff being shown from Global. If not for that one mistake, then it definitely could have been the round. It was almost looking like it. We saw that active information gathering, right? They throw the shock darts out, gather info in mid, have lightning fast, peek that short position to get the trade off of the immediate info. And that type of stuff is going to be a big problem for RRQ still moving forward. They lose the round here, Global, but I don't think they're out of the fight at all.
They're not. They understand now what is very effective from what they've been doing so far. And that was looking very convincing at the start of the round. Heroics yet again from RRQ. A bit of fortune also finding their favor. If you think about it, if Skills took one more step, he would have seen Draxi there setting up those smokes, and that could have been panic time there for RRQ if ever. But an open towards A site means that's around there towards RRQ. And here we go again. Tied scoreline right now, though, between SEA and South Asia. RRQ, the first of 3 consecutive BH teams trying to survive, vying against other squads in elimination. 2 today, 1 tomorrow. On the flip side, though, South Asia's last hope, GE fighting, and GE looking to win out the map to continue on with the series. But already, setups here from Skills can dissuade RRQ if ever. Kelly S needs to be absolutely adept at altitude if he wants to clear these angles. And look at SK Rossi go on top yet again. If this operator can find Kelly S priming that blast back, that should be a secure shot that he won't miss twice. It's getting scary though for RRQ. They feel like something is amiss and something is right behind them, or basically in front of them rather. Presence though has been detected, and next he wings it with a wide swing there. SK Rossi goes down, lightning fast though, makes the trade work from the speedway, and now he's creeping on closer. Aldro though from Flash, and Kelly S playing protection. A great time to bring out the drone through the smoke, and it's RRQ taking advantage. Kappa though trying to hold from the market. This doorway can lead to a world of possibilities here for Global Esports. Flash also being covered up by Skills. Hellranger, Rolling Thunder, Hello, the ground quake over this floating island, but Kelly S is the one ascending to different heights. He's looking for more Hellranger right behind the smoke. Here comes Skills yet again as Tuja will get caught on that. But the Fury though the call. A barrage here from Flash, and the lightning striking Hellranger now. Disengage from Kelly S. Skills creeping on closer and closer, but it's 3v1 and it's difficult now for Skills. He's gonna have to go for the save, and heartbreak again for Global Esports as RRQ have put their flag down and are looking to take the round.
Big round for the Philippine hopefuls here, and Kelly S ends it off. The appropriate man to get the job done. He had such an important play in that round. Now, Nexi, he got it going, but it was Kelly S who really kept them in that fight. When they threw out the Rolling Thunder here, Global Esports, coming from Hellranger, the one player I was looking at was Kelly S because he was that one guy who was within the site but wouldn't have been affected because of his position on logs. And the kill that he needed to find here on Kappa, he did. Barring just, a small pixel, shoots his hand, takes him down, but still, he gets that kill. And it allows RQ to be really assured that the follow-up to Global is not going to come after that Rolling Thunder. It allows him to wait in the site, and even if 2GE fell, the fact that Kelly S already bought them so much time really helped them out in the end. And Global, they give up the round, but SK Rossi lurking here all the way towards mid. The aggressive push from Global has taken that grasp, but now they can execute here to the A side as RQ. They're waiting. Oh, there's no way Nexi expects this.
Oh, and he doesn't. The Spectre hits the head and sprays him dead. Nightfall, though, has been allotted here by RRQ, trying to change the time of this round, trying basically to change their fate. And look at Draxi go be ambitious, but SK Rossi, he's going hunting here. No one can stop this rifle whatsoever. Honto gonna get broken on down. Hot Fury is the call here from Kappa. And it's just dissuading RRQ from putting that spike down whatsoever. Big time plays from the big man himself, SK Rossi. And it's 10-10 as Global win out on Thrifty and tie up the scoreline.
You want to talk about active playing? That there it is. Taking things into their own hands and not letting it be set down to fate. Really controlling and setting the pace here. And I get it. In those situations, Draxi, you have to go for a bit of a risk. You want to try and find a way to equalize the odds. And it's a gambit that you have to run, but just the way it was executed, not working out well. Maybe if he pied that smoke on the outer corner towards the switch and looked towards grass first, things could have been better. But hindsight is 2020. RRQ call a timeout. Their final one of this. Try and slow things down. It's Global. They're the ones who are spinning the orb.
It's SK Rossi making up for some unfortunate whiffs there in the previous rounds. Big pick-off onto Kelly as to start things off. And the fact that it opened up so much space for Global Esports, the fact that it gave them mid-control essentially, RRQ didn't respect that whatsoever. And you can see it there, Nexi getting caught out by top mid. Just another angle that SK Rossi could take. And it just goes to show that Global Esports, a potent squad, given the right situation. 25 kills, though, on Lightning Fast. This is why he's the one who's playing that duelist role right now. He's the one who's been playing that phrase. Global Esports has defined many of their compositions with the new hotness that is Raze chambered together. And they're looking, of course, to show their brand, to show their style to the APAC scene and beyond. But here we go again, RRQ. Can they consent even more so? Kelly S now holding the corner. This is Defiant. Very aggressive right now from Global Esports. But this is RQ's team to win, basically. Hellranger, though, fighting back, looking to change that fate. Draxi trades him. And it's 3v2 now. Advantage for RRQ. RQ's just put it on the contest, but Global Esports, they were happy to try at the very least to vie for that position. Shock starts now flying on by. Heldo being taken here by Global. SK Rossi hit by the paranoia, and it's difficult now to come out the smoke because of that.
Whatever difficulty it might be, you're gonna have to try and pull it off. The operator has made its way out in SK Rossi's hands. He's got, obviously, the headhunter, just in case the fight goes up close, but the retake here is gonna be difficult for them. They've got good postman positions, RRQ. Still, though, Kappa, he gets a pick off the peeking player here from RRQ. Flash equalizes the odds a bit more in their favor. 2-1. SK Rossi very low on the swing. He gets the kill, but Nexi doesn't let it up to chance. 11th round here for RRQ. They're going back and forth, and nobody closing the door just yet.
That was quick draw, though, from SK Rossi. Could have been the ult into the headhunter and call it a day, but that smoking gun apparently fired by RRQ as they still stand. It was a great deny by Hellranger, don't get me wrong, versus that showstopper. But this time, RRQ getting the right read and the right coalescence of each other, everyone crowding around towards that A main, and it allows them to have that numbers advantage. I think that's one thing RRQ does a little bit differently compared to their PH contemporaries, is when they group up, they really like to narrow down how they're positioned, how they can immediately make those trades. And it does become overwhelming if you see the whole RRQ squad running at you, but lightning fast, only seeing one and taking one down. Individuals will fall in front of Global Esports because they're winning at the duels, they're getting the honor that they need, and they're getting the space also to push on board. SK Rossi playing the gun game, but 2G gunning him down. Hellranger protecting the middle as Draxi tries to lurk that way. But this is now Global Esports all across the map. They are global, they are worldwide right now here on Ascent, and it's only 2G is stuck here in the middle, but he gets unstuck at least, tries to get out of the situation with the Qeon skills, moves over to that A site, but look at the damage that has been done by Global. 3v1, and it's perilous stakes for 2G yet again.
He's got 40 HP. This ask might be a bit too big, even for a player like him who has had incredible clutches, even on Ascent in the past, in the play-ins, where we saw him get that 3K clutch. But now, 2GE. So by this time, he has to kind of go for a bit more of an aggressive play here, I think, or at least find an early pick, because if he just lets himself be filtered down, there it goes. Lightning fast gets the kill, and if you can't isolate those fights, there's no real chance. RRQ, give up the round, is Global taken by storm, really. We love these rounds we're seeing from them. So ferocious that it's been hard for RRQ to stop the madness of Global throw at them.
Yeah, the best rounds from Global Esports come from immense map control. We see it here. If they can get the flank, more often than not, they can get that victory. We started with skills playing towards B main. Now top mid being a contentious point that RRQ needs to watch. It does put quite a question right now on the plans of RRQ. What should they do to try and deal with this? Because they don't always leave the flank check. They try to rely on the turret as much as possible. But there are times where I look at the positioning of RRQ because they're so deep towards the site or towards the advance that I think sometimes the turret isn't activated there by Nexi and his range. So that's already problematic for RRQ because they're getting flanked, and they have decided to rectify that by leaving Nexi on an island right behind them. So it's a 4-man push towards A main. Can be controlled a little bit more here by Global, especially with the Astra in check. But lightning fast and skills, they have a job to do.
They have a lot of work to be done, yes, but I'm sure they're up to the task. 4 hostiles detected, all the information gathered here by Global, and this is going to be difficult for RRQ to try and push into. Now that, well, really, the jig is up. They still have the spike here, holding off on the flank just in case it does come, but here comes the paranoia. Connects skills, waiting in the sight. He has to go big. Kelly has his back turn. What is he doing? Where is he looking? What is he addressing? Lightning fast and Hellranger completely shut down. The push here from RRQ. It's all on the Nexi. A flawless round seeming to be.
1v5 scenario, and Nexi, he just leave his team alone for a while bits. And well, Global Esports will just slay them all where they stand. This is it. Map points for Global Esports. Survival of South Asia at stake. And if they win this, we go to a decider there on Haven. But you mentioned it, Elias not looking really the right direction. They didn't clear out the generator as much as they wanted, but it all started with the intel that Lightning Fast provided. Whether they pushed it or not, Global Esports already knew what was going on. One was watching the flank because the Killjoy was not part of that crowd. Everyone willing to push it, and it was just Global adept at holding it down. But here we have it, Acemaker himself, Kelly S, the heartbeat of RRQ, trying to throb as much as possible. Really, these beats per minute can only be better if Kelly S can get that beat down on. But Lightning Fast has a glimpse, and he now knows Kelly S is there, but turn around just to die! Sees the KO, slay him where he stands. Lightning Fast on the board, not only that, the no command is there. Lockdown though, gonna get broken on down, and the Rolling Thunder for control, but Nexi is not done. Lightning Fast though, they're starting the opposite.
Oh my!
Here comes Nexi, and he just goes in big! Skills though, able to get two give versus Skills. Battle of the Monsters here, the Prowler is there, able to seek, and able to win for RRQ. 2 GE, 2 clutch for GE. RRQ force overtime.
Oh my goodness! When you need a big-time player, 2GE is as huge as any of them. Global Esports, that was looking like a round that could have been theirs. Kelly S taking that short position when you don't really need to. Holding the grass, even push, maybe in towards heaven, but short. After you've cleared it, you don't really need that position anymore. There's no way someone's going to rotate from that late in the round, but still. At the end of it, RRQ get the job done. When it seemed so dire that one Prowler could have been the difference, but in the end, we go into overtime. The first of potentially many here between a matchup that looking like doesn't want to end just yet.
It got so tense. Only heartbreak there for Global Esports. It's the man who has been absolutely on point in those perilous situations. They're on the other side of the generator, and the Prowler seeking its prey at the very end. RRQ, absolute predators here right now, as they are hunting down Global Esports as much as possible as they sniff out the rotates towards a 3-man hold here, especially with KeleS playing from the garden area. But Global, they know they can do this. They know they have been effective on the attacking side a while ago. They're trying to replicate those results. Aldrone, though, thrown on out. We get a bit of intel here for Global. But the biggest thing that's looking at me right now is SK Rossi in absolute glass cannon arsenal here. Operator in hand, only has the rendezvous available. And here we have it. Can he hit the shots to open things up for Global?
But the thing is, I don't think RRQ going to give him that opportunity. They smoked off the A main position. They don't peek knowing that the operator is there now. It's Global Esports who want to take this B site. Market has been seized by them, but let's see if it's going to be closed for the meantime. Shop open, yes, but lightning fast. He's making this entry very fast into that site, but KeleS takes him down even quicker than he anticipated. Skills on the refrag. He does get it, and everything going Global Esports' way at the end. 2v3, and this is going to be so difficult now for RQ to try and retake, especially when SK Rossi is holding down B main with an op.
Oh no, but Draxi throwing out that smokes. They have an inkling that SK Rossi is playing that operator, coming in from a longer angle. They're contesting the site immediately, but Hellranger diagonally across Tuget, taking him down before he can even contest. The Rolling Thunder is perfect, and Global Esports yet again with the advantage. 30-12 now. GE are hungry for a map number 3, are hungry for a victory. And they're trying to just push RRQ away from this buffet.
This could be it, Dax. This could be the round where Global Esports take the map away from RRQ. Attacking side now, everything flipping on over, and a great hold here coming from Global. The call to go towards that market and mid was the right one in that moment, and they won all the gunfight skills here. Important frags for him to find to trade out KeleS. And he has always been such a consistent piece of the supporting puzzle that Global need. Defensive side now, though. Let's see how this works on out. A site once again under attack for the meantime. SK Rossi once more trying to replicate that success with an operator here towards that A site, but RQ, they're falling back, looking for a different avenue.
But dies by the op there, black and blue. It's his signature weapon, and one of the reasons why he's found more success on this chamber in this day and age. The fact that he can get away with the operator, the fact that he has an operator for an ultimate. SK Rossi would love to be able to point that long barrel the direction of RRQ, but RRQ, they have rescinded that invitation. They say no to the RSVP, and they have their own party to hold towards that B side. Crossfire though being set up here. We already get Kappa throwing out the darts. Odin also in hand, and a perfect spray can go huge here for the side of Global. Kappa though absolutely blinded. The blind fire though scaring off RRQ. Skills into the corner. Fragment is there too, and the stall unreal from Global so far.
Time is ticking. They've burned the stars here, yes, from the Global Esports side, so Skills doesn't have much skills to work with. But Kappa, this Odin's going to be huge. KeleS wins out the fight, though. They have to clear logs, but Skills, he gets a double! So does KeleS! 2GE, quick on the trade. 2v3 right now. Hellranger and SK Rossi. Retake going to be difficult with the operator in the hands of SK Rossi, but they're going to have to make it work out somehow. 3v2 once more. Hellranger on the peak. SK Rossi addressing that stairs position. Logs cleared. B main, nobody really playing it on the RRQ side. It's going to have to be SK Rossi makes his contact, but a recon ball huge, and the Haunt as well gives away their intent. Not spam just yet, but this round could be done. RRQ, they have a good position here, but SK Rossi gets a big pick on the flash. He's turning up the speed force. Hellranger, fault line to try and stun the backside. 2GE, it connects. Nexi able to fend him off. It's all on SK Rossi. The prodigy of India and Global Esports. They concede the round. RRQ bring us into another overtime.
Switching sides.
RRQ able to make the hold work, and Nexi Oh, so stellar there despite the upcoming operator, despite the breach going his way. It's still RRQ who lived to fight another day. This was a beautiful opening by Kelly Esto, getting Kappa and lighting it fast that quickly while Skills was playing safer into the log cubby. It was just the perfect place to stop and pop, basically. He had the angles away from that right side. He had a chance to get those duels on, and it took Skills some incredible shots as well to bring Global Esports back into the fight. The only problem there for RRQ, I think, in that push is the fact that they assumed because Kelly S was fragging out left to center, that log cubby itself didn't have any members, and that's why they didn't check it as quickly as possible. But beyond that, them able to hold on site is just the right call against the operator there being brought out by Global Esports. They were able to stiff it out, they were able to get that intel, and now we're in a timeout because we go again to overtime. You can feel that here in the elimination, man. These guys want to play more in APAC. They want to survive. And I personally think here for Global Esports, the weight of the region is on their shoulders. They want to keep South Asia fighting. As RRQ, they want to keep their own lives fighting as well. Who will win it though in this battle of endurance, this battle that has spanned many a round? Well, Global Esports though, deciding to throw their own lot now as we get into the next one. Offense yet again, still SK Rossi with the operator.
It was important too for RRQ that they didn't immediately commit to that site knowing that the time was ticking, because those 2 stars from Skills placed in B main would have been the death of him. They burned those stars, they burned the defensive utility, and it allows him to have a bit less problems, a bit less to deal with when they went actually for the execute. So here comes out that 0 point, denying the information of the drone, but that's information within of itself. Lighting fast, the entry here. They're holding onto this anchor of the site, but we've seen RQ struggle when they try and anchor down the site once more against these triple initiators. Peek out, flash out, and lightning fast, quick trade here, but Flash as well goes down. 3v4 in Global's favor.
Lightning Fast has just really upped the ante here for Global Esports. He's gone big. He has just upgraded himself to the next generation of Global Esports. Escaristo unable to hit the shot, teleporting on away. And he has to make his operator count because he has no headhunter bullets thanks to the money that you get in overtime. Next, he knows Scandal around. Hell Ranger holding into both halves of the team if he gets that utilities. But Hell Ranger and Esco Rossi, they don't miss this time. RRQ all left with Draxi. A 1v4 scenario. But Draxi, this is dangerous. This is perilous. But at least he gets SC Rossi in this deal. Skills though will flush him out, negotiate something even better for Global Esports. And here we go yet again. Match point one more time for Global.
Global. Attacking rounds of theirs have been impeccable, but the defense, let's see if it's going to crumble once more to the hands of RRQ, who have been great at this siege, but holding the castle down, the fortress, the citadel just cannot really keep up with the pace, the tools, the siege towers that Global bring to the fold. Now, potential final round of this map number 2, or do we go into another overtime? Nexi is going to have to come in big here. They rely on a lot of his playmaking ability, even as a Sentinel, to bring them across the line, and so they do for Kelly S. The spam here, though, coming from Kappa, is really getting them some free damage early on.
Yeah, he chipped away Nexi and Kelly S. It's around, what, 119? But Flash! He's gone from 150 to 0. Kappa! Able to get that takedown! Chance now, jackpot here for Kappa! And he's not done! Kappa! The pride is real here from South Asia! And he has gotten 2. Kelly S. Please do not play by that wall, because the spam of the Odin will be able to stab you with 1,000,000 bullets coming your way. Exaggeration, sure, but damage has been done here, Black and Blue. Global Esports, they can now be systematic on their approach. If SK Roski can find the target on the Draxi, things will be even easier. The Omen right now, walking perhaps onto his own demise, as the rest of RRQ looking to follow suit towards A.
He can TP his way across this A main to be able to have a bit of air position, but yeah, I don't think he realizes that SK Rossi waiting in the wines takes a sip, and that's possibly the round in this map going to Global. Huge pick he's found here. Gonna deny the plan for the meantime. Hell Ranger and 2GE and Kelly S have to go absolutely nuclear. This A main position being held by SK Rossi is going to be a big thorn in the side of RRQ. Here comes the repush. Skills finds both of the kills to end the round, and we're going to map number 3 as Global Esports take ascent.
They made history before. They're looking to do it yet again. Global Esports keeps South Asia alive. We go to the decider in our second elimination match of the day. Haven will make or break one of these two teams. We have seen Global Esports been remade coming into Ascent, recovery from that split map, and look to show the world that Global Esports is not done. Big win here for GE. Big moments from many a player. Kappa's Odin there coming in clutch at the end. But lightning fast, man. He is just an absolute storm brewing there in the side of Global Esports. He has just really picked up the pace with his race plays for other maps, with the KO now. And I really feel like he's such a big threat here, courtesy of Global Esports, that RRQ needs to respect even more so moving forward.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to ascend to the havens above, and we're going to see who will really be eliminated and which region will continue on further here. SA fighting for their tournament life, but for RRQ, they're looking to try and get theirs back here in their first outing in the APAC. We're going to find out here as the VCT will be back in a hair. Don't go anywhere.
Wow, my heart is pounding. Tash, Trix, please hold me. This is the first overtime in APAC. When I say that we're just getting started here, we're just getting fired, I mean it. This is a VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers with likable Tash Bunny and Trix. Global Esports winning that map, but of course RRQ also playing really well. I'm in complete awe over here, Tash. Please, I need you to take over.
I am just surprised at the outcome of game 2. This is just so surprising. 15-13, I have to say, is not only one of the closest games I've ever seen, but I have to say for performance of both teams, we're just very, very similar in terms of skill gaps. And if you look at it closely, it felt like both teams were really, really shining or doing very well on attack rounds. But on defense, both teams were equally not as great when it came to the defense side. And I think it's mostly because of the lineups for both teams. I do question it because of how, I think that we've seen it before, how Trix would say the explosive plays from RRQ wasn't really seen.
Yeah, for GES aside, when they were playing on that defense, I was actually hoping for them to take more control on mid. I thought, looking at their lineup, what they do is make the KO possibly solo the B site and have the chamber on mid because he has more mobility. He can easily get out of those situations. If you put a Sova and a Breach with him, easy mid control. That's the pivot point on any site. But I feel they didn't really do that until the very end of the matches of this map.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure why they didn't do it sooner. And RRQ, on the other hand, on their attacker side, playing it a little too slow. You're against the KO and the Sova. They're gonna get so much information. You might as well go on that explosive, let loose Kelly S. Go on that explosiveness, take that information, take that site, and then just kind of let them try to retake it, have that anchor in, play better crossfires, and that's about it.
Personally, I really thought that the GS, we all, just now I talked about how it's just SK, Rossi, and friends, and I would like to retract that statement, because for this game in particular, we saw everyone really, really step up from GES, and it's honestly so much better than when they first started in this league just a few days ago. We saw a combination of utils come out from GES, which has just been so amazing. We saw a gravity well combined with shock darts, and we saw this great utility usage from Breach where it was an aftershock and he swung out. And this kind of stuff, usually we talked about how Global didn't really have a follow-up when it comes to your usage. Yes, the utilities does get used, but it doesn't necessarily get the follow-ups. This time around though, it's totally different. And on top of that, SK Rossi this time around, yes, he performed, but let's talk about the main hero for this particular map. It has to be 100% lightning fast because of how he uses his KO is what we've wanted to see on a lot of KO mains who are very aggressive with their flashes. You see that flash immediately jump out, follow up with that flash. You see the fragment come through and he swings out, very aggressive rushing through when he has the null command. And honestly, he's taking up space without even using a duelist has been impressive to me.
Oh boy, we're talking about lightning fast over here. He was so good on the KO. His dagger was always on point. Talking about the defensive layout of RRQ here, we saw some rounds wherein they'd leave Nexi alone on B side. And when Lightning Fast throws his daggers, catches Nexi over there, it just makes the whole defense layout that he has there running crumble. And it's so easy for the rest of Global Esports to go in the site because of that simple dagger, the simple utility that Lightning Fast was throwing. And then we see Kappa's Recon enter. He scans Draxi at one point as he's entering the site. And just like that, there's so much information and they already know that there are two people who are holding down B site. They take them down, they aggress to spawn, and they catch the retakers off guard. And I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain how Lightning Fast is just going on over here, but this is definitely the KO that we're always hoping to see. And maybe moving on to the next map, we get to see more of this fantastic KO tricks.
It just feels to me that both sides, they had their attackers set. They knew what they wanted to do on the attacker side. And I believe it was Tash Money that pointed this out before we went back on broadcast that it really felt like they weren't really adjusting their defenders so much. They kind of were a bit complacent with the way they wanted to play it rather than adjusting to the way the opponents were playing it. What's the optimal way for them to get value out of their agents? And I felt they got more value near the end because RRQ started slowing down, and I felt that was RRQ's downfall in the second map.
I agree. I think like also we noticed like how RRQ was playing toward the end was a little bit more, I would say, defensive rather than reactive like before, or proactive even. In the beginning, we saw them actually coming from flanks from the back, taking control of mid, but after a while, it seemed like they stopped doing that. I wouldn't say that GE really took a lot of space either because mid control wasn't there, but more of like how they took site from the main itself was already, something good, because they already know it's just going to be Nexi on site. How do you counter a Killjoy? Just with a KO blade, you run in immediately, all the traps have been disabled, you can just easily take site, and by the time the rotations come in from the other side, they are pretty much very, very well prepared for the post plant.
Yeah, one thing that I also want to point out is that when the rounds do come, wherein RRQ is becoming more proactive, they tend to overextend, and that is where the downfall of their defense really begins. I was really happy though to see some signs of life showing from RRQ as Kelly S on the Raze, just doing the Raze things that we've known him for. I believe that was the showstopper round wherein he got a 3K along with the paint shells.
Oh yeah,
but that would not have happened if Flash was not out there with the Hunter's Fury just getting some information out of the way.
It would seem that, GES's part where I feel they did better than RQ was definitely their refrags in terms of when they were on the attacker side trying to get information. They generally had people together. RQ tried to do that, but you could see that the spacing was a bit off, that you couldn't really go in for the quick refrag. It was essentially like a bait setup, which works better as a defender than it does as an attacker. So I think that going into Haven, I'm hoping that these teams are a little more aware of those faults. Like GES doing great with those refrags, keep it up, but need more control on their defender side. RQ on the flip side we're playing against themselves by being a little more reserved and ultimately being too far apart when trying to go for those flanks or going for like to pinch the opponents on those sides. I felt that was definitely lacking as well.
Yeah, honestly, I really want to say that just now we saw that coming onto a main, what happened is that we saw that Lightning Fast was very, very aware about RRQ's timing in terms of their flanks. And Lightning Fast alone can take out 2 flankers just like that. And because there's only 3 on site and 2 was already gone, they got site so fast. And in that situation, I question, like, are you getting that information from your teammates yet about how many is there and how many are on site? How are you timing your rotations coming onto site as well? It felt like a little bit of a disconnect when it came to the communication from RRQ, like Trix mentioned as well. And I feel like getting picked off one by one is also another issue in itself, because it felt like before they could come onto site as well, you already have 2 on main getting picked off one by one, and that's not a good situation to be in, especially if you're on defense.
We're going on to Haven, girls, and we all predicted RRQ to win, which is maybe where the problem all started. I mean, if you are superstitious, then you would know that whenever the panel all have a unanimous prediction, it tends to go the other way. I mean, take for example Team Secret yesterday. Oh no, I believe chat is gonna go at us and blame us for what happened yesterday as well. No,
I was not here yesterday, so none on me.
Wow, look at this hand washing that's happening for Cash.
You can't really blame us for that one either. There were other factors that went into that game, and I think one of them may be just not being prepared, or as prepared, possibly mentally or strategically.
I think that they had something planned and they really wanted to execute it, and it would have been amazing if they were able to execute the whole composition that they had, but unfortunately it was a little bit lacking and it just didn't work out in the end. But earlier, anyway, going back to this game, I told you guys that I thought that the win condition for RRQ is that they had to get in the first 2 maps, because they're gonna struggle when we go to the decider map. But Trix, what do you think the adjustments should be when we go into Haven?
I think that RRQ needs to up their repertoire. I believe that their explosive plays are very good, but in terms of being more consistent with the slowing of the pace, because I know that when it comes to Haven, it can't always be the fast plays. It becomes too predictable. More often than not, if that's what you always do, the teams will just opt to retake it with full utility. So they have to put pressure, but make sure to put pressure together. Don't go out on your all alone. You know, it's not always gonna be an island that you can start farming over there. You have to sometimes have somebody with you, with a refrag, with a crossfire. And if they can get that garage control in particular, I feel that forces the split on the defender side. When they're on defenders themselves, if they can get more mid action, if they get somebody posted up on A long and then able to reposition or C long respectively, I feel like that is the win conditions for RRQ. For GES, on the other hand, it's a lot of just like locking down with your crossfires, being able, if you want to stop the push, get rid of that Kelly S because you know that he's just gonna go in. Otherwise, set up for that retake.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really want to see as well in terms of utilities coming, a lot better usage of the utilities coming in from RRQ. It felt like GES, as soon as they managed to get their utils out, I think their proper use of utilities have given so much of an edge as opposed to RRQ. So for now on Haven, as you mentioned before, mid control, of course, very, very important, garage control as well. Depending on which side you want to go, you need to be able to take that space just to prevent those flanks from coming in, because we both know that we all know that map in particular is just great for lurks, great for flanks. And I have a feeling like if SK Rossi were to still play on Chamber, it can provide a lot of value still as well, given the fact that the trademark is kind of like an anti-lurk, anti-flank as well, just to give them that information. But they also need to be able to react to that trademark as an information gatherer, because we have seen games where the trademark does get popped, but there's no response from the other team.
Yeah, lucky for us, I feel like we will be seeing SK Rossi once again on the Chamber. Gonna pop up in just a bit, but again, we're headed over to Haven over here, folks. Woo, I'm expecting to see some Rabbit fade once again. He pulled that out during their game versus Fleet Esports, could potentially pull it out again, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm looking at their usual compositions over here, and no, not expecting any triple initiator to surprise me over here. And again, Tash, here it is, SK Rossi on the Chamber.
I really like, I mean, as I mentioned before, there is a reason why I like Chamber, but at the same time, looking at their double initiator, I'm just saying that I'm not saying that I don't like it, but at the same time, I do have my reservations about it. Sorry, not reservations. I'd say I do really, oh my god, I'm getting confused with myself. I do really like this one, because the reason why is because Kappa can get so much information from the other sides, as well as the Breach. We all know that Breach is Haven's playground for him, but coming in from the other side, I remember the other day I was talking to Trix, and Trix mentioned that she's not a big fan of Fade on Haven, and I just want you to tell me, like, why exactly was that the issue?
It just felt to me that the information Fade can get is much more limited than the hard information that you can get, whether it's like on a Sky or even on that Sova. I find that, you know, half the time when teams run that Fade Breach combination, it feels a lot like they're going in a site blind, essentially, because if you get rid of all of Fade's utilities, especially early on, then there's not much else for them to do except to just hard fight the duels, take the duels on, make sure you have that Breach Flash, maybe have some Astra utilities to support you. But if the opponents play a good crossfire on that site expecting that hit, usually it ends up being the downfall of the attacker coming in.
Well, here we go. Another story of haunted or hunted. I said that yesterday. I wanted to pull that out again because it feels really witty. But what a story we're witnessing over here. Again, that was the first overtime of APAC. Incredible. I wonder if we'll get more. So here it is, folks. Once again, game number 3, RRQ versus GES.
single lifeline, a faint heartbeat, but only one way to resuscitate a win here on Haven. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second elimination match here for the day. Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is it. RRQ versus Global Esports, map number 3. Winner survives, loser stays home. This is already a great accomplishment here for Global Esports, taking that map away from RRQ. They were able to hold down their ascent pick, find ways to enable each other. Lightning Fast really coming to his own there. But on the flip side, we can't forget how RRQ was able to dominate there on that first map. So now, the question here, Black and Blue, is who can have the advantage moving into Haven? For both sides, they've had experience, they've had success, and I have to say, they have very comfortable compositions that they run on a map like this.
Yeah, we've seen them run similar compositions in the past for either side. For you look at the side here of RQ, nothing really changed up. Global switching that Omen out for the Astra and Skills, but we have seen Skills run Astra in the past when they had more of a jet-based composition here for Global Esports. But now, attacking side for RQ, heavy-handed towards that C side. Headhunter here, but Nexi's the one to find him out with a quicker draw.
Yeah, that was just fast hands there from Nexi. Headhunter finding its target. It was dangerous there for SK Rossi anyway, because the garage was taken pretty convincingly by RRQ without much fanfare. Thing is though, Tugin now keeping an eye on the flank as much as possible. Distraction there, Lightning Fast will be backing on away, dueling instead his counterpart, but Kelly is able to win it. The angle is now being cleared, being held by RRQ, and Rabbit is no exception to that one. Kappa goes down, Hell Ranger already low, flashing on to try and make the thing happen. The key is there, and while we are deafened, Hell Ranger will see the sights to get that takedown. Draxi though trades him out in the end, and it's RRQ just holding off resistance and getting that pistol win pretty convincingly.
Commanding pistol win, yes. Seemingly resurrected, just as Global Esports were there in map number 2, who came back alive. And this map, we've seen in this stage even RQ play Haven to an okay extent, right? We saw them play against Bleed, wherein they lost. They beat Big Bam, but they also lost this quite heavily to Xerxia. But then again, it's Xerxia, so
I mean,
what do you expect? I mean, they're like one of the best teams of all time in the APAC scene, so it is what it is. But this one around for Global Esports, it's going to be a bigger task for Global. Nexi and the rest of RQ just making things more difficult than ever.
Yeah, he's looking down to the screen and he's looking down on the opposition with the hand out their shots now. Wants to go for more. Kappa though finding a target. SK Rossi on the board, but Nexi, oh so sexy, going for the shot. SK Rossi getting his revenge. He does find a gun to pick up, but that's just temptation by his feet. And Suge will defeat him instead as he isn't paying attention. 2-0 now. RRQ making quick work of Global Esports the past 2 rounds. It was costly though for RRQ in that B take, so Global doing some economical damage. But I think concern right now for Global Esports is what we were talking about a while ago on Ascent. What if RRQ picks up the pace, ups the ante, and decides to just keep going for the Blitzkrieg onslaught? I think that's one of the reasons why they have skills now on the Astra rather than the Omen. They have seen how effective the Gravity Wells and the Nova Pulses have been to control the RRQ pace. And especially in a map like Haven, it's global presence that can come from out of nowhere in a moment's notice. But speaking of this notice, SK Rossi spotted out by the Prowler, goes over to the tower as RRQ sets up on A side.
RRQ looking to be the king here of the Kings of India. Global Esports, they take this A site for themselves. Let's see if the post plant will actually work out. Fault line perfectly connecting, lightning fast, opening pick here towards Nexi. You can see that RQ, they want to push out towards his CT position to have some control. Even the spike is not going to be super well for that A main position. SK Rossi, great kills. Hellranger shutting them down, and RQ all crumbling. Even with the plant kind of for them, it's going to be difficult. Great aftershock here coming in from the RQ side, but they all crumble down as Kelly S falls to his own demise. Gravity, you can't fight it against.
Yeah, he got tagged around by those bullets and very convincing from Global on their buy. The timing was just perfect, to say the least, from Global Esports. Not only did SK Rossi be able to rendezvous out of there, but his timing with the peak when he was contesting the site was when RRQ set up that expedition to go towards the link. And the problem for RRQ is they didn't continue on. They had no idea that Global was coming from behind them, that the flank was more of the threat rather than anywhere else on the side of Global Esports' map. From that point on, they just took control of the site. Global decided to attack that A site, take it back from RRQ, and the rest is history. But here we go again. SK Rossi wanted to add more to his statistics. Mr. 1K first kills. Gonna get a first set instead added on as Nexi is just trying to prove that he can do even better. This is already intriguing here, Black and Blue. When I look at this matchup, it could have been Nexi versus SK Rossi, and they're not disappointing right now here on Haven, but Lightning Fast with the trade. Kelly S on the board too. And this trade system, the barters do favor RRQ in the end. 3v2 in the map like Haven. Defense is spread out even thinner here for Global Esports. Black now being covered. Nexi trying to see if Hell Ranger will come from behind him. And just a good heads up for RRQ, watching these angles as much as possible. Contact now as Hell Ranger tries to go for fault line. So close to get into cover, but Nexi will catch him in the act instead. Gravity Well now is the play. Kappa right there in the middle, gonna get jump peek, gonna get seen by many. The peeks will come, and Kelly S, shoulder to shoulder, shot to shot. It's 3-1 now for RRQ.
Yeah, no real chance for him to clutch it out there in the 1v3. And I've been liking this shift to Raze, honestly, on Haven. I think she fits right well on in. Now, it is a wide map. It is a big map where you'd think, oh, the paint shells, the boom bots, they're not that effective, yada who. But it does really help out the fact that you have lots of these long lanes, like A long, C long, that can really be closed in terms of the distance by a Raze. None other, like, compared to any other agent, even a Jet, really. So you can see this. Look at this aggressive play, and that's exactly why it's so effective. Kelly, yes, and with him at the helm, such a potent agent, he's making lots of work happen here for RQ.
Yeah, huge catch there, courtesy of Draxi. The pre-fire angle perfect from Kelly S as well. And while stunned up, still accurate to find that head anyway. Nightfall now to just change the time zone yet again towards this A site. Dawn beckons though, as Rabbit puts the spike down. Kappa though, does he become ambitious? No, he doesn't drop that as of yet. RRQ holding on to the graffiti. Nexi watching the flank as much as possible. They knew it was quite thorn underside a while ago on Ascent. Not to make the same mistake twice. And the Aldro now is into play. Showstopper, primed and ready. Looking to scare off the opposition. SK Rossi can't get away in time after the takedown. The rocket already with the red flare being primed, and it does become a trade instead. This should be a save though for Global Esports. They tried their luck with SK Rossi and his tour de force, and while it netted the kill, it's not enough to establish presence. Save call has been secured. RRQ with another round.
RRQ, incredible round here, and even with only 2 picks going down, isn't able to really secure this with the time taking. They save what little they've got to. We have to fight another day and have a bye still here in round number 6, but a very convincing half already it's seeming to be, at least the start of this. The first opening act of this final map of the series going in RRQ's way, and it's been Global really waiting in the wings of the stage for their time in the spotlight.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're waiting on the tools that can help them out on the retake, and really the Shekhov's gun right now has to be the Breach ultimate and the Astra ultimate. They're a few orbs away from both. If they had that in that last round, they could have gone for the retake after SK Rossi got that takedown, but since they established, they rather lack the way to establish their presence on the site, and RRQ again hastily making it into the objective, then it does throw such a big wrench in the plans of Global Esports. And I think this is one of the concerns that we were looking at for Global Esports. They need to be the ones to set those rules of engagement. They need to be the ones to define these clashes, and they were able to do so after a few rounds there on Ascent. So this time out, perhaps the same kind of thing, because RRQ's pace is just absolutely, pardon the pun, lightning fast to say the least. 4-1 right now. Fun duels between Nexi and SK Rossi, trying to just one-up each other's chamber. But in this instance, RRQ can still keep pressuring this A site as much as possible, especially if they can scout SK Rossi on top of these boxes.
Kelly, yes. He doesn't buy up? Am I seeing this right? Did they forget to buy once again? Is this a Nexi thing?
Yes. Does he not have Tour de Force?
Tour de Force? Did he pop it?
No.
I think he did, right?
Oh, well,
that would make sense.
Duke does it, right? Over at the spawn. Skills goes down, 2Get, don't win 2! And here we have it yet again, the man, the myth, the legend himself, watching the flank as much as possible. Nexi, though, doesn't need to buy, all he needs is a headhunter, but SK Rossi proving to him why the rifle is superior. 2v2 scenario now, Kappa alongside SK Rossi. But still, RRQ haven't fully committed as of yet. They brought the transit, brought the package. A bit of a deal here under the bridge by the defaults, or in this case, behind the crates here towards A side. Kappa though, scouting, buy-bus operation looking to be a go, and not only that, SK Rossi with a flag can be essential. He does have 4 HP, so it's Kappa who has to call for that attention. Look at me, I'm the Sova. Dartho gets a huge scan, and here comes Global Esports looking to make the pinch work. SK Rossi with the third. The graffiti though for Kellyas. Kellyas with the target for SK Rossi. A quick trade there. Global Esports, all the angles in the world, and they will be able to buy the possibility of this victory. 2-4 now, Global with the recovery.
What a comeback here around Global desperately need, and delivered in full by SK Rossi. Depth paid. It's RIQ. They're looking to reinvest into this one after losing that round. But the reason why I even brought that up about Nexi in the past was because it's happened in the past, apparently. Where
It happened in the last map.
It happened in the last map too, apparently.
You know, funny enough, it happened in the local stage too. If you still
It did as
remember,
well.
it did as well. So someone's gonna need to remind Nexi to buy guns, not just utilities, and
pay your bills.
And pay your bills, pay your gunsmith, because he deserves it for all the work that he has
Toss
been
a
put
coin.
to throw out his arsenal. Toss a coin to your Witcher. Oh, Valley of Plenty for Kelly S. Perhaps this is the harvest he's looking for. Rolling Thunder though, just for Famine's sake instead. And skills with a takedown onto one. Hellranger though, pushing the limits and pushing the angles even more. So 2Get though, making a trade work. And this dissuades RRQ from going towards A side instead, into the loving arms of SK Rossi. But Nexi now with the rifle remembers who he is able to establish their presence towards C side. 3v2 scenario. The rotate from Global coming in from CT. So this can just be a pinch perhaps from RRQ if 2Get can time things right, but skills, they can explode alongside Kappa towards the C side itself. Crossfire though being set. Rabbit though! Contact position at its finest. Rabbit has done that again and again on a map like Haven. He loves to hold just a little bit advanced towards the logs, and from that point on, multi-kills are just what he sees.
We've seen many a multi-kill come from him in that exact spot, and the play-ins earlier on, and even their local qualifiers, he really loves playing those almost committed but advantageous because of how they are such a big off angle that nobody would expect. And he's able to utilize that surprise factor into springing more than just a single kill many times over. So much value to get from a player like him. But the recon bolt on out here will gather that information that, hey, RRQ, they could be looking to once again hit this A site. And SK Rossi pushing idly without any real support. He gets caught here by Kelly S.
A little too ambitious there from SK Rossi. Could have hit that shot. It was already scoped in. But Kelly S, quicker on the trigger finger this time. And Global Esports, they have to give up that A-long. They've contested it for quite a while in this game. Last round especially, presence was established. Kappa now trying to hit the shots. Hellranger though, hello! With the frenzy of all things. This is still RRQ with a gun advantage, and they can keep pushing towards the site anyway. Overwhelm the opposition. Throw those pistols away because the big rifles are here to play. Lightning Fast now, the only one left. Showstopper is available. Can he be the hero yet again here of Global Esports coming up from heaven? Perhaps a splash from the diving board that is the tower. Scouting around towards long, but Nexi already has the angle and already has the kill. Confirmation for RRQ, it's 6-2.
Nexi going big, opening things up and closing it as well in 2 different rounds. 6-2 RRQ. Confirmed the equilibrium at least for this half. 6-6 is the minimum that they could get, but obviously, on the attacking side, they're going to want even more. We know the defense here could be spread quite thin on Haven, and Global Esports really facing the problems of that. And especially when they lose SK Rossi early on, it becomes much more difficult for the rest of the team to get themselves going. But here, Showstopper and Cosmic Divide is ready for Global Esports to spring on this attack, but so is the Rolling Thunder And the Cosmic Divide as well of RQ actually one orb away from Nightfall and Showstopper, so lots for them to use potentially here, but Skill's gonna not even let that happen! The garage is his! But Rabbit whips the trade immediately. Nightfall connects, no one on the site, they know that now, and the plant will go down.
That was huge there from Skills. The smoke, the blockade, that vision, the Prowler also not getting the latch onto the corner. And a dangerous game RRQ played the truth in that corner was absolutely clear. Rabbit though trying to push even more so with Lightning Fast is right there to avenge the fall. And Nexi already tagged on down. 3v2 scenario. Nexi holding close yet again. Showstopper unleashed to his face. And it's Lightning Fast striking yet again while the Iron is hot. Dugan now all alone and no clutch for you this time. It's GE who stands over his corpse. Lightning Fast with the third, the force of nature at it yet again. And it's 3-6 now as Global Esports another round for that recovery.
Perfectly played there by RRQ, and rather by Global Esports. Once they got that advantageous man count because of Skills waiting here in the garage, they were able to park themselves and secure the gear that they needed to really get this round. The fall line perfectly connecting on the Nexi as well. Stopped him from taking down Lightning Fast on his initiate with that Showstopper. If not for it, then Lightning Fast almost assuredly would have died because he had, what, 5 HP at the end of that. So Global Esports slowly crawling back into the game, but they're not out of the waters just yet. They're not in the clear as of the moment. Shock Dart's connecting here. SK Rossi's gonna find a quick and easy kill. Head to be found. And Nexi on the trade, but he can rendezvous back into safety as Kappa keeps him in support.
That was just a nice follow there by the Red of SK Rossi. Saw him hop up, knows where he's gonna come on down, and here we go again. Global Esports taking the man advantage that was so paramount for that last round. Rolling Thunder for the space, and the trap is set for Kappa to get snared. Rabbit apparently the hunter here rather than prey. Grabbing the well there from Tuge to just assist in saving the day. 3v3 scenario though. Cosmic Divide now is the call. And here we go again with Global Esports trying to make the flank work. Now this wall from Global trying to mask the presence of the flank. Can allow them to be a bit more hasty. But really, silence is golden and it's paramount right now for the success of both. Skills still coming in from the tower. Long right now being held by SK Rossi. He creeps on forward, but Draxi reacting so very quickly. Sees his coming. Hellranger though is crossing the abyss yet again. Skills with a takedown, and Global Esports manipulation of reality. And in this timeline, they will get the round. They're getting more here, Black and Blue, and they're looking to still contend in the game.
Not realizing the flank was coming, and because of the fact that those Cosmic Divide walls that Global Esports placed there towards the A main and the A short position towards the sewers, it's the default one that you would expect for a team to be placing to force the enemy to play within the site, the attacking side, and that's what they did. So playing into the hands here of Global, really, as soon as they got the kill onto the flank, they didn't expect there to be a second one and Hellranger to follow up after. And Global Esports, once more, they take a round, and if they win this, then an eco will be forced upon RRQ, or at least a forced buy, and that's going to be a lot more difficult.
Well, Global Esports, they're showing now that they can handle this difficulty. RRQ instead tested here by the will of South Asia. And you know those crowds are roaring right now if Global Esports can keep this run going. But look at how Global is playing the flank as securely as possible. They even check spawn as a duo. And Nexi, his rendezvous is seen, but Nexi sees Lightning Fast coming, and he will get that takedown. Does he expect Skills is there too, though? I don't think so. Rolling Thunder instead to dissuade RRQ. But Nexi, how are you seeing this coming? The rendezvous doesn't have the intel. It's a trademark, but he is the one who's able to spot things out and open things up for RRQ. Kappa though catching Tuge mid-transition. Rabbit on the lurk, perhaps can catch the soldier yet again. Here we go, one more time, but this reserve now has been Sanctuary for Kappa this time. And a re-rotate for RRQ. They'll go back to A side. They're just looking for an Oasis here, man, but they can't find Paradise whatsoever. Global, all over the place looking to contest.
Well, they might be in the wrong series because we're
30 seconds
going to
left.
see Oasis next after this, but...
Ah, you're funny.
Yeah, very much so.
Hilarious.
Since day one. Kelly S. walking into the site here, and, well, this valley has nothing for him to take because it's a site that's given up. Global Esports on the retake here. Algrim trying to find some information in the darkness of the night. The flank, once again, coming from Hellranger, but he can't let loose out his vault line. That might give his intent away. KLES have some notion now that Hellranger is on that flank. Recon vault out for information. The sewers is where he's going to try and send this round into the gutter. Showstopper coming out to try and dissuade him. But Hellranger gets a kill on the Nexi, but they all crumble down as Kappa versus Draxi. Initiator versus Initiator, but Draxi has a flash to pull out. He knows where Kappa is. He's got an aftershock to force him out of the angle. He drops to his own demise! And he sends him down to the bottoms of hell! Jumping down to his own fault, and RRQ, they get the 7th.
Just to clarify, that was because the bullet hit and then the impact damage was there. Kappa would have survived if he didn't get shot. But at the same time, since there is damage with the fall, the action star that is Kappa will have to take a break because the director yells cut. The aftershock just scared him off so quickly, and no matter where Draxi shot him, he would have been dead to rights there. RRQ though, all the rotates in the world eventually working out for them. It's like they collected a stamp all across Haven, and they got the reward, the round win there in the end. A good contesto by Global Esports. I honestly thought they could have had that round, but then I saw the aftershock, and I knew for RRQ that was the perfect tool that can help them out in that pinch. What was that though from Nexi? How did he even realize two were coming from spawn? Just the great timing there to check out what was going on, to play that lurk as much as possible, to watch for the team, all the off angles that Global Esports have been willing to take. And now a timeout yet again as Global Esports, they want to get another round here. I think we've seen from Global some great rounds wherein they show how much they've adapted into the series. But the problem is, it's just not as quantitative towards RRQ. When RRQ gets a win, they string along a few rounds there, and the pace that they set is the pace that they can keep moving forward with.
Well, things here, the pace is what they're going to have to set Global Esports, but slowly being blurred here right now. The trail, they're set. SK Rossi rendezvous back on the safety, but RRQ not dissuaded. They want to go at this, and Kelly, yes, he has a great position here to try and fend them off, but SK Rossi and the rest of Global Esports making sure that doesn't come too easily. Nexi still wins that fight with a lever action. 2GE and Nexi getting the job done. How do they even turn it around? Converting this into a 1. RRQ comes down to the 1v2. Shock darts, though, can connect, but they don't. Kappa taking them down to low HP. A single bullet will do him on in, but next single bullet is all he needs. He doesn't connect. He misses the shot, and his Spectre is a lot more deadly than you might think at range.
Lock, stock, and barrel there from Nexi though, and now he's gonna relocate alongside Tuge. Kappa though has a sheriff in hand. He can actually just tag down these two and he can get the victory. But Tour de Force will be the world tour for Nexi again. Hold your applause. Autographs there for the chamber in the end. RRQ winning out the round. That could have been it for Global. A stellar hold at the start. You see SK Rossi hitting a nasty shot there too with the operator. But Nexi able to stay alive long enough, and Skills, his movement got bothered by the kill right beside him. It was unfortunate that he flubbed it there with Nexi in front of him, but at the same time, since he didn't get into the expected position thanks to the slow field of the Tour de Force, Nexi able to get away with bloody murder with all the witnesses there. And now we call for halftime. Global, they can't let those kind of rounds though get to their mental. They know they can recover. They know they have taken a map already, so there is still a chance moving forward. But this is what is absolutely is necessary for RRQ. Get that advantage. Continue on with Nexi popping off like this and look to seal the series.
Small slip-ups creating huge opportunities for RRQ to come back into, and basically he was their skills trying to, if this makes sense, aim with his keyboard, right? He would have been in the position that he thought he would have been if not for that slowing field, and because of that, well, memory. Yeah, it flubs a shot. Nexi going big here in the final map of this series, making sure that this is the final stand for South Asia here, the second stage of APAC and Global Esports. Trying to hit the bat on this one. It's RQ who have been saying that pace and really covering everything up. A dark miasma that we're looking for Global Esports at least to find some path through all of this. The mud here, gritty and grime, their path is. not going to shy away from that yet. Even with a 4-8 scoreline, a single pistol round here could mean everything.
Man, you have so many mod references. Can you like hit the showers real quick? Are you okay? did your condo get dirty? Because I have a vacuum cleaner here.
I
you
clean
need
every
one.
day.
Yeah, that's true. You guys are pretty much very attentive to that. I'm not sure if I can classify you as neat freaks, but you care a lot about cleaning your place. That's true. So good job.
There.
You have a future. We can make a service together, and we can clean some malls up. But hey, it's time for us to get back into the game. This is our job now, and well, the job for Global Esports as RRQ is to put on a show, and is, of course, to survive, to live the fight another day here in the group stage. Straight through the middle, Lightning Fast already leading the charge. He was leading kills last time. He wants to be, yet again, that entry point here for Global Esports. But SK Rossi, a bit dangerous, trademark now, spotting at the Oz position, giving a warning sign here to the icon of India, to Gedo, already breaking these trademarks as much as possible. Rendezvous rather. L Ranger could have seen them line up to give the find out to SK Rossi. Global Esports evacuating to the middle, but this is just really into the loving arms of Nexi and RRQ. Headhunter finding those marks. Into the corner we go yet again, and the graveyard for Global Esports is just right beside this B site as RRQ get the flank, get the angle, and get the round win.
9-4. The shroud, the cloud cast upon Global, seemingly not dispelled just yet as their misfortune continues into the second half. Due to the voodoo RRQ are placing upon them. This fade being a real big point that Global can't deal with. That Prowler really pursuing and chasing him down like a dog. And this round is almost a sign of what could come here against Global. Forcing up a force buy rather. They know that if they lose this round, that could be it. And this is a gamble they're willing to take. Hopefully for them, they're going to get a good roll on this one, Dex.
They got the plant anyway, and look at the two players with the pistols. Full armor, so if someone like SK Rossi or Lightning Fast dies early on, they can just keep moving forward, not one step back, as they used to say. But Raxi will force capital step back. SK Rossi cannot go anywhere because he's just dead to right. RRQ, the hold towards B is essential, but skills finding Draxi mid with the utility. And at least the timing there working out for Global. This buys a lot of space for Global to work with. Now the smoke's into play. RRQ though, realizing the plant isn't there as of yet. And Lightning Fast, Lightning with all the reflex skills. Rabbit, where did that come from? 2 for him. 2 gets right there also. And RRQ will be able to defend the land and win out the round yet again. 10-4 right now. And that could have been great for Global. They didn't put that spike down because they felt something was wary. Lightning Fast checking at the right time. But Rabbit hunting down the target that wasn't looking his way. And the rest is RRQ's history.
What a scrap there on that Bravo site, and skills finding proper timings, but the timing doesn't work for him as well. He gets caught out with his back turned, and Rabbit able to string 2 in a row. 2GE. Perfect support here coming out for him, and as well as Draxi did so much to fend that push off, finding 2. He got Kappa and then SK Rossi right on after. He got the guy who was supposed to pick up the gun and the guy who was actually holding the gun. So at that point, what do you do? Global Esports, their response, their answer is a timeout for now.
Just a bit of a break real quick because that breaks the bank of Global Esports. Now they're going to have to rely on hero picks here, the likes of SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, just to get the job done. The scoreline getting a little overwhelming by this point. And RRQ has proven that their stance on map control is as decisive as can be. We see for Global, they have a great way to protect themselves. They were able to buy space for that B site to turn into a transition towards another site. But since they took a little bit more time than expected, took a little bit more of that, had a little bit more rather of that hesitation, RRQ just went in from the grass, and that was just enough to get those takedowns. And Rabbit is not done. He's ready to go for the calls. He's ready to go for the stalls, and he's ready also to get these frags in his name. Kelly has blowing up skills. Here comes RRQ. They want to finish the job up as quickly as possible and give them a 5-star review along the way. 11-4 now. RRQ 2 from survival.
Rex Requiem Quo, the crown raised above high. All they have to do is sit on the throne, and that they can do if they take these next few rounds and secure the series versus Global Esports, sending the last fate, the last hopeful and representative here of the South Asia scene in India home. This could be a sour ending to what could have been a run for the comeback, but this Haven map looking to be a lot more problematic here for Global Esports. Not able to find the proper cure, the proper antidote for what's happening here on RRQ's side, but it's RRQ over really playing what they've got with well.
Well, the Aldrone now versus the Prowler, the Battle of Utilities to get that intel. Global Esports, this is their big chance, this is their moment. Let's see if those rifles can bring them to the glory that they're looking for. Represent the region, represent the legions of fans, passionate as they are, to say the least. Believing and supporting in what South Asia can do with Kappa now and Skills. Oh, they're gonna get spotted around by a perfect seize. Kelly S going for Kappa, but Skills using the fate of his teammates to their advantage. Skills though is not done! And Skills with the kills gets the double up to open up the A site. Short now, completely secured here by Global Esports, but Tuge holding the line down in hell. Lightning Fast will send him down under even more so. This is Global now, getting the take towards the default itself. So they have the Cosmic Divide, they have the smokes, and a myriad of ways the Astra can effectively manipulate around her, man.
Well, we've seen RRQ come back in the last game, but can Global do it here right now? The pick going his way, but Lightning Fast, he strikes, and there's nothing they can do to dispel the thunder that has been cast upon RRQ. Global, okay, they get the round, but can they continue it further? Not even gonna say it's a tall, a steep hill to climb, because it's more like a ladder that they have to try and really ascend from. But this is a very difficult spot still for Global. They lose a single round, they're at match point, but see now, the economy could be in shatters if they win one more round here versus RRQ. That will send RRQ into an economic state that they might not be too happy with.
The Skills though stepping up when he needs to the most. Realized Kappa was dead to rights there because of the C's, and from that point on, just that extra bit of security, another angle that Global Esports can say convincingly that that's theirs. They can focus their efforts towards the front instead, and that's where they can see the aim tool going. But Rabbit now, ambition is absolutely blinding, and Lightning Fast is there to just strike his eyes away. Showstopper from Lightning Fast. Rocket now just shot towards the sewer. Doesn't really hit the target that you would expect. Now then, spikes planted here. Global Esports all over the site yet again. They made this work last time. Can they do so again here, Black and Blue?
You have a chance. 4v4. Hellranger and Lightning Fast both low, but we've got few mere weapon skills on that Spectre. The operator is going to make it difficult to try and retake with, but the Headhunter could do real damage. Here, Kelly S on the peak. He finds a kill on the skill. He'll blast back his way into another kill, but no, Kappa's going to take him on down. They know that the sewers is being controlled right now, but Drax is able to get that kill. A double for Draxi, and the triple goes his way. They open the pickle jar, pull it out, and bite it in the end, taking off the head. 5-12 match point here secured, and tournament point for Global.
Come on, it's for preservation's sake, for RRQ, and that is just how they get that site back. There's so much attention pulled away from the site itself by the flank, and it allowed RRQ to effectively have the numbers advantage. Draxi coming up big too as well. He was perfectly in position to get those kills, especially after all the distractions Kelly S was able to make, and really, you can see it here. Draxi just leading the charge. Some great efforts there from Rabbit to help them out. But this is it for RRQ. They want to keep the PH standard going. They want to get the Philippines on the board here in the group stage. Not one Philippine team has won a match in the group stage so far. And RRQ looking to prove that they can be the first ones there. Global Esports, though, it's all about staying alive. They do have the Cosmic Divide. They have whatever they can afford here. The Aldrone, though, spotting around next. The fault line thrown immediately there, courtesy of Global Esports. And RRQ, they cannot go for the full advance because it's all the utilities waiting for them. Global Esports trying to set up traps. Showstopper into play. A 1-for-1 trade. Nightfall is gonna be used. Hellranger now waiting at the wings. Nice corner place by Global Esports. Perfect opportunities as RRQ is a little bit too hasty at trying to close out this game. And now the advantage is in favor of Global.
Man, The trade here coming from Kelly S. Huge. Still 2v4. The odds not for them. As 2v playing that trigger control. He gets a kill. And Nexi does as well, but Kappa shuts him down. 2v1. Rolling Thunder connects here. But I'm not sure if Nexi's going to be able to wade this to destroy his brain part. He rendezvous out to safety, but even with a quick draw, can't connect the shot. Quick, but not accurate. As Global Esports continue on further for the meantime.
Yeah, they have to respect Global. That is not how RRQ wants to finish the job off. And immediately, timeout gonna get called because it's already such a telling sign for RRQ. Kelly has felt the utilities coming his way before that showstopper play. They knew that RRQ spotted out Nexi early on. Global Esports, rather, spotted out Nexi early on with the Aldro in the fault line. And they still tried to force their hand. It was a good flank from Tsuge. It was some great trigger discipline to start things off. But Global Esports is a squad that can punish you for doing just that, for being over-eager. And you can see it here. They're still alive, they're still ready to fight, and they had the angles to anticipate where RRQ was coming from.
Anticipation. And that's what really RRQ have been employing here against Global. And if you're not able to get that information to know what to expect in the first place, then they're going to be pressed for, like, with their Kelly S, blindly trying to find a kill with what he's got. Global Esports force RRQ into a more difficult spot, but still one they're comfortable with for the meantime. It's still 6 rounds for them to come back into it. If they lose this, Eco will be forced upon RRQ. SK Rossi's got a lot to work with. I'm surprised he buys the operator, considering he already has his Tour de Force, and it's not like he can save the Tour de Force for another round because they lose a round, they're done.
Why not? I think really that's the point now. Why not? Just buy it. He could have bought a rifle though in full armor. Yeah. With extra bullets perhaps with the sniper. SK Rossi, he does have that tendency to keep buying ops as much as possible. That is his favorite gun. And as I said, live by that creed, die by that creed. We'll see what fate Global Esports will get this time coming into the round. Aldron, though, yet again, this has been very safe courtesy of Kappa. Rabbit trying to be a distraction. Lightning Fast gonna get on the board. Kelly S, though, not spotted as of yet. Gets the tags out the Lightning Fast. Cannot confirm the kill. And Lightning Fast turns around and just sends those bullets back from whence they came. This is now Global Esports here from the steps. Wow. And Braxy did not expect the crouch there whatsoever. Lightning Fast now, really again, looking to just change the weather vanes of this station. Oh, the barometers, man. These signals are predicting another storm approaching RRQ. And really a flood warning now, courtesy of SK Rossi and Kappa. Global Esports is not done whatsoever. They want to live, they want to fight, they want to stay in APAC.
And look at the respect they give RRQ here. 4v2, but they still don't barrel onto the site. They wait and buy their time and look for a different avenue to try and separate the duo that was the RRQ hold. And Lightning Fast, for him to do this is huge. That gives him lots of confidence moving forward into these next rounds, and especially Kilias not able to confirm that kill and giving his position away made it a lot more difficult for him to even get value out of that position of his. Now Eco forced on RRQ. Drones out, SK Rossi holding off the flank, only gets one, which seemed like he'd have collateraled into a second, but here is that final second that he was looking for. 12 to 8 potential really very soon, and that is almost certainly going to be the case as all the kills go their way, and SK Rossi is farming RRQ for whatever they've got. 8th round here, finally secured by Global.
And that's why he bought the up. That's all. That's it. Sure, he has the third of force. But why not? And perhaps later on, in a pinch, we'll see 2 operators brought out for the price of 1 amazing agent. But this is just what SK Rossi is all about. Hit those shots, call it a day. And with the chamber, he can do exactly that and focus on those results. But that was just the lesser buy there from RRQ. This time, they want to end this with contention. They want to end this with the operator to pierce the heart of SK Rossi. And it's Nexi looking to send that message across the other team.
Looking for ever elusive final round to close this series out, RRQ. Noise has been made here towards C Long with Lightning Fast taking that orb. He's got the showstopper to utilize, and they could execute onto this very soon. Position by 2G could be punished. Here they come out. The party has come, but he's going to be sprung on him. He gets a kill before going down, which is huge here for RRQ. Rolling Thunder fends him off, and Global, they can't continue on because of the great stopping power RRQ have showed here in the Charlie site.
It's just such a heavy-handed approach here from RRQ, and not only that, Jiraxi still around, a threat waiting to happen. Utility is all set. He used only a single flash so far. He can combo it up perfectly for Kelly S if ever. Breaks the drone though, buys himself time to remove Intel from the equation. And Global Esports now is quite a decision that's difficult to make. Do they go in? Seems like the answer is a resounding yes with the Cosmic Divide. Atlas Fury though, the call. Kappa trying to draw the line towards Draxi. The connection is on point but can't get the confirmation. And does still become a 4v4 situation. Who will peak first though? It's really just that line being drawn between both sides. Haunting presence from the Fade. Kappa though with a fight on Draxi to start things off. Global Esports looking for the advantage and Kappa does it again! Where does this guy get this form out of nowhere from? Next he will retreat, and Global Esports are still fighting and kicking RRQ away.
Wow, how close those margins were. Drowning the timeout, 30 seconds left. They finally execute, but they do it with enough precision to be able to really just set themselves here. Cosmic Divide, as soon as it dissipated, RRQ fall into the waiting hands here of my goodness, of Global, but Nexy's still fending him off. He's able to save that operator for the meantime, unless somehow Hellranger is able to take it out of his hands. Oh, he reloads. He reloads. This might actually help him on out. He gets, the damage through the wall. In the end, will hold on to it, very truly so. And Kappa, he knows that they've got the economy to do it anyways, so might as well. 9-12. And RRQ, man, cannot seal the fate of Global just yet.
That Cosmic Divide was absolutely huge for the round. The biggest implication is it shuts down Nexy, who goes for the operator. But just Kappa able to be at the right place at the right time. There was that moment where Global is like, do we do this? Do we not do this? But Kappa timing his push alongside the rest of the team, turning on around while the Cosmic Divide was dissipating. And that was just enough to remove any kind of semblance of racing for RRQ. They lacked that site presence, they lacked that mobile firepower, because that was the operator. But Nexy now, he still has it in hand. And Kappa again showing his value to the squad. Gets the Owl Drone, spots out Tuge. No cheeky corners for you to play, good sir, as the Hero Spectre is in hand. But Global still, truly, these crossroads getting more and more difficult to make decisions on. The burden of South Asia weighing heavy on their hearts, but they need to go in towards the sites.
The only real weapon here in RRQ's favor is an operator, which is all the way towards the A side, but the push, the fight is happening here towards Charlie. Nexy far out of this situation. Global, they make contact finally, but doesn't seem like they want to commit to this. Gonna fall back instead. SK Rossi holding down the line, but RRQ not giving him an opportunity just yet. Looking to take Garage, but if they held this earlier, this could have been even better maybe for RRQ. If Draxi is somehow able to find a pick here towards Garage, this is very doable. And yes he does. He finds the opposing breach on the Hellranger. He's got the fault line to throw out, and to their own demise, they might make him fall and crumble on the swing. They get the kill as well. The eco looking proficient here, and 2GE with the Mere Spectre is able to get lightning fast. It's all on the Kappa and SK Rossi to bring it home, but Robin brings it down to SK Rossi. He's gonna have to save the entire South Asia scene, but Nexy gets it out in the end. The thrifty win for RRQ as they send Global Esports home 2-1.
The kings of South Asia are forced to stay in their own domain. An edict here signed by royalty itself, the kings of kings, RRQ. RRQ winning it out in a series to show yet again that South Asia is still a force to be reckoned with. Between Enigma and Global Esports, they've always put up a good fight. Unfortunately, the results do not go in their favor. History will remember the victory here of RRQ, and they will prove that their destiny still continues on to another chapter here in APAC. What a series though, what a fight from Global Esports and Rex Regum. These two squads proving that the eliminations, just high octane as much as possible, high stakes in the battle of survival. Esports, RRQ were still standing. Just an ego state at the end, man. RRQ, they just wanted to get that victory as soon as possible. There was that eagerness punished by Global Esports. Some great decisions by Global in terms of the timing, in terms of the frags. But in the end, the pressure amounted too much to the GE side. And it was RRQ in the perfect position to capitalize on that. What a way, though, to end the series, guys. And we still got more for you here at VCT APAC. It's been quite a wild ride between PH versus South Asia. And we know that there are more incredible matches coming your way as the eliminations will continue on. Daxo and Black and Blue signing out for now. We'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC. Panel gonna be breaking it down in just a bit.
Hi, this is Courtesy from Oasis Gaming, representing the Philippines. I think personally the games will be harder. For me, everybody's a rival here. We're all fighting for the same spot, so yeah. I don't have a chosen rival, but the player who I would look out for, I think it's Jing. He's very well-rounded. He's a very good player. So yeah. In our VCT Challengers PH run, we noticed our mistakes, so we'll take note of them and come back stronger for APAC. First and foremost, shout out to the org for giving us the opportunity to compete. To our fans and supporters since day one, to our families, friends, and other loved ones. Thank you so much for your support. Again, this is Courtesy from Oasis Gaming, representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challenger Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Halo, nama gue Saibani Rahmat dari tim Boom Esports dari region Southeast Asia. Improve di Southeast Asia nanti. Tim yang menurut gue rival Boom Esports itu kayaknya Sersia, karena kita udah sering ketemu sekitar 4 kali, terus Boom itu kalah 3 kali sama Sersia sendiri. Yang nggak sabar pengen gue ketemuin sih sebenarnya si Scary sih, karena dia termasuk player yang jago banget, pinter, sama gue pengen buktiin aja kalau Boom itu bisa menang di stage ini. Strategi Boom yang pasti kita bakal benerin kesalahan-kesalahan kita yang di Indonesia kemarin, fix mistake. Kita coba buat grinding lebih banyak karena kita ngerasa kita kalah AIM kemarin. Terus kita coba main gak takut lagi. Sama buat ngalahin Sersia mungkin kita bakal belajar dari kesalahan kita kemarin pas kita lawan di stage 1. Dan coba kayak nge-counter lah, jatuhnya jadi kayak ya belajar dari kesalahan dari stage kemarin. Halo buat semua sobat Boom Esports, tolong dukung Boom, sama jangan lupa nonton Boom di VCT Playoff di stage ini.
We'll be right back.
Global Esports held on as best as they could to take home the win for South Asia, but alas, their efforts fell too short. RRQ continues the journey in the meantime. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix with you once again. PH finally seeing a glimmer of hope as their representative finally gets a win in the group stage. And Trix, RRQ out here just really proving us wrong over on Haven.
RRQ doing very well. I love how they went with those aggressive plays. I worried a little bit actually because they were doing it consistently and were getting punished for it. And I did state that earlier on that if they keep doing the same thing, it's going to be predictable and the opponents are going to start playing against it. So I'm glad that they changed up the pace. GES doing a great job as well on their own attacker side. I felt that they really struggled on the defender, but they got those flanks in, and when they started getting that pressure in, they got the flank and they started winning those rounds. So I think in general, like, it was a really good job by both teams, but concerning as well on terms of what the teams were thinking, what mindset they were in terms of what they wanted to do in mid-rounds a lot of the times.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially with the pacing. I was actually telling Tash this earlier, but I stood up to get water, and when I came back, it was 4 rounds passed by already because you see this, Kelly S just holding W, going into site, unafraid to bring the whole team all together and just take on whichever across the ABC sites they really want to take, and it was going by really fast. But here we can see on our screens, Tash, it was the Battle of the Chambers.
Honestly, I'm not surprised that we saw Battle of the Chambers coming through just because of how the map is made. But I have to say, between SK Rossi and Nexi, while Nexi did put more kills in the bag, but SK Rossi had a more, I say, flashier play in a lot of situations where he's able to just, with the AWP, take people on one by one. Those isolation sort of plays coming through, which made me question RRQ, like, okay, you are gonna be challenging an AWP here. In what situation did you think it was smart to be, kind of like going in one by one? But coming back into the game, I just really liked Kelly S's performance in general. This explosive gameplay that was mentioned by Trix earlier finally really came online, where he was just taking up so much space. And even earlier, like this particular round here was just so shocking to me. Like, we saw a whole different RRQ compared to last round, where they're suddenly just like, I don't know what they had during break time, but they just boom came online, and you saw like a huge lead from them, and they just started going insanely crazy. They went to play aggressive, but then suddenly you saw a shift from GES when they finally figured out the pattern. They like to play aggressive, they like to play through these areas, and we start seeing trades on trades coming through. It sort of felt like RRQ was kind of like running out of gas.
Yeah, I actually was concerned about that as well. Coming into it, GS was adapting mid-game. RRQ seemed to be lagging in that adaptation, but being able to start playing with their crossfires, because I believe I mentioned this before the game started, that I felt what RRQ really needed to work on is having that pressure from behind and making sure to have that refrag always present. But sometimes SK Rossi just playing better and knowing that there's going to be another player in another angle. But Kelly S's performance throughout the entirety of the series, especially in that Haven map, was fantastic. And him being MVP is no surprise for me. The fact that he was able to get that information really quick, the entries that he would have with that blast pack to open space, waiting for his teammates to then enter together, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the refrags, right? And this guy, despite not having refrags from time to time, was just so ready. Like, he trusted his teammates so much that he was able to push out the side. Sometimes, he'd get a pick, sometimes he wouldn't. But again, the job of a duelist is to get that space. And if he can get any means of information as he's doing the blast back into sight, then it's good enough for the side of Kelly S.
Yeah, I mean, so long as you do your job as Julius, that's all that really matters here. But it was a little bit concerning once it goes into defense side for them. And this is where we start seeing that slow down a little bit, where GE finally just started taking so many rounds. And despite the big lead they had, they lost so many rounds in a row just because it felt like they were overheating. They wanted to play aggressive. They wanted to close the match as much as possible. And then you start seeing that mental block they reach there, where they're just not able to close out games. And I think we've seen those situations where a lot of teams are not able to close the game just because, you know, when you play this game of Valorant, especially on Haven, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And sometimes some teams, they want to take the shortcut and just sprint toward the end. It's not supposed to be that way. You still have to be disciplined. And in a lot of situations, some teams are able to just bring it to an overtime. So for Kelly S, what I noticed is that he got punished again and again at the same spot in either sewers or long. And this is a situation where without him, suddenly it felt like the whole of RRQ started to crumble. And I'm just glad they managed to pull themselves together before the damage was a little bit too far up and irreparable.
Surprisingly though, they were also able to pull themselves up through a thrifty round. That was a thrifty victory at the end, but amazing feat from both Global Esports and of course RRQ. But alas, we bid farewell once again to another team here on APAC. This time around, it is Global Esports. With this, we also bid goodbye to this series and move on to the final one for the day. So the first team for this series is a team that is hoping to quench the thirst of the Filipino victory for Filipino people for representation on a global level. Sure, Team Secret was able to do this in the past, but these youngins hope to follow their footsteps. Will all roads lead to the Oasis? Here's Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming coming up on your screens right now, people. You will not... Oh, wait, Courtesy is here. I stand corrected. I was going to say that he might not be on the screen, but he is. He was actually the interviewee for the break interview that we had. And he was mentioning, Cash, that he wants to face off against Jing. And depending on how the brackets go, there is a possibility for that.
Yeah, I think that for Oasis, after their defeats against Order, they are hungry because this is definitely, I think, what they really want to do. They want to come up on top, and they are, as you mentioned before, a very young team. So I've seen Wild Oreo and Marky especially are two players that really caught my eye in terms of how they played. They're players that are not afraid to push up, go up close and personal in your faces, but at the same time, this also begs the question, like, sometimes that fearlessness can be a double-edged sword here when you get punished for it. And I hope that from that match with Oasis, they learned a lot from it, because Oasis was because in that match in particular against Order, I believe was just one of like the most, I would say, very scary and high-skilled matches I've seen on just on how Order handled that match. However, right now it's a do-or-die moment for them, and as you know, Team Oasis, they have a lot of fans and a lot of support, and I'm sure they want to bring another Filipino team over to the next stage.
Oasis Gaming, of course, a team that we all know likes to have fun, but perhaps it's time to get serious, especially as they face their next opponent. These guys have had a phenomenal run in the play-ins, a team trying to show that who they were in the Indonesia Challengers is no longer the same team. They're better now. But the question is, will that growth be enough to survive here on APAC? Let's find out with Boom Esports. know what? I hate to admit this, but the longer APAC goes, the more I have favorites for each of these teams. And for this one, Trix, it has to be Flipstutter.
It is Flipstutter. I understand that a lot, but I feel like everyone in Boom Esports just doing so well. I feel my eye is always on Flipstutter and Blaze King. I like seeing other roles aside from the duelist really pop off, and I feel the deeper we get into APAC, the more we are seeing that, because it's no longer just about your duelist fragging. It's about your duelist making space for everyone to start to shine. And no matter how much you enable just a duelist entry, you know, everyone gets a piece of the pie. But I think for Boom Esports, what we saw lacking from them in their most recent series was actually that they weren't as coordinated. They didn't seem to do those 5-man hits too much. They didn't really pressure the map as much against Paper X. And I understand, though, Paper X is a formidable opponent, but it was not exactly the Boom Esports I was hoping to see. So today, in the series against Oasis, as much as I have Philippine pride as well, I do hope to see Boom Esports, you know, turn up, go online, and be a little more successful than their match against Paper X.
I hope so too. I'm really looking forward to this series. For one, again, RRQ showed us a glimmer of hope, so I'm hoping... Okay, I'm showing my bias again. I'm really sorry, guys. I can't prevent myself from supporting Filipino teams because that's just me. You know, it's in the bloodline.
I mean, understandable.
Yeah, totally. But also, it's just that I really enjoy watching Marky play. I really enjoy all of the duels happening into this game. And as I say that, we're going to be heading over onto our head-to-head so we can actually discuss some amazing players from both of these teams. I already introed it, so might as well go with the flow, Trix. A little talk about Marky over here, please.
So Marky, an amazing duelist as well. Oasis Gaming really popping off with the space that they make. I feel that, you know, viewers who are just tuning into APAC might have not really seen that so much during their match against Order. Order being so, you know,
formidable.
And Marky just not really being able to get the shots and the space that are required. But similar to Berserk's playstyle, Marky is able to make that entry, make that space for his team, and I think that's going to be one of the most important factors for Oasis Gaming going against a team like Boom Esports, which tends to be more of that 5-man push. If Marky can get those picks early on, or anybody in Oasis Gaming supporting each other to get those picks, get that pressure on Boom, it might just go to their advantage.
I think that one great thing that I like about Boom is the aggression that comes through. I mean, as we know, a lot of Indonesian teams, they prefer the very aggressive gameplay and game style. Not necessarily it's gonna be a 5-man push. Sometimes you can see they go one side and then they make so much noise, they get the picks that they want, suddenly they just swapped over to another side. And I think this is the map control or the dominance that we can usually see from Boom previously. However, you did mention before that against Paper X we didn't see that happen, and I understand, because when you're up against a team as scary as Paper X, sometimes you kind of tend to overthink. And in this situation, when you're against a team that is not as big in name perhaps, or maybe somewhat around your level, you feel a little bit more confident in terms of like taking the game into your hands. And I hope we get to see that from Boom, because throughout the record time that we've seen from Stage 1 all the way to play-ins before this, I think that Boom has had a very, very good run, and I think like in general their teamwork is actually really good, and in terms of enabling their duelists, it's just been absolutely great. And I love the way how their initiators as well as controllers work. This aggressive playstyle, as I mentioned over and over again, has been some of my favorite ways to see players play, and a lot of situations this high risk high reward plays can come out huge for them, especially when it comes to the mental game of just tilting your opponents.
You cannot have, I mean, yeah, it's an advantage for you when you get your opponent tilted. On the other side though, that's just a big no. You can't have that. You need the experience, you need the discipline, you need to have a level head to make the necessary decisions as you go on to the maps, which we're seeing right in just a second. But over here, Trix, they're not banning
We don't have enough split games before it goes away.
I agree with Ty. Flash, I was looking forward to seeing Split myself. I was hoping to see Boom play on that Split because we've seen them with that Breach Neon
Oh yeah,
combination,
it's
so it's
so
a little
good.
unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that it's gone. But on the other hand, we do have Icebox, which
I feel like we haven't seen
am
a lot
a
of
little
Icebox.
surprised about because I think Boom Esports does well on a map like Icebox, especially with that execution. But hey, you know, like that we do get Bind. At least that's a consolation prize.
That's not a consolation for Oasis Gaming. It really is not.
I meant for you.
Okay, yes, thank you. But for them, it's not. They're not having a good time on Bind. I know that you're questioning the Icebox picks because you know that Boom Esports has a really good time here. But we have to remember that during the PH finals, Oasis Gaming took that game against Team Secret to overtime. Not just double overtime. I can't even remember how many overtimes there were. But it was a really long game over at Icebox. So I do think that there's something that they can bring to the table that could potentially shut BME down. But BME picking Bind because they saw it open. Really wise choice over here, Tash.
Honestly, Bind. Yeah, I think I remembered what you said about Fluffy said about Bind and Oasis. I have to say, this is a situation where I would be a little concerned, but perhaps because of that weakness, they probably have something in mind. I would like to think that they would have had something in mind to patch that hole up because they chose to ban Split instead of Bind. Now coming into Icebox, I'm really glad to see Icebox because I feel like we haven't seen enough Icebox during this tournament. I felt like for stage 1, Icebox was one of those staple maps that we saw throughout the entire tournament, and I was just surprised that we're seeing that less and seeing all of the OG maps earlier. Regardless though, what do you think of the Decider matrix?
The Decider map being Ascent, a pretty default map, so I think it's really going to highlight how both teams play in terms of compatibility with each other, compatibility with their agents, being able to get value off of whatever agents they choose to pick on that map. I think we've seen time and time again on Ascent where sometimes the playstyle you want to play isn't exactly the playstyle you should be in.
I absolutely agree. Although I'm looking at these maps once again, Ascent as a Decider, I feel like that's going to be the real pace changer over here. It's just so different when we move into Ascent because again, it all boils down to the fundamentals. So I am expecting that these teams try to play a little bit more cautiously since the defaults are in place. But hey, with the maps out of the way, it brings us to our dreaded part of casting in our predictions. I don't like this part, but I'm gonna start because obviously I'm for Team Oasis Gaming. There's no questions there.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, I am. Wait, okay. For one, when we were at the PH Challengers, I was not like this. But then again, those are all Filipino teams.
As I said before, understandable, totally understandable. Like for me personally, not really a Malaysian team. There are Singaporean teams, but the only one of the reasons I'm a big fan of Paper Ice is because Davai is in there and Davai is Malaysian. So you know. But if you talked about my prediction, I would say it would be Boom. Just personally, I think for Icebox, I think that for that kind of map really gives a lot of advantage to aggressive players, be it on attack and defense, and it really suits the play style of Boom. And after that, coming on to Bind as well as Ascent as well, I wouldn't say that all of them are aggressive oriented maps, but because they're able to play aggressive, they're able to take control of a lot of places, like say in front of Bind, the teleporter for that area in front of B, or even Ascent just mid and garden. So those are the situations where I can see it really can work out for the side of Boom Esports.
And you know what? I agree with you. I am on board with Boom Esports. I usually vote for them. I think that they have a lot of potential. There are a few things here and there that they need to iron out, but I think they're very solid.
You know what I just realized? There was no panel superstition or like panel curse that happened. RRQ won. Great job, girls.
I think that it's just me here in general. Like, I probably am the kryptonite to the Ray Ray curse.
Oh no, calling out Ray. I know that Ray Ray is listening right now. I'm hands off on this one, Ray. That was all her. I did not tell her to say that. But hey, with our predictions locked in, I think we're just about ready to go on to the agent selection so that we can find out what these guys are going to be bringing onto the table, especially as we head on off to Icebox.
Icebox, one of those larger maps that I like to see.
I
feel like
Icebox.
the aim duels are really great on Icebox.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think. Sorry, go on.
No. Oh, I was just saying, I think both teams might want to be bringing out, and I'm wrong. I was gonna
Marky
think both
on
teams
the
are bringing out the
Raze.
Jet. But yeah, the Raze, I'm a little surprised.
I don't think I've seen this before. Marky on the Raze on Icebox?
It can work. It can. Given the fact that paint shells can clear out corners and areas. But in terms of taking up space that's a lot faster, I would rather see a Jet. But is there no duelist for Boom Esports?
There are no duelists. That is a triple sentinel lineup.
Okay,
on Boom
I don't
Esports.
know how I feel about this because we just talked about aggression. I mean, any agent can go aggressive, but I would really like to see an agent that is just capable of taking picks and getting out of the way fast. Agents that can clear corners very aggressively and take up space with maybe satchels. Hell, even a Reyna would be fine by me. After all, it has been done by Paper X before. But what do you think of the lineup, though? This is very different.
I mean, Boom Esports has pulled out this lineup before, and it has done pretty well. I think even with a triple sentinel, it just means that maybe your chamber will go in instead your sage. We've all seen that battle sage, so we know that a sage can work out. Some people like to joke that both chamber and sages can be just duelists instead of sentinels.
I mean, for Sage in general, I feel like Sage is kind of a staple for Icebox, just because of how much value the wall can give. Can be used defensively and aggressively, as you mentioned before. And for post-plant situations, it's just so good. Just trying to stop them from coming in, trying to protect the spike from same main. It's just so much situations, as well as survivability, because as I mentioned before, aggressive map also means a map that's also great for getting picks. So you want your teammates to be back in the game, especially if your Sage are getting those frags. You can get so much revives as well, just kind of like to even out a lot of very scary situations.
Yeah, I've actually seen Frostmine on the Sage. I hope that I'm remembering the correct Sage because we have seen a number of them over at Icebox. But he did have a lot of these innovative or like very creative executions with the placement of his walls. The problem is it wasn't polished. So I'm hoping that he doesn't make the same mistakes into this game so that, the people who are watching right now can have their own creative setups with their Sage walls on Icebox. Now again, will all roads lead to the Oasis or will Boom Esports fully explode? We're about to find out. Let's go to game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's these Australians back into your ears one more time for APAC VCT. We are really moving deep into the group stage now, Komodo. It has been an absolute belter. We've just seen a really, really hotly contested series just before as well that, almost ended in a crazy sort of way. It's kind of breaking that curse a little bit more now. We're getting away from these 2-0s. We're moving into the 3 mappers, but I don't think this one's going to be any dissimilar, right? Oasis up against Boom. What are you sort of thinking, mate?
I'm thinking it has the longevity, it has the stuff to go the distance here, but I think we need to see a little bit more out of Oasis than we might need to see out of Boom. We look towards the games that they've already been playing throughout this tournament so far, and it just feels like Boom are that kind of team that would be expected to pull through here as well. I mean, they've faced off against Paper X, they've had a pretty showing in that one, and Oasis, we did see the slapping that Order was able to give them so far. So in the group of C right now, this is the first elimination match, well, one of the elimination matches for this one here. The winner, of course, from this will go into the loser of that Order versus Paper X game, which is going to be really cool to see later on. But one thing before we get into this pistol that I wanted to mention, it's a new composition for Oasis here on Icebox, but it's a known one for Boom.
Very much that group of death, isn't it? Group C. I do remember, I believe it was Daft that mentioned it earlier, saying how it's been just super crazy to sort of fall along with. Lots of talk on the desk as well, but exciting games to come through. I do let everyone know on the viewer list that it is an elimination game here as well, and it's going to be Blaze King to open up strong as they do try to split towards B.
That's a little bit unfortunate that the Recon Dart did get the stick on towards Coco there, but with a couple of trades coming on through, there's no quite establishment in towards one of these sites properly. I'll eat my words with that one as Wild Oreo manages to open things up on towards the A site, and Envy there does mean that it is just down to Spottle coming in from a little bit of the flank, already seen out by Wild Oreo, and that is going to be a pretty quick close to the pistol, all things considered.
Yeah, very nicely done. Super clean, nice and easy. Sending some information over towards B before flipping back to A. Happy to clear out their angles accordingly, and yeah, Oasis getting the opening that they really do sort of need. You know, it is going to be that attacking sided start of Icebox, their selection. It is one that quite commonly will bring the chaos. You know, we did get to see yesterday, what was it, that Yoru pick that did come through.
Yeah, that was such a weird composition actually to come through from Team Secret in that one, not gonna lie. But I mean, experimentation, right? If you want to try something new, go together as a team, go in and see what you can do.
Sure.
Really.
Now back onto this gentle round. We'll see if Oasis can do the smart thing and play as a 5, make sure that they don't lose anyone. Tebottle playing up very close and personal. Just outside of garage. Nothing happening though. It looks like Wild Oreo will clear along with Marky. Doing their due diligence here. Upside close is Flip Shitter. He'll be taken down as well. I do like that we're getting to see the Raze here though, Komodo. I think it's always a flashy agent to kind of watch along with. You know, we used to see, what was it, old mate Disco pull it out quite regularly. Back in Qeon before he flipped over to, you know, the Killjoy and the KO.
Jet is great and all to be being into this map, but if you want a little bit more damage, of course, this is one of the style of comps that Oasis is actually pulling out here. Just, well, we do have this bonus round, this thrifty round, not this eco round is the word I'm looking for here, Conky, to come on through. It is going to be flaws for Oasis, but one of the big things, look at the actual damage potential that Oasis have. I'm looking at this, and my first thought is technically post-plant meta. Snake bites, paint shells, fragment, shock darts, you know, you got it all there. Nano swarm, like literally if they can set themselves up for a decent post plan, it's going to be quite difficult for Boom to get through, and that's when we need to see a couple of sneaky Sage walls potentially, or some counter utility start to come out from Boom. It was something that, you know, Frostmind had been toying with, and this team has been utilizing quite nicely in their previous matches against Cerberus, against Myth on this map. However, I agree with what the desk said, that Frostmind's usage of the wall wasn't always the greatest, so if the team can get around that, it should be a lot stronger. But we've got the bonus round right now, and let's see if Oasis can actually figure this one out.
Yeah, look, given the meta lately, I'm really enjoying looking at the KO, you know, come through anyway, especially up against the chamber on the other side. You know, Frostmind does manage to get the extra utility in the resurrection and the heals to come out on the Sage, but, you know, if Oasis play a really, really strong game, they're not going to have to rely on that, and Marky, he's doing exactly that, straight through mid, drops Flip Shitter. Oreo also being able to take down Blaze King too, so this is a very, very strong looking bonus so far. Komodo, Coco in for another. Berserks is good for one, but it's all left on to Tebottle, and he does get at least one on the entry back. Oreo quite low, but it's a 1 versus 4. He has got the entry, and it's a very big, tall task ahead.
Yeah, didn't spot out Wild Oreo's noggin jumping up onto the top of site either, so allowing the escape there. It's going to be quite difficult to get back into this round. No utility for himself either to try and get on towards this defuse. And I'm already seeing that the nano swarms are set up for it. You've still got that fragment and the snake bites. So it's just so disorienting to try and get back into a retake when you know in your head that that utility is going to be available. So it has to be the concedence in this round from Tebottle. And really, the team kind of just go overwhelmed from a nice A and mid split. It was really well played from Oasis, capitalizing on the lesser weaponry.
You were telling me earlier, Komodo, that you're not exactly a team man. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a team man. I'm a coffee player. Person.
Player? You can be a coffee player.
I can be a
that
coffee
works.
player?
Remember,
Right.
that's what you said to me the other day. You said, sorry I'm late, I'm cleaning my coffee machine.
Yeah,
I was like, dude,
okay.
I'm like
Shut up.
7 years older than you, but come on, bro. That's an old man statement right there.
when it needs to go through its rinsing cycle, it has to happen. And speaking of which, it's good to see Oasis starting out here nicely after they themselves got rinsed in their last game against Order.
Yeah, look, thinking back to what we did get to see, if anything, it wasn't sort of a telltale about Oasis playing poorly. It was maybe just a good sign of what is to come for the Australians, but flips shit up. Gets the opening very, very strong. This presence towards the B-long position is big. Berserks, another with that Headhunter, being able to open it up, and the round is all of a sudden alive here for Boom. So 3 members standing for Oasis. They do keep their composure and sort of standing stone cold at this point in time. While the rest of Boom have started to peel away, but there still is 4 members here, Komodo. Only just keeping Blaze King with an eye over towards the A site.
No access to that owl drone, nor recon dart or turret. So as far as information is concerned, it needs to be a bit of this damaging utility to try and get in toward it. It is Wild Oreo taking a wild duel, and he'll get shut down by Tabottle. So this thrifty round is looking very, very plausible from Boom. It would have to be up to them to drop it from here on out. They don't need to overextend whatsoever. Toxic Screen is going to be deployed from them as well. Try and block a little bit of the vision. Courtesy and Coco. They just shift the narrative to try and hold on to the weaponry or get some damage here and get closer to their ultimates. It's a couple of good shots from Coco. That lockdown is at least available if they need to. This is still workable for the Oasis lads.
30 seconds. Yeah. I'll give it to you in a second because there is some comments I want to make about a round like this. However, they do appear to be turning it on its head. Blaze King does make some movements in towards the mid position. They both swing together. Now Courtesy knows exactly where he is. Where's Coco going to go with it? It is going to be that spike getting planted onto the other side towards Snowman. But now the swing comes in. Coco finds a third. And maybe, just maybe, Komodo, they might be able to take this one through. However, the positioning is good, but it's all reliable in Coco. So that's what I want to do. Something that I have noticed from a couple of these APAC teams, and not all, right? Because one of the most exciting things has been inside Oceania, where we come from. There's a lot of complacency, you know, especially when you see teams going up against like an Order or a, you know, prior it was Bonkers, a Bobo, those kind of top 3. You don't really see a whole lot of contests go up to, I guess, the upper sort of echelon, where what we've seen in APAC is there is just so much competition. The level of it is so high, the passion, the drive, it's all there. So it's been really a warm welcome for us here to kind of get our eyes into it. But the one thing I am seeing quite regularly is take the bonus round, for example. Just previously, we saw Oasis absolutely fang it straight through mid. They took full A control, and there was no contest at all. Great shot from Berserks, by the way. But then they move into the next round, where it's the counter eco, and it's like they play a completely different round, scared, like frozen together, not really knowing what to do, only up against pistols, where when they take the Spectres and that up against the Vandals, they're cool, calm, and collected. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. However, we are moving towards A. It's going to be a 3-on-5 as Boom has found a couple. The site may still be secured with all of them playing post play.
Yeah, there was a lot of forward aggression from Boom in the beginning of this round as well. Berserks with that operator down the tube of mid, and then you had the peek out from Tbottle down at the B side of things. Now, Oasis has gotten in towards the A side, but without the control in their hands, it's going to be quite difficult to hold down. Coco with this bloody Bulldog is absolutely going berserk, but it is the mentioned name there that's going to get the closer of the round. The 3K to get Boom on the board.
That was clean. Boom finally getting something back together. Coco doing some damage, but some very forward thinking there. Quite common to see the chamber move down the tube and go for that early peak. Maybe to find the shot over and above the turret. And yeah, Berserk's also to be able to take a shot to the face there and not get done by the recoil sort of throwback is very nice to see. So he's looking fantastic to start off with his operator on the chamber, sitting atop of the scoreboard, whereas it's only really so far Flip Jitter and Frostmind rather to get back into it. But realistically so far, still early days. They haven't had a chance to really kind of drive into this. And now Oasis, they have an interesting sort of financial position. We can see that they've taken a bit of a gentler approach, wanting to see that the money will still stay stacked up, but they do work towards their utility. I think actually Berserks did manage to get the spot there down towards long. Flipchit is starting to pull away now. Tebottle is going to be solo to a degree with Berserks watching from the top, but still some mid-presence being shown by Oasis for now.
Tbottle does have the Viper's Pit available, so it could be used relatively soon to deter Oasis from continuing into this B site with access of ults of their own. Same as the Viper's Pit. You're going to be popping the null command right now to start to lead in the charge, and that operator shot actually splits the needle, and that doesn't it right through the gap. Marking in toward the side, seeing what he can do with this gun right now to push it straight through. The Spectre doing some damage and work, but it is only good for one in the end. Flip Shitter, Hello Handsome, 3 frags in the round, and now it's Wild Oreo. with the pit down on the floor, but the spike is not at the moment. An early peek out from him as well, and things are just getting so difficult right now. The 1 versus 4 from inside of the cloud of his own ultimate, and he is going to get taken down in the end.
Tried to find the fight towards the Snowman, but unfortunately there was a bit too much for him to do. Quite an overwhelming position to be in. Definitely had the moment where, with that pit being down, there is always an opportunity to kind of try and find the fight. You know, the decay damage is always huge, but I was more just impressed by Marky's position, how he managed to actually get up so far without Tebottle spotting him. But, you know, it was Flipsjit up, did manage to spot down, get the frags accordingly, and really pulling himself into this game. So Oasis, they are going to be feeling the pain of that previous kind of half buy that they did throw together. Now it's just going to be the 2 Spectres, the 3 Sheriffs. They do have the utility to kind of work with so far, but so far it is just Frostmine looking to go forward. He wants to try and contest for the ultimate orb and make sure he can work towards that resurrection. But again, off the back of the slow start, he needs a little bit more time, I guess. And with the rest of the progression, it is the push towards A. They certainly have peeled away a lot here. Flipsjit does have the utility down to kind of close the site out, but there's a big gap on this A site.
Yeah, lots of ultimates for Boom as well to throw in the mix if they do want to, and they feel the pressure of needing it in toward a retake. It's just on the back of Killjoy utility around this A site at the moment. We do see a little lurk in from Coco. He's cooking something up in the kitchen, rather, but has to fall on back. Now is the entry time for Oasis to get into this A site, and I do think the Boom are going to be happy enough to go in from the retake. Nano Swarm destroyed, but the other one is going to be popped.
Keeping an eye on Coco's positioning here. Flipsjit is going to pop the lockdown, so that does mean that it's an awkward one. Curtsy still goes for the spike plant. He should be able to fall away far enough. A great utilization of that Hunter's Fury. It's a lockdown destroyed. Very, very smart. We're seeing so much counterplay from this Sova onto the Killjoy. Marky, oh my god, looks away, trying to avoid that flash, but turns around quickly. Coco, with that positioning I mentioned earlier, gets the job done, but Tebottle, Frostmine, they are getting back into it right now. Frostmine finally a score on the board. Tebottle another, clearing out that pesky lurk from Coco. And now as the utility does start to go down, Curtsy from up the top and over a second as well, but Tebottle now into the one-on-one. Envy will close. And another strong round here from Oasis. They lose almost everything, but it's off the back of the kind of half buy that they managed to get the job done, and Boom, still feeling the fury. The punishment is there from the Philippine side.
So that's a thrifty to come through from the side of Oasis, and not only that, now we did previously see Boom drop a 5 versus 2, even if they had the pistols of their own. A 5 versus 2 is going to weigh on your mind, so the fact that there's 2 rounds that they should have had in their possession now going over to Oasis, I would like to see a pause from them to just get things in order, to settle down. You're coming into a new gun round with everything. You're going to have the tour de force popped as well, with Berserks going down mid for a bit of aggression, but I just can't help but feel Oasis are playing a style of Valorant right now, which is toying with time, and when Boom are not expecting any aggression, Oasis are actually finding the perfect timing of going in with that aggression. So it's a nice little neat style at the moment, informational, one could say. And I'm just keeping an eye on the radar at the moment for the shifts that Boom are doing around the map. They're playing really reliant upon this tour de force mid control from Berserks, and then adjusting accordingly for any plays that they'll see from Oasis. It's going to be over towards this B side at the moment here, Conky. Twaddle, again, still access to that Viper's Pit if need be.
Nice and slow.
Trap destroyed.
A lot of the utility, that trademark has been destroyed now. They've made quick work of it. And the lockdown is going to be thrown in. Tebottle utilizing that Viper's Pit now, so putting the pressure on. 40 seconds, so they still have time to work with whether or not they actually want to try and still fight this fight.
Back
now.
in the pit?
Yeah. I think he's completely left it up. He does have enough time to get back into it, but it's going to be awkward as Berserks opens up with another. Certainly, it's a very, very dicey dance here from Oasis. That is going to be the pit being dropped, though. And now, 20 seconds. They should be able to find this spike plant, but Coco has to go hunting and find more to allow a little bit of extra time for Marky. 15 seconds. He's got to get that spike planted now. Oh, it's down. I didn't even realize.
Look at it. It's in the open near towards Stone.
Oh, that is so awkward.
Very difficult to get back in toward this round. Blaze King is going to find Marky, and I think Coco just needs to protect the melon, protect the credits and the gun going in towards this next round. They haven't spotted him in the sandwich just yet, but eventually they do, and it's the third one for Boom. Relatively costly, dropping 3 members, but of course Berserks went in with the tour de force. Taking away a Vandal and having credits spare for himself is going to assist the team to still get a pretty comfortable purchase coming into this new round.
Yeah, that's rough. Who dropped the spike? I think, you know, they went hunting so far inside that Viper's pit
or
that
Envy, one of the two.
it made it very, very awkward. Doesn't really matter, you know, you're not going to play the blame game in that kind of situation, but whatever the communications were, you know, Coco did have that line, but Flipshitter being able to get the trade and close out the round very, very strong. It's a weird one though, right? You know, Boom, they feel like, again, it's one of those moments, I think we were talking about it yesterday in that series that we did have, where it sort of felt like, I think it was what Bleed had, like, so much additional control, but they were still behind.
Yeah.
It always sort of had that feeling about it.
Not to mention Team Secret's pistol rate in that series, and they still end up losing. So
4 pistols and lose 2-0. That's wild.
Well, that's not the series that we have on our hands at the moment. It is this one just here. And we are seeing how much more gas in the tank Boom do have on this defensive side to start to get things back. Winning this round against the pistols that Oasis have gone in with would be a nice little happening as well, considering that pistols have gotten the better of them already in this map. We have a grouping around the A site for Oasis, and Envy, I don't think he's going to be spotting the shoulder out of Flipshitter, but now it's forced him back. Berserks to take first frag onto Wild Oreo, and again, there's no one around this site really for Boom Esports. They're holding back, they're waiting for Oasis to get in toward it, and that's a nice little neat crossfire there. Easy control and containment around this site, and Flipshitter ends it with the chamber being emptied.
I've actually been pretty happy to watch this, right? You know, so many times did we see maybe members getting a little bit too forward on the defenses in some of these earlier series, but the way that Boom have been playing around the A site is they're happy to be a bit more passive. It's a heavier lean towards B long and inside mid. You know, Berserk's obviously finding that split fire, getting the shot onto Wild Oreo, sort of gives the information as to where the side of Oasis are coming from. And they can sit back and pretty happily play the retake, right? A does have a lot of space to be retaken, and the post plants can be actually pretty challenging to settle into, where, you know, you think over towards that B side, if you're really locked into B long, you've locked down the flank, it can almost be impossible at times for the defenders to get back into. But A definitely has a little bit more movement to kind of work with, and Flipshitter very, very clean. Last bullet was well, looked like, to get that shot done. But yeah, so I'm happy with the way that Boom are playing this defensive side, and the last few rounds have certainly made it feel competitive. We've only got 3 rounds left in the half as we move into the 10th, and it will be a timeout for Oasis. So Coco has been the big player, but that was also taken into account of that big round in the 4th, I believe it was, trying to defend themselves to lose out against the Eco. So overall, it does feel nice and even now.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see what the economy looks like for Oasis after this timeout does wrap up. Are they going to have a strong buy to go into it? They should. Previous eco, it's full Vandals. Got to be happy with that position. But how are they going to punish what has been thrown at them? Because I can see on the side of Boom, the Resurrection for Frostmind is now available.
Well, I was just going to make mention of Frostmind as well here. It's his time to really showcase what the Sage kit can do when there isn't a counter Sage and the KO isn't able to kind of nullify him, right? That wall we've seen going down deep mid here and there has not really done anything to dissuade Oasis from still gathering that control. It needs to be brought over towards this B side relatively early, because Oasis are already setting themselves up around here. 1 away from the rocket here from Marky as well. And just look at this. Everybody's setting themselves up around this B site yet again. If Berserks can find the opener, however, it will be another good start for Boom.
I love his confidence. Look at this line that he's trying to hold. They've got the info now. There is another flash drive to be sent over the top, but it is going to be Berserks finding that opening, and I don't think they're going to be ready for Blaze King at all, who's got 3, locking it down, and Flipshitter to close. What a beautiful round there from Boom. I got to tip my cap to Berserks, just ice in his veins, being able to keep the focus set on the line, keeping it all away from Blaze King. They had no idea he was still sitting yellow. And they tie it up now, Komodo. Scoreline is 5-5, an opportunity to take the lead away, because realistically, if you're Oasis here, you probably don't want to buy maybe just a couple of Spectres, try and find something a little bit challenging, a little bit different. But, you know, they won, what was it, 4 rounds consecutive off the back of that pistol, and they've had almost no showing ever since.
I'm kind of wondering in this round as well, where was the 0 point and the recon dart used for Oasis? I didn't actually catch if they were even used, because they got B main control so quickly, and then they were left with no clearance of the angles around the site. So I do kind of call into question that one just there. But again, right now it's Berserk's opening up, and our drone sent in to get Flipshitter off the line. But Berserk for one more, looking hungry, looking feisty with 3 in the round. It is eco-fragged in the end, but damage done will also be better to get towards his ultimate and solidify the money for Boom. And that's exactly what they've done in this round here, Conky. More credits coming their way to the cap.
The momentum is so strong right now. They don't even need to worry about the cash. Max cash, max momentum. 6 rounds. They can win out the half here after having a bit of a slower start. And I guess the only thing that Oasis can kind of sit back and rely on is the fact that they do have that defender's side to lean into. I also like this as well. Berserks did play a bit more of a passive shot. Great shot from Coco. He has been sharp, but keeping that operator alive, I mean, he could have reinvested if necessary, but still, it's a happy narrative to be talking about if you're a Boom fan right now. Indonesia's such a competitive region, as we know it. Obviously, Alter Ego, Onyx G, some of the favorites of this competition. Boom, you know, making it in as the 3rd seed, but then getting their way through the play-ins, and now, you know, trying to fight for their resurrection and avoid elimination into the rest of the tournament. And, you know, you've got Paper X or Order around the corner.
Here we go.
Certainly not something you want to fight against, but you're exactly right. The take is here. How does it go?
Well, Envy has popped the null command, so no access to anything from Boom. Flipshot couldn't utilize on any of the Killjoy util around. And our lockdown from Coco is going to be forcing Boom back. We saw the Rip of the Hunter's Fury off very early on. And remember, Frostmine's still got this resurrection. Hasn't used it bar the first one that we've seen. So this is the second. And now a pit is thrown onto the floor for Oasis. They are looking to try and tie this up 6 apiece and make it look like no more Mirage for the Oasis in the sands.
Timing. Look at this position as well. I don't think Marky's been able to spot out their bottle at all, and that was going to be the resurrection from Frostmine. Does actually spot him, so that's the information given now. And all of a sudden, they have to set their focus the other way. Oasis here at their bottle. He's found 2. It's all left onto Oreo and Envy, but they still do have the Viper's Pit up. Envy, great flash, great movement, straight on the other side of the pit. He will strike like a knife in the night, and there is 3 for him, but that is the trade. Their bottle now with a 3rd. It's going to be Viper versus Viper, and that's the detainee as well. He sees him, he's got off it, and oh my god, while Oreo didn't have enough time, it was chaos, it was back and forth, punching up, punching down, but in the end, Oasis, they get a well-needed round into the 6th, tying up the half, and this game certainly does start to show its fangs once more.
I think there wasn't enough time to get the defuse in the end, which is why he's gotten off the spike and gone for the challenge. That's a little bit rough considering all the challenges that were thrown at them to protect that lockdown as well. Great shots out from everybody in Boom in that round, but then it's just Envy kind of taking the charge of himself to go in with that one. Remember, it was the null command rather that gained them entry in towards that side of A to get the spike down. All of the ultimates put down behind it. Coco with that lockdown, while Oreo with the pit. But in the end, you know, the lockdown, it didn't buy enough time. It didn't buy enough early pressure. Res a little bit too late to get flips to the back. And that's how we end up 6 apiece here. Conky coming in towards the next pistol round. And I'm keen to see the change up for Boom on this attacker side. You know, what are we going to see out from Frostmind in this Sage kit? What walls are we going to see from them? Because apart from that, you know, it's pretty stock standard, right?
Okay. A time to shine from both of these teams. You know, how good would it be for Boom to open up strong on the map selection of Oasis? Bind around the corner. Was it Bind that there was some real contest over towards Paper X? I'm trying to remember correctly.
The one that finished 13-11 from the Boom
correct.
game. Yeah. So from memory, that was Fracture.
Fracture. Okay, there we go. Never mind. But that's sort of what I'm touching back to, right? You know, Boom having a really strong start. I think they were quite unwell at the start of this event as well, but still being able to, you know, dig deep and drag themselves in through the playoffs to the groups and still, you know, fighting now. Like Oasis was one of those teams that came in very, very hot, well favored by, you know, the other casters and the desk as well. They've spoken really, really big things. And I think it was kind of an estimate to actually go the way of Oasis over Order, wasn't it, when it came to the predictions? And they did manage to get boxed back down.
I didn't manage to catch what predictions were actually thrown at the desk there.
Pretty sure it was 2-1 because I swear Trick said Order and the Likeable and Fluffy, I think, said Oasis.
Right. So what we're saying here now is shame on them for going against the lads, the boys.
Oh no! I'm so happy to be the underdog here. It's awesome.
No, it's all love. It's all love.
Yeah.
But now
exactly right.
It's loving the server Conky and a little bit of a feisty love because the pistol round is upon us. And it does look like Boom are wanting to trail over towards the B site for the very beginnings. Our drone, of course, with those changes, doesn't last as long anymore. So it can't really get too deep to clear out a lot of things. And at this point in time, the whole yellow box isn't clear. The angle at the corner where Wild Oreo is sitting isn't clear. So there goes out the recon dart. I believe it got shot down immediately. And Wild Oreo, likewise, taken to the grave.
that movement behind him. Coco punishing, gets 2. Again, a very bold play to just drive, walk straight through that toxic screen. Not really sure what's kind of going on in the mind of Boom there, but they certainly are sending it back as Blaze King gets a couple for his troubles. Now, all left on to Curtsy. Has he actually heard Blaze King? I think he has, so at least that's 1 for the money. Does he have 2 for the move, though? Snowman is occupied. Spike in a not a defendable position, really. If he can get onto it, it does make it a bit awkward.
Oh, they're both playing from Snowman at the moment, and there is a snake bite that Bottle can throw him down. Nice and early. They know where he is, and bringing out the dart is the bad idea in that one, unfortunately. Bottle to find the frag, and the pistol this time goes over towards Boom.
All right, lead taken. The first time that we do see that from this map. Boom. Looking very, very nice, but like again, the overconfidence to go through here. I mean, at least the good thing is that they did it all as a unit. Bottle did end up getting the trade, so it's a good position to be in. Blaze King also with a couple more. Didn't quite spot out Curtsy as he creeps around and jumps up high on the box, and the Bottle to close. So all that control of Snowman was in the end important. And as they move into now what will be the 14th round, spotted immediately by the 0 point. Just the eco to worry with now.
Yep, pretty much, and that's how we'll kind of look at it, right? See what damage that Oasis is going to be able to find here. Make the bonus look a little bit better when they get out their own purchase, and you know, hopefully we do see something come through from Coco here with that Sheriff upgrade in this round. You don't want to be over-purchasing in a round such as this. A lot of damage being delivered over towards the Bottle, and remember, it is a very damaging ability comp from Oasis, so on this defensive side, they can look to find a lot of that punishment out of their util.
Vandal taken. That's what is the scary sort of prospect here. I mean, we do see Coco spotted out. Berserk's a great shot. They've all gone through mid, though, so Blaze King might very well have a rude awakening if he is not cleared correctly here. Wild Oreo does get the jumping clear, and now trying to shoulder out Berserk's. Just wondering what Marky's going to be looking to do with this one. He is inside the kitchen and does deny Berserk's. 2-on-2 here, Komodo. Now very, very close, but they've actually looked the other way. They are very split up right now. All their focuses are in different positions. It will be another bit of damage. Wild Oreo now in the 1 versus 1. Frostmine has to pay all the way back from the Snowman here. It's a great snake bite there, but I don't think he's got enough time. Frostmine can shoulder, and I got to admit, though, despite winning out that round, Boom, they took so much damage for it. Vandal recovered. That's the main thing here that we can push through. But they're going to have a useless-looking bonus. They might just have to fully invest here, and I think they will.
They held a little bit of utility, so it's actually okay coming into this one for their purchases. So the sacrifice of 4 members, I think they'll still be okay with it. It's more confidence coming into Oasis on this defensive side that they can get a lot of this damage out. But, I mean, a wise idea from Frostmines to really play that patiently with the time as well. You know, HP, what damage is delivered in this game, you can communicate to your teammates, right? So they already know he's low to go for that fight there in the end. But first real, you know, kind of bonusy round, gun round, if you want to swing it that way as well, because there is only
really
the downgrade for Frostmine. That's the only downgrade.
Yeah, look at their cash. You know, this is what I mean, right? Like, no member except for Tebottle is staying above that 2K mark. So they've kind of thrown the bonus out the window and really sort of playing into it, which I like, right? You know, coming from a former title, the bonus has confused me from time to time. But then, you know, completely understanding what it feels like to take that bonus forward and be able to have a really strong buy into the next round. Flip Shitter does find the opener. So that's going to be Curtsy taken down. A really awkward position to be in now for Oasis. Already the defenses are being split up. Marky is up very close, but Blaze King still hunting to try and find some more here. 2 more members that they have to overwhelm, but it's going to be 3 for Boom to get into those extremities of the B-long position.
Well, is Marky even going to be cleared at the moment? It's a position that you have to do so, and then for Wild Oreo to try and get the trade, but the timing is a little bit late. He's going to try and hide in the smoke. Remember, we saw a 3K come out from this on the A site just the other day, but will Wild Oreo be able to utilize his own utility right now? The answer is no. Coco, at least for the trade, but again, it's still a big disadvantage for Oasis. A 4 versus 2, and a reposition coming right now over towards the A site. They know it's clear from where Flipshitter is, and even with a low time conky, the round should be Boom's.
Look at all the control, you know, sitting below Boiler. He's absolutely happy to just wait here. He'll get all the audio of that rotation coming in now from Envy. Coco going straight through spawn. I mean, there is an opportunity to at least do some further damage, but I think Flipshitter is just all over it. His position was huge on the Killjoy just then. And I think there's a reason why it's him pretty much at the top of the scoreboard, if I am not mistaken. No, okay, never mind. He's actually dropped off a little bit. It's Blaze King and Tebottle that have been really putting in the work in the last few rounds.
So, attacker side pistol for both sides and the bonus found as well. So a great, 3-round little start for both sides respectively. But remember, it was an extra 2 for Oasis, and then it fell kind of by the wayside, right? That was where Boom really started to run it back in towards this map. So the fact that they've got, a bit of a lead, they're starting to set themselves up where they're padding and they're cushioning. They can have a mistake here or there, but they're still going to be holding on to their lead. So it really is time for Oasis to kind of need to get the next round, all things considered. They're not even wrestling the economy just yet, so it is a bit of an uphill battle for them to climb right now.
Coco spotted. Again, has had some very, very big impact, but the stinger from Yellow, exactly the weaponry that you want to be using to fend off this offense here of Boom. And needing one more round to get them to double digits, so close to closing out the opening map here. And again, it's elimination. This is going to be Oasis going home as one of the stronger seeds into this tournament if they are unsuccessful in this series. But Coco does start strong, and I'm eating my words right now, Komodo. Coco's found 2 with that stinger before he is taken. Now Tibotle trying to make something work. Flips Jitter as well. Awkward position though, stuck at Yellow. 2 members low in Curtsy and Marky. Are they going to be able to overwhelm as the Aldrone comes through?
This is going to be a reversal 2 versus 5. We saw Oasis win it last time, and now it's the time for Boom to bring it back in towards this round. The tap onto the spike with 30 seconds to still play for. There's the damage delivered, 19 HP for Flipshitter to still play around right now, and he's going to be taken down in the end too. The Thrifty comes Oasis's way, and those murky waters, those rocky tides are starting to settle down for them. They've got a gun rounds to come now, and this is where we do start to see their activation, hopefully.
Only one sound for these kind of rounds, which is that straight up bruh. The moments being brought through. Coco getting a lot of work done there, and the paint shells as well from Marky. It's just awkward. This is what I mean, right? A couple of times we've seen these teams, all of a sudden they know they're going up against pistols and they freeze. It's like they're playing a different brand of Valorant when they know they're going up against the lesser buy. Because both times what we've seen from the opposing sides, I think Boom did it on the previous half, Oasis have done it now as well, in the position where they just kind of have a 4-man lean towards B, leave one peeling to have a spot for info back towards A. And then, by the time that the attackers have been stuck in B long, they just haven't moved. They've allowed the pistols and, the light buy to overtake them completely. And now that's a successful Thrifty for Oasis that kind of get their way back into this game.
Yeah, it's kind of passive start to this round as well, all things considered. No one really peeking or prodding for Oasis down that B long position, nor over towards the bit of A. You got Wild Oreo playing in the elbow at the moment, see what he can spot on through, but his head is going to be removed from its shoulders. And now you've just got NV2 contest with no 0 point early on to deny that lockdown, but he is going to have to fall a little bit later on. And he doesn't actually have a 0 point for this retake for quite a long time now on that 40-second cooldown. So this is going to look pretty powerful for Boom to hold this down.
Another big retake. Boom, very much in position. Envy also getting up close and personal. So they've got some info onto the belt, but Marky's actually going to be able to punish that. There it is, and that's going to be the pit being dropped here, Komodo. Big bit of information right now. Certainly a moment back into this one for Oasis, but Berserk gets the round back, gets the frags for 2, and now it's all left on to Curtsy in a 1 versus 4. I cannot believe how quickly this has flipped up right now. The Hunter's Fury to keep him at bay, and Flips Jitter pushing straight through to find a 10th round here for Boom. They are looking absolutely gorgeous into this.
I love the fact that Blaze King doesn't bring out the Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown from Coco. The idea is to bait out the whole team with the lockdown, leave them within its domain circle, and let, a Berserk sit in there, get the frags when they're not really going to be expecting him to still be holding at the back of the generator. So it was a really nice little plan in the mix from Boom to hold it down. You can just see it here on the replay. It was exactly what Boom needed to secure this round, right? Berserk's finding those required frags. You've then got the reliance of the Nanoswarm and the Hunter's Fury to just 100% the round from there on out. So that's why I kind of mentioned that these rounds are really required from Oasis from here on out, because this should quoted be the 11th for Boom, and any more mistakes for Oasis, they're finding a couple of map points.
Some time to think for Oasis. They need to utilize this round as best as they possibly can. 3 members on that A site looking to push forward for some further information. They have gathered it, and in Coco's position, sure, he's been taken rather low, but they should be able to start to at least send some rotations to help out Oreo. who is
sitting in the poison
alone.
cloud.
Yeah. Just has to wait and hope to fend off at least 1 or 2 here.
Coco sitting in poison cloud in mid to see if anyone would aggress from Boom. But the aggression is a different side of the map. Nice little dart onto the wall. Definitely not where that
Nobody
was
saw that.
intended. But again, you know, it's going to be one of these scenarios where it's post plant for Boom. It's retake for Oasis. This time they don't really have the best weaponry to try and go in for the retake. You might want to use the showstopper if you start to get back in toward it, however, and maybe you do now that Coco's found this frag on towards the bottle.
Making it happen. Couple of Vandals. Turks does open up with one though. Blaze King gets another back, and just as you sort of feel that there's a potential round of excitement go into it, it is just going to be that save of the Vandal, or at least hopefully. Jitter does get the spot. They should be able to swing together. Oh man.
A little bit too early on the shot.
Yeah, like, I guess to summarize, right? It was 6 or 5 in a row for Boom, I believe. There was, no, it was 6 in a row, correct? And then
for Boom? No.
Yeah, 5. It was 5.
It was 5 in a row at the end of the
Yes, correct. And then it was the final round taken by Oasis.
No, 4,
end up
sorry.
6-6. So, irrespective, what I was trying to get at is that Oasis feel like they had all of their momentum at the very start of the game, and there has been absolutely nothing since. Like, I've not seen a single moment so far in this half that's made me sort of think like, okay, here we go. You know, Oasis has really got a time to shine right now.
Yeah, it was
a little bit of life trickled in, but that's it.
It was really just at the very beginning when you can see here they were on that 4-0 mark, and then Boom, you know, they get 2. It goes back the other way, and then it was a string of rounds from Boom that, you know, started to get them activated, warmed up in towards these this cold snow of Icebox right now, and they've continued that over into the beginnings of their own attackers side. So an 11-7 scoreline right now is where we really need to see, you know, one of these plays come out from Oasis, because, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, on this defensive side in the gun rounds from Oasis, we've not really seen too much aggression from them bar 1 round.
Very important time to think. Good utilization of the timeout again. You know, they've definitely had to take all of these. But once more, you know, it's just Boom with the answer. We know how strong the Indonesian region is inside APAC. So much competition to sort of battle around with. Gonna be some big series over the course of the next few days as well. But, you know, it's going to be a sad thing to see either of these teams go out right now, you know, completely.
Wild Oreo going down in towards the tunnel, and that's just going to get taken
There's
down.
just
You can
nothing,
see,
is there?
nah, you can see the idea was for Courtesy's dart to be the deterrent, and then for him to try and find something. But immediately, Mark is taken down, Wild Oreo's taken down. Everybody's storming through the kitchen at the moment. It's a stampede. Get out of the kitchen, we're saying right now, as Coco manages to find Sabottle, and the Hunter's Fury goes a little bit awry from Courtesy. So a spike plant. Eventually, maybe, they've left it in the hands of Flipshitter, who is nowhere near the action, to be honest with you. And with the res and the drone, maybe it does shift just to win this round in damage, because it's just down to Envy in this 1 versus 5.
So flat. Envy has all of it to do. You know, it does have the null command, but can't even quite connect that shot. You can see that the nerves are here right now for Oasis. And again, you know, a team tipped to do quite well in this competition, you know. I think a number of the Filipino teams have had some strugglesome moments. Obviously, again, we did mention Team Secret yesterday. But luckily, obviously, RRQ have managed to get through. Did take down Global in the previous map, which was very, very chaotic of what I was able to watch.
Yeah, still an elimination match, though, that is ahead of them, you know, and when you think about the fact that they have to go either up against Xerxia or Alter Ego, it's still kind of scary.
Jeez, yeah, very, very scary. A lot of scary competition, you know, at this stage in the tournament, like, that's exactly what it's going to be, right? You know, they've already done the competition in their respective regions. Now at the APAC VCT, they want to get that spot at Masters, and they need to show why they can do it. And this time it's Oreo who will be able to at least make something work. But Flipshitter is there immediately for the trade. Now Coco with that dastardly Bulldog that we have seen big things before. It's a lesser utilized weapon, but you know, with that scope through, it does have that burst fire that can certainly make things work. But now Tebottle, 1, 2, 3, there we go, from the Viper outside the kitchen, and now it's all left on to Envy, who will be taken, and Flipshitter to close. Boom, with a decimation of the side of Oasis. They are certainly feeling cold and frosted as they leave Icebox chilled. As now with Bind around the corner, Boom's map pick, Komodo, we wonder, if it is going to be just that continuous, somewhat strain, I guess, of 2-0s that we've been experiencing in this competition.
Well, maybe so. I mean, we saw a lot of resilience come through from Boom in the later stages after the first, 4 rounds kind of went to the way of Oasis, when we're thinking maybe in the narrative has this game for the 3, has the, the substance for Oasis to really show us what they've got here on Icebox. But as soon as these rounds started to come through towards Boom, there was just a lot of clean rounds that they were able to find, right? The space that they provided for themselves as a team, and the fact that also there was no real haste on that defensive side from Oasis to get control back. Not complacency, but just kind of hesitancy is the word I'll use here from them to try and, just figure things out, wrestle the beast back in towards this. And in the end, Boom find that 13-7 is a very comfortable scoreline for them. It's the best they've had with this lineup so far on this map right now in this tournament. And coming into Bind, I mean, I kind of agree with you. The possibility right now for this to go into a 2-0 is quite high.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, seeing that confidence so early on in the map for Oasis and to just completely fall by the wayside, Boom had all of the answers for every single thing that they want to throw at them. Their defense mechanism was set up very, very well into that second half, and it was all Boom throughout that one for sure. So will they drag that momentum into Bind, or will we see at least a bit of a response from Oasis? We'll let our panel break it all down after a short break. We'll see you soon.
Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. To the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying source.
spike just exploded with Boom Esports as the detonators on Icebox. The action keeps happening here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix, still your girl trio here on the panel. We always talk about this, Trix, about how we crave, how we are thirsty for proactiveness, but surprisingly, it's not the Oasis that quenched that. It was Boom Esports.
Maybe surprising to you, I guess. A little more surprising to you than to me. I think the start, honestly speaking, I was a little concerned. I wasn't too certain where Boom was going with this, if they were going to keep doing that kind of random aggression. At least to me, it seemed very random, and I'm guessing to viewers out there. But later on, you notice that Boom really changes up their setup. Right? Yeah, they give the first couple rounds. If they win it, they win it. If not, it's okay. There's something to learn there. And true enough, they were learning in the middle of the map how to play against Oasis, what kind of push Oasis was doing, where their difficulties are, or where their weak points were. And I feel that in general, even though Boom did not have that duelist to create that space, I think all of their agents throughout created so much space for each other to get those frags and that map control.
It's funny how you pointed out that they didn't have a duelist, because during the opening round wherein Boom Esports was on the attacking side, I was actually thinking, hey, why is Flipshitter on the Killjoy, going up in front, entering the site, and then I realized, oh wait, right, they don't have a duelist, but hey, Cash, they managed to make it work. No duelist, no problem.
I really liked how they utilized. I mean, actually, when you think about Flips on how he used his turret to entry, reminds me of what South Built made popular last stage. How everyone was just so hyped about it. Like how, I don't remember the player name, but there's like they popularized an aggressive Killjoy. But anyways, coming back to this map in particular, what I really liked about it was the fact that we don't have players take space. To take space directly on site fast. So let's try our best to come in from different and multiple areas. And a lot of situations, it felt like they weren't able to at first because of the aggression coming in from Oasis. But look at this. Once Oasis came through, you can see this sort of switch coming on into Boom Esports' mind. How they're like, okay, because we aren't able to take them head on one by one, let's just try and get those picks early. Let's try and play it a little bit more safe, but yet still trying to get those frags. And I really liked how they managed to just like walk through the site entirely. Like sometimes you think like, okay, they're already on the site from the side of Oasis. They're already planted. When you see the retakes coming through, and honestly, it's just phenomenal seeing them play retakes, because it's honestly been working so well in their favor. And even our attack after they got the plants, they're because of how what they have in terms of like their agent lineup, their post plants were just crazy good.
And bringing back to or reinforcing a point that I had earlier in the previous matchup with GES's lineup, you see how that chamber or Berserks on that chamber being able to get those early picks, being able to put pressure around the map and being more aggressive as a chamber. I think that a lot of teams that are running the chamber need to start doing that, especially like don't be afraid to run without a duelist. And Boom Esports being the leader, the one leading that charge, because they don't have a duelist, but they're taking so much control, taking so much space with the lineup that they're going with. And this is a triple sentinel, considerably something that we find more defender sided, something a little more passive. They were taking it by storm.
I mean, when you think about Chamber, there are a lot of people that say like Chamber is technically a duelist, and in this situation, Boom really made it work. He's and I think because this aggression coming in from him in general is literally just because he's so confident not only in his pick potential but also his ability to get out of situations so early. Yes, in the beginning we saw Marquis actually just start shining, got so much space, but then you see, as you mentioned before, learning on the fly is what Boom Esports does so well. We were a little bit concerned. I was just like, okay, isn't this an attacker heavy map? And I'm like, oh right, they don't have a duelist. What can they do to adapt? And I have to say that this adaptation coming from them is not only something impressive, but also the idea that they don't need a duelist means that their adaptation is very different. And I think Oasis wasn't able to really crack the code once Boom Esports figured them out.
Well, my question for that is, Tricks, we talked about wanting proactiveness over here.
Yeah.
There were rounds wherein Oasis Gaming was trying to execute that. But when you're faced against a team like Boom Esports that's good at contact play, how do you even comprehend? How do you adjust from that?
I think it all depends on not getting picked off early. We could see a lot of the players on Oasis side extending, not necessarily too much, but extending to the point where they could get picked off. Being more aware of your angles and having your teammates in safer angles, for example in Snowman, and you're in sight, because I know the Viper got picked off there, then you want like your Sova to be jiggle peeking that first, get that initial information. The Viper wall might come up, Viper doesn't have to over commit it, get picked off by a player in Boom Esports. So I think that kind of proactivity is also what is necessary for teams against a team like Boom Esports, because if you don't give them any information, or you have the upper hand in the information and being able to stay safe with it, that's what would help Oasis turn the tide.
And speaking of stay safe, I think that they were a little bit too reliant on the Viper's pit. I found that in some of the rounds, they were really only beginning to execute whenever the Viper's pit was out there. Other rounds, I'm not so sure what they were trying to pull off. But yeah, that was just the observation that I had throughout the rounds for Oasis Gaming Tricks.
It would seem some teams rely on having that ultimate, or they have a play set around that ultimate. But I think more than having a play set on an ultimate, you want to just have it as an insurance policy. Just have it to seal the deal if you need it to be, but not necessarily your win condition.
Yeah, we talked about win conditions before, and you know, the idea that an ultimate is a win condition is very terrifying. You're not gonna have it every single round, and you cannot be giving away too many rounds because of it. And on top of that, what I really liked, even if they do have those Viper's Pit, how many times did Boom Esports still manage to fish out the Viper from inside of the pit? My world, no, it's Boom Esports world. Thanks to all the information they're able to get, especially from their Sova. So coming back to what you said earlier, I felt like that was a question mark moment from Oasis. I think we saw that during Order as well, where they're not able to figure out a way to adjust and adapt to situations. And I think maybe because they're not able, not because they're not able to, but they took too long to figure it out. We saw some moments of life coming in from Oasis once in a while, and it was phenomenal. But then whenever they adjust, Boom Esports just switches back, and you're just left at that question mark moment again.
Yeah, the question mark is showing up on my face as well as we go into Bind, because this is not a composition that I've seen Oasis Gaming pull out recently. So maybe they have worked this in the past, but I know that recently they did pull out the Fade.
Yes, Ripperoo is in, and I think that it's a nice lineup on Oasis Gaming. It's a
You're biased because there's a Sky. You're biased because there's a Sky.
No. Wait. Hold on a second, okay? I want the Sky with a Fade. So that's a little different.
She wants the whole
I think Oasis has a good lineup, but it's a little safe. They have that Sentinel, the double controller. It seems they really want to get those rounds in on the defender side. Boom, however, playing what I love to see, that Neon with the breach, just that ability to open the sights, topped off with a Sky, so you know it's easy for the post-plant situation. Any smokes that come down their way could be to their advantage because the Sky can just pop a flash right through.
When you say topped off with the Sky, I don't know why, but I was thinking about this French fries topped with cheese, topped with bacon, and it's like, oh my god, it's dinner time. But anyway, coming back to that, I agree with you. For Bind, I'm really liking this setup coming in from Boom. This very aggressive sort of play style coming in from them is just so great. You can cover so much space with Berserks. Not only can you cover so much space, you can still get picks early if you want to. And hell, if you want to go for the long flank in the back, you can do that too, just because of how much space she carries. On top of that, she can also buy some time with the fast lane if she wants. She can entry as well. But looking at the two flashes coming in from Blaze King and Tebosol is terrifying. It's kind of oppressive.
And then, you know, on the flip side, we've got Oasis Gaming with that ability to control most of the map themselves. They got that double controller set up. They have that Sage that can wall things off.
I haven't seen Sage on Vine in a long time.
It's been a hot minute for Sage, I think.
Right? How nostalgic is this? Seeing Sage on the Vine. I wonder how this is gonna work out. Again, this isn't Oasis Gaming's strong suit. They were really banking on Icebox to work out. After all, that was their map pick. But they better be wary because this is Boom Esports' pick. They're ready for this, and I really hope that because Oasis Gaming actually opened this map by not banning it and banning Split instead. We wanted to see Split. I really hope that it pays off for them. But again, guys, this is map number 2. I hope you guys are ready for the next game because once again, it is Oasis Gaming versus Boom Esports.
Okay. How about those compositions that we've got right now? Bind has been such a versatile map in what the agents that we're actually seeing come out. And, it feels like duelists, they were so heavily leaned on for quite some time. And now all of a sudden they're just fizzing out for this point in time.
It feels a little bit like that with the compositions that we've seen, the duelist comps. I mean, we just kind of did just see it on map number 1 there as well. But coming in towards Bind, I mean, this is... Again, new compositions for these teams, given by the fact that they have never run this exact lineup just yet. I'm looking towards the statistics right now. That's why I'm looking up, by the way, if you're wondering. From Boom Esports. When they played Alter Ego, there was a slight shift. So if you remove the fade that Berserk was running in with there, and you put him on the Sky, that's the change up for the composition that we're seeing for them now. But on the flip side, it's the first time that we're going to be able to witness this Viper here coming through for the side of Oasis. And I mean, we saw what differentness they tried to attempt in that first map here in this series. And the biggest thing for me was what the Des touched on perfectly, right? It was the adaptation early on that Boom showcased to us. When they figured out what Oasis were trying to do, they shut them down completely.
Absolutely. And obviously, touched upon already, Ripperoo for Curtsy onto the Brim. And we also will have the strength in this double smoke sort of focus. So I guess it's just going to be my eyes on how well Berserks can utilize this Neon. We saw him do it before, taking control of that short into U-Haul position. But this time around, it's going to be into Hookah. But there is a heavy lean from Oasis here to defend as the Trailblazer will go out towards Garden already.
I'm sorry, I did mention Berserks. I meant Blaze King. It starts with B as well
yes,
for the
course,
change up. But for right now, Ripperoo playing in toward the Garden. No Flash is going to be coming in to help him from Wild Oreo, but it's going to be the reversal at the moment as Frostmind is going to be able to Brim dispatch right now. Coco for the trade as well, and through the TP, we do see Coco coming over to get some assistance happening. But Boom, they're stuck in toward the Garden at the moment, and they might choose themselves to go in through for the TP, but now they'll have to contest with Marky, who can find some nice positioning for himself.
Yeah. Great spot. It's going to be cleared though. Frostmind is looking for it. Envy sets his focus. Marky does exactly that, and that is going to be the spike dropped as well. So it is back to a 2-on-2. It's an even contest, but all these members are super split right now. Blaze King has been completely sent back by those paint shells, and now the guiding light going in, but it's not going to be deep enough. It's still a very awkward fight here, but Berserk's moving through the tunnel, heading his way back around just outside the spawn. He's going to be able to actually find that spike in a second, so it's all on Marky. Can he find the shot? The dink onto Berserk's, but holding on to the shield means that he does live on for a little bit, and that is going to be the opening round for Boom. But very chaotic all over the shop, lots of rotations, and I guess relying on the individual performances to wait out those rotations.
It's also one of those things, right? When you hear the mid-map TP from A towards B, as a team playing outside the other teleporter, you can sometimes kind of consider, okay, we're just going to immediately teleport. But the fact that you only hear one player go through that TP, and there's no Yoru or Omen, so no shenanigans in that front, you're not solidified in making that rotation for yourself. So the fact that Berserk wins that duel in Hookah sells Boom the message that they can try and safely TP because they'll have numbers back over towards A. They'd already seen everybody else at B, so it was just Marky to try and do everything. Fortunately, falls by the wayside there, Conky, and now we're into the new round where the guns are here for Boom, of course, but not really on the flip side from Oasis. A couple of Sheriffs for sure, but really, these rounds, it's always going to be on the team with the guns to kind of fall over to give the way to the other team.
So how are they going to reapproach? Oasis desperately need to sort of get their mark nice and early on this map, Komodo. Like, if they don't, I'm really going to start to already talk the narrative of that potential 2-0, which I really do not want to see Oasis go out without picking up a map. 2-0 against Order. Now the guiding light straight on through. Clearing out everything. Fast lane utilized. It is going to be Blaze King getting into elbow. Bottle will be there as well. And only Flips Jitter to try and take that line with the Marshal. So it's going to be a full rotation. Control now sent in towards the CT spawn position. But only just battles of wild bullets at this point in time as Ripperoo gets the opener here.
Oh, will Boom be able to recover in this one, though, and hold off the spike, though? Because in the player disadvantage, they might be able to, or they might rather get taken over. Waiting for the Sky Smoke to fade at the moment, and look who's dancing with this one, just hiding in amongst it. Oh, he's given a warning shot, didn't he? I think maybe. Now the footsteps are going through as he charges. He sees the information into amongst the tube in the middle of the site, and this is the better containment for Boom around the site. Now they know that Envy's in the CT spawn. Essential. And Berserks will finish that one. So they do hold on in this round, Conky. But now is the time, you know, while the pistol's great and that round's great as well, if things go the way we're expecting, right? These are the rounds that we see the defenders, you know, get their first guns out, and that's what's happening.
This is a bit more of a stereotypical bonus here as to what you can expect, right? We've got the 3 Spectres. There surely will be some level of reinvestment, but I think it was on to Bottle there. You know, his position just outside the Sky Smokes, waiting very, very patiently through the garden. If he left it up maybe a little while longer, it could have been a bit more of a cause for concern, but it absolutely was fine. So Flips Jitter, he does have the Headhunter, and Frostbine's going to be going for the Sheriff. So it's the initial contest out fought long once more, but Berserks is already straight up there. And Wild Oreo is going to be stunned up. This is a really awkward position to be in. Berserk's a great opening. Nice and strong. Will Flips Jitter find anything here, though? Not quite. Ripperoo still inside the hookah. They need to clear this position. And Coco, he's already out on the side. But that fast lane will allow the control, the positioning. But they're all into elbow here, Komodo. They've completely given up the side. Just leaving one member in Flips Jitter to try and keep that further control. Now they're straight out here. And it's a weird stalemate in this 4v4.
They're absolutely locked in, and they do still have access to a Sky Smoke to try and get out of this one. If they can take the fight over at the CT spawn, they might be able to get back in towards A, and I think that's the shift that they're attempting to do right now. Marky, though, for the challenge, he finds one.
Oh, they found it.
The trades go back towards Boom, so it's going to be for them to just escape here, and they're expecting Oasis to go in for the fight. They do it together, holding each other's hand. And now Berserk's a 1 versus 2. They know where he is. They can see the gun swapping, but he needs the spike. A little bit of a hot potato and a dance, but the run can't help. Ripperoo for 3, and it's Oasis on the bonus to find it. And now, just quickly before I throw it back to you, one thing that I forgot actually about this lineup now for Boom, the concussive force is really big. Breach, Sky's Trailblazer, and then you got the Neon as well.
Yeah.
Good luck shooting.
Exactly right. That relay bolt was huge in towards Garden a second ago. But what I'm really, really interested in about this round, right? I love that strategy, taking all the control of elbow, trying to push in towards the hall and into spawn. But when you've only got the Spectres, you can't really fight that long distance that does afford the hall line. And again, right idea, wrong round to kind of do it. And despite the fact that Boom almost did find it, only 2 alive for Oasis, it is an awkward one to be found. Now, Berserks tagged up pretty heavy. The paint shells might actually find him at will. Berserks goes down. So a very strong start here for Oasis, and they're getting the momentum up on this defender's side, which is exactly what we need to see from them.
And one thing I'm going to be interested in for Oasis as well is their orb control. Are they going to be contesting the A orb, the B orb? Because you got to remember, Berserks can try and get in front of them before they can really set up for it as well. And if you're getting these orbs on someone like Envy, the 6th man potential to get back up time and time again is really big. So I want to keep a little bit of an eye on that for later on. But everything that's happening around this A side at the moment is going Oasis's way. They're going to be throwing in the showstopper, which works out for Marky. Technically on for the ace right now as he's picked up all 3. And there is an idea of exactly where the remaining folks are from at Boom now. It's a bottle over at short to try and retrieve the spike. That's denied. And Blaze King was already spot in the showers. He's going to be good for 1 here in this 1 versus 3. But dinked on down. That's the round. And Oasis will tie it up.
Very, very good response there, I suppose. You know, there was a moment where it started to get a bit shaky with that momentum. Marky, though, making it work, getting the showstopper out. Very happy with his momentum behind him before he did quickly get his head ripped off. But irrespective, good result. Tebotle tried to make it work, but at least we do have a even now game. Very early start. Again, similar sort of story from that previous map. The first half was very competitive, very strong in the back and forth, but all we have to see is just, again, that consistency come out of Oasis. Again, as I mentioned, I do not want to see a team like this with so much potential and, you know, so much hype around them go out in a 0-4 fashion. That's a great orbital strike. It's actually going to force Berserks into the TP.
And remember, there's a time limit on that ultimate, so it's kind of gone now.
Yeah. Straight out of it. I love that. Envy, punished, and Flipshitter will take advantage of it. So it is an advantage found by Boom, but not with the weaponry to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And 3 players, nonetheless, over at this B side. A refreshment on the Sky Smoke means that there's just, 20 extra seconds being bought for Oasis to gather some information, rotate a player towards A if they need. Just remember as well, Coco, because the Viper is here, alive, I guess you could still say in this round, the autonomous nature of her abilities to put up that wall and the smoke, wherever they want around the map, means she can float around. And there's a really nice timing on the Seekers as well from Wild Oreo. This should reveal what Boom are looking to do in this round.
Yep, straight on towards the long position. Only that one member who is now punished flips shit up.
30
taken
seconds
down very,
left.
very quickly. Now that Sky Smoke is good. There is a slight gap in it, the guiding light straight through, but they're actually going to be repositioning themselves all into Hookah, and that has cause for the rotation from Coco to go out of there. Berserks does pick up the Vandal, so it's a good position for him to be in, but I'm liking this position from Wild Oreo. Sitting just in the cubby, it is a 12-second position left in the round, and now it's a relay bolt straight into the cubby. Berserks with the awareness is ready for it, but now look at Ripperoo's position. He's punished, but Coco straight out. Have they denied the spike? I think they might have. It's tight, it's tight, it's tight!
No, didn't get it. Didn't get the plan. It's Oasis's round, even though it looks like it might go Boom's way. The sacrifice to throw yourself in there to get them off that spike is literally what the one condition was when it got overwhelmed at the moment as well there. There was another gun that I saw in Hookah that could technically be picked up here for Boom, but man, talk about cutting a fine wire, right? That was way too close for comfort, and you can just see Coco sacrificing himself out, brought them off the spike. He didn't even challenge the planter, and it brought him off.
Yeah. It's just enough of a presence to kind of make the players question themselves. You have to be in full reliance of your teammates to defend you when you're getting that spike down. And if you hesitate, if you second guess for just even a millisecond, it can ruin the round. And that's exactly what we've seen right now. Wild Oreo, my God, this is what I mean, Komodo. I keep seeing this so many times throughout this competition when there is all this control that does not need to be fought for. And leaping and binding through the long position.
I mean, you're still going to understand why they're going for it, right? It's a new plan that they haven't tried out just yet, and it's one of those high percentage plays that if it does work out, it should cement yourself in towards the round. But the fact that they've lost 2 of their players with no resurrection available for Envy, if he does go down now as well with all the pressure coming toward him, this round is essentially just gifted over towards Boom. So it's really big on Envy to force them back or win the fight there, and he is going to be forcing them back. So he can get that orb and get a res to get a boy back up, but I mean, still, you're looking at Boom here.
Boom just feeling nice and strong. How's these defenses going to be looking? Marky, awkward line, but does actually manage to get one despite being hit by that Trailblazer. Now with that spike being planted, 4 versus 2, Coco and Envy not exactly in the best spot. They are out on the site. Great start from Coco, at least a good response, dropping down Frostmind. And in this position, back into the showers is Blaze King. So they are already very, very far forward right now, but they still have to overwhelm Berserks, who is inside the U-Haul.
Ready with the ult
also. Exactly right. It's been sent out now, and that's the perfect amount of timing. However, Coco might make something work here. Utilizing the ultimate, does get sent down, sitting just outside, clearing as much as he can.
Yeah, Tabottle heard him around the U-Haul as well, so knew that he wasn't on it. Counted a couple of seconds there to put the Aftershock to buy more time, and just on that, just that little bit of utility from Tabottle and the fact that they're no longer peeking in toward him means that the round is cemented out from Boom. So for Coco, a bit of an ill-timed ultimate in the end where he lost his teammate at the same time. Going to be tied up 3-3 and coming in towards the next round. I mean, you look at the purchase that we're going to be having here on the credit mark for Oasis, and it isn't the greatest, but it does kind of look like they're going in with one.
Look, attacker side of bind, so important. If you get those early rounds, you really sort of have a lot more to work with, I suppose, on the next half. You're much more confident about your position. You're not really sort of fighting from behind. And you can sort of have that reliance. And I think already, knowing that Boom have the momentum from the previous map, it was a strong finish, 13-7. They're actually still going to go for the timeout, which I like. It's a good opportunity to do so. They know that there is going to be, a weakened buy, if any, to come out from Oasis and Coco. Whilst there is a level of investment around the weapon that was saved in the previous, do they even buy around it? I suppose if they manage to throw together a few bits of utility and some light shield, that kind of thing, it can be juggled between them if they try to go for an aggressive play. And we have seen those pistols work out, but good time now again for the conversation. Iron out any kinks, keep that momentum. Because Berserks is having a pretty stellar start here, whereas we haven't really seen Flipshitter open up just yet, but at least now he's going to have that tour de force. There is the opportunity to kind of fight it, and I guess harder as well, you know, on that attacker's side, it can be quite challenging to play the chamber still.
And it's not like Oasis haven't seen a Neon on a map of Bind before, right? They've played in with a composition with a Neon, so they should be expecting the relative level of aggression that Burks is available with on that agent. So it's kind of like he's able to find all the space and find all the impact with this Neon kit, and Oasis just haven't put in the information, the work, the plays to try and counter specifically Berserks at the moment. And I don't know if there's any idea to, like, you know, segregate out one player to try and find, but it is something that they could look to do. However, right now what they're doing is actually pushing showers together. That orb control I was mentioning, they've disregarded to go straight through. They've seen the trademark over at the other side of the map, and they're forcing the rotation from Boom to stick into this B site now.
Yeah. Again, a lot of time burnt out here. Finally sort of repositioning accordingly. We saw a similar sort of things like this coming out a couple of series ago, where it was just that very, very slow start on the attacker's side. But now that they've got the momentum behind them, they're happy to march through the showers, take that real estate that's been given up. But look at this rotation, straight through the teleporters. And there is already some info from Tebottle picked up, but Berserks, is he going to be able to clear up here? Not quite. Ripperoo. Very nice shot there. And they do have the resurrection. And also, that is going to be a Vandal secured, but Tebottle can get 3. You love to see it there. Wild Oreo, Coco have to try and overwhelm here, but it's only going to be Oreo as Blaze King does manage to punish. The last man in short. No, Flipshitter, he's been punished again. Has not had any luck in this map so far, but I think that is just going to be the round done and dusted. They've done such awesome things here. Boom. And basically just living in the heads of Oasis rent-free right now.
Yeah, the palm trees are being cut down to size, that's for certain. Oasis even investing in the resurrection there, and not expecting a flank to already be happening as well. Really nice timing from Boom Esports in that round, despite the push that Oasis did on that showers location that I did mention as well. I love the fact that Berserks was the one in the showers, right? The relay bolt is one of those pieces of utility in that time that's so quick to get out to just upset your opponents, but really, it's just the quick fragging action from the lads in the server right now that's making things flow really nicely as well as that team play, and that's exactly what you want to see from teams facing elimination, right? But back in towards this one, we've got guns for everybody. Coco is down to a stinger, mind you, so don't really be expecting any long engagements to come out from him. And again, it's going to be this deployment from both sides that kind of is passive, kind of is spread around the map, waiting to see who's going to aggress first, and it's looking like Flipshitter is really inching towards showers.
Wants to try and find this fight. 2 members again of Oasis. Need to clear the space though. If they're going to try and fight the fight, they have to do it now. Clear out what they can. They are finally looking for it, but I think, no, Flipshit is actually going to be punished. Awesome start here. Finally, we see a little bit more momentum from Oasis now. Taking that advantage early, but it's going to be a tough defense. Envy inside the Sky Smokes, just in elbow. It's a bold decision to try and fight this, but I guess Coco also in position. Only with the stinger inside Hookah. Does have the snake bite. We'll send it out. Now that gives the info. But Envy striking whilst the iron is hot. Now Oreo also there. Marky opens up and against the second. Here we go. Oasis really packing heat in this round. Wild Oreo clears it out alongside Envy inside Hookah. Tebottle gets punished. And Oasis do fight back. So still, despite the fact that it feels like Boom are really in the dominant position, it's still a 4-on-4. It's still anyone's game. And Oasis have an opportunity to get a couple more in this half, because I did see the opening map of Icebox end 6-6 in the opening before it was Boom to really run away with it. Will that be different here? Can Oasis fill that role and take their opposing team's map pick in Boom as well?
Well, one of the biggest differences in that round for Oasis was the fact that they actually won the open engagement and got away from it, right? The fact that the showers control that they were holding on to for, like, kind of passively wins them the fight against Flipshitter, and then everything explodes out on the side of B, and all the frags, all the utility, it goes their way. It's what you want to see from your defensive side. Now, I'm questioning the fact that they've gotten that round. What are they doing differently in this new round? It's kind of looking the same with a little bit of a shift of agent positionings. And now that Boom have access to ultimates, they're sending them in right now. It's a 1-on-1 trade, but B side is already being broken into.
Yeah, look at that. Frostbind punches Coco, so that is home free. But Wild Oreo, he's happy to move out, and I don't think they're going to be ready for it at all. Not clearing the angles, not looking over to the right position. Frostbind, one, there we go. Looks the opposing way, and Ripperoo utilizes that momentum, the positioning, the focus set elsewhere to jump straight out of spawn and get back onto the site for 2 of his own. Oasis take the lead back, and have they thrown the economy out slightly? It is going to be an awkward one whether or not we actually want to see Boom buy into this, but still, 4 rounds attacker's side, certainly not anything to laugh at. I like the individual plays coming out from these Oasis members at this point in time.
It was really wise timing from Wild Oreo there. Maybe throwing a little bit of luck as well, because Boom might have been in the had the inkling that they're safe around the B site. They found 3 kills. It's open, right? Unfortunately not. You still got people to contend with. Wild Oreo getting where he needed to. Upset the balance, win the round for Oasis. Take back the lead that they were desperately wanting. The overdrive is coming in for Berserks right now, though, and a big dink on towards Coco, immediately sending him on back. And as the Seekers are shot on through, all this Viper utility has kind of just been the deterring factor for the Boom's allowance in towards the site.
Yeah. It's the only saving grace here is how low Coco is at this point in time, and now the rotation is sent very, very quickly. How will Marky go? Will he get one? He absolutely will. Sky Smoke, Satchel, here it is, Marky another, but it will be Frostbind to at least get that trade, but Blaze King, Tebottle, they've got an answer for it here, Komodo, and now look at this rotation, because already we see Blaze King taking that site, taking that position, but Oreo, he will strike at the right time as well, dropping that spike, and now we have to see Blaze King do it all, looking to recover, but he will be punished on the flank in. Great stuff there from Oasis, and they are looking much, much more well-drilled as a team.
Man, Wild Oreo's done it again with some perfect timing, hasn't he? This time through the TP to cut off the head of the snake as they're trying to slither back in toward the site. You could see that there was a little bit of a lurk left over towards the B long position. That duel was won, and that's the B site, so a quick little TP, but then for himself to just go through it as well, dropping that spike, meaning that Coco can actually get back into the round after being dinked down to 5 HP. So again, really nice spacing and timing for Oasis to get another round on the board, and I can't help but point this out again for Berserks. That's the second time that the overdrive has just been timed out with no damage done.
Yeah. It is certainly an interesting ultimate. It's more around the kit of Neon in her speed and able to sort of create space that does make her such a strong agent. The overdrive ultimate can be a little bit lackluster at times unless it's really up close and personal.
It's just like the Bladestorm, really, but
Yeah.
you don't get the element of the updrafts and stuff.
It's
You
the
just
hype
get
play.
the quick speed. Speaking of, already in towards U-Hole.
Opening, will it happen? Not quite. Relay bolt out, and that does catch Marky, so it's going to make it a little bit easier. Ripperoo does have the orbital strike available. Will that force them off? It absolutely will. They're going to live on, though. Flipshooter does get one, and he's keen, very keen to move forward. However, Ripperoo will catch. They're ready to move back into this round now, as Oreo not too far away either. It's going to be that rotation straight through the teleporter. Envy, how quickly can he get there? That will be the question, and the answer is very one. Does there get more, as well as we do see Frostbind creep around while Oreo is ready, but I wonder if Blaze King is even more onto the other side. The flip around, and they do manage to connect. It's Oasis finding 7, and potentially here Komodo dragging their way into that third map. But still, I've got lots more questions. I need to see many more things from Oasis, especially what they have for us in store on that attacking side. They've got the duelist, obviously, in Marky, and it's the double up of the smokes as well.
I'm getting a couple of vibes right now from when we had the FW Esports versus Fancy United match on this map, right? The second one in the series, however, an 8-4 halftime scoreline. And when things did flip over, it was kind of the speed that was attempted time and time again that got the better of them. So I'm really wondering right now for Boom, has their speed that they were really relying upon to get in front of positions kind of biting them in the butt right now? 4 rounds that, they were able to get in pretty good fashion, all things considered, right? The pistol in the secondary, 2 more in a row in the mix, but everything apart from that has just been Oasis's way. And coming into the last round of this half, Conky, they've got access to the Viper's Pit, they've got Envy ready with that Resurrection, 2 away from the Showstopper as well. So as long as they play their cards right, they can make this a pretty comfy 8-4.
Yeah, they've looked so much better here, and despite the relay bolt actually hitting from Berserks, it's going to catch them again. Poor Ripperoo, he's been so stuck in that position. He will live on for now. Boom. Again, split up all across the map, trying to find those individual fights. And this time round, Oasis are giving them absolutely nothing. Blaze King does send the Trailblazer to at least clear for the info, does spot out into Garden. But it's going to be Coco utilizing the Viper's Pit nice and early to keep them at bay. And they are actually going to try and find this fight. Do they dive in? Well, that decay is going to make it awkward. They're in.
There's no clearance of this. They have to sacrifice bodies to do it, and it's going to work Coco's way with the decay because they're creeping in so far. It's going to take 1 or 2 bullets. There's the first one. No spray, however, as the trade does happen. So it's the pit down and a bit of regrowth to get some HP back, but not overly that too much. DK comes undone, so it wasn't really needed. And flank available as well, but the interest in towards the B side. Envy, he's getting layered down by this utility, sent to the grave. Wild Oreo lurking in towards the cubby as well, but he's taken on through. Finally, boom, looking like they might be able to take out the round, but they need to be careful of the hookah position that's already having Marky in toward it. There's the one he wanted, one away from that rocket. It could be the big thing to hold down the round as Berserk dispatches of Ripperoo. It does mean it is down to Marky. They know exactly where he is. 1 versus 3. And all they need to make sure they do is peak together as a team. They can let him in. Spike is the target to get that defuse, and he's trying to silently get in towards this one.
Oh, beautiful.
On the line. You love to see it.
They don't need a peek at all. How's that? You know, the second that we did end up seeing him move into position, they could have all swung at the appropriate time, but Marky just walked straight into the crosshair of Tabottle in the end. So nicely done in the round from Boom to keep their composure after the round starts off strong. They move straight into the Viper's Pit. They take it down. They know it's a punishing ult that they can actually remove. And overall, it is going to be Boom at least finding themselves a 5th round. So I've got to admit, Komodo, that's still a solid attacking side on this map of Bind, right?
Absolutely.
And as we look over, you know, one of the members of whose names I kept saying back on Icebox was Flipsjitter. He was playing the Killjoy. He was looking very, very strong. And on this map so far, the offensive side of Chamber rather can be very, very challenging to play. So 2 and 12, he's the only one that really hasn't activated yet on Boom. And I think that will happen now onto the attacker's side.
In terms of the frag department for Boom on Icebox, because it's something that we haven't really touched upon, right? Tabottle and Blaze King with 20 kills apiece, 19 for Flipshitter and 18 for Berserks. Add in the fact of all the assists and the damage and the round wins with, you know, protection and players staying alive. It was really just Frostmind lacking back with 7 frags and, you know, not really too much in terms of the kill assistance and all that sort of stuff. So being able to see what can he do coming in towards this one, right? Changing from the Sage on towards the Brimstone, it changes it up to be really, you know, that protection barrier to look after your own smokes, make sure no one's going to be pushing through from Oasis. It is, as you mentioned here, Flipshitter, who had a good series over on Icebox, a great map rather, being very silent here, and maybe you trade that up to being, you know, an attacker's sided Chamber, having a little bit of a lackluster position in lackluster half. Now's the time for him to activate, really coming into this defensive side.
Have to see it. Have to see it now. Would really like to see Oasis start off strong, though. Like, I think them getting an early couple, keeping that momentum behind them, really making Boom fight for their momentum back. Because it has been a much more interesting half. It's certainly not super flashy, super fast-paced. It's actually felt relatively slow. But it's still been good Valorant to witness. And, you know, Boom, we've had our eyes on them throughout the course of the competition. Certainly had some big results, some close maps. Made it all the way in through the play-ins. Whereas Oasis, they've come in straight to the groups. And they just need that opening map. They need the confidence behind them. Especially going up against, you know, either, of course, Order or Paper X.
Oh, yes. I like this, though. Real big aggression from Oasis. They got access to a really quick flank through the showers as well. But the linchpin in this round could potentially be Coco. Playing from behind, not with his teammates. Again, the autonomous nature of the Viper kit, but Rookie's already watching for this one. It's Blaze King on the line, and he will win the duel. Now, Boom, starting to set up their fragging around this site for the retake.
How do they go? 3, 4 members inside the showers, ready to leap out. And they'll be looking clean after spending so much time in their rotation from Flipsjitter. Not too far away. Wild Oreo, he's about to have a very big blinding on the guiding light, but Berserks turns at the appropriate time, able to punish him. Ripperoo now has to get many, many, many frags as Envy, very low. Fortunately, does not have the healing orb available, so we'll swing the jump up over the top, but they can just stick it. He might make it look flashy, might make it look exciting, but that spike was being defused the whole way through, so Boom were cool, calm, and collected. They knew they had that round in the bag.
And they've collected themselves the round, haven't they? The pistol here means that they've gotten both of them in this map. So in terms of starting off on your defensive side now, you know, the quote favored side of Bind, if it's, you know, kind of still leaning over that way at the moment, getting that round is absolutely what you want. You'll be able to tie things up provided you're able to find the next round and come in towards your bonus. It's anyone's guess who really is going to be able to figure that one out. So some great utilization and attempted, you know, flank from Boom in the very beginning of this one works out wonderful.
So it's a slow walk forward for Flipstutter. Getting into position as good as possible. 2 members creeping into hookah. That space has been given. Marky, Trademark will spot him, but will be destroyed. So no slow to come out. But they do rotate away. Coco will be hopping his way in towards short. They are looking for that control, but look at this now. Blaze King straight out. Looking to take the fight too. Frostbind gets a couple. Happy with that. Blaze King there as well. And that's just going to leave it onto the remaining 2 members in Marky and Coco. And they've not really had a chance to fight this fight at all. It's Boom's forward thinking in the rounds. Shoulder it and get out. And it's 5 alive, minimal damage taken, and they're going to have a very good-looking bonus into this next one, Komodo.
It's funny, right? When Neon came out, everybody was questioning what her validity was going to be because the pain against going against that Neon, right, was the fact that she can get into the opponent's spawn relatively quick. That's what everybody was harping on right now, and we've seen it kind of twice in these 2 rounds. Boom, going with the aggression on this defensive side, and Oasis's lineup doesn't really have any measures against that aggression, against that, you know, flanking potential. Right, they're not running a chamber, they're not running a killjoy, they're not running a cypher, so they have to be very proactive in watching flanks here. So that's going to be one of the good differences that I'm going to keep an eye on here between how Oasis are playing their attacker side right now and how Boom played it. You can see immediately again, Boom are already through towards the market.
My word. Just so happy to be aggressive on this defender's side, and will they be punished for it with Coco waiting? It's a great utilization of the guiding light. Coco starts with 1, turning, flipping around. Guiding light from Blaze King doesn't quite make it through, but it is traded out, and that's a Vandal taken now as well. Looking to get that spike planted, but it does get taken off. Now the Seekers to go through. Marky, oh no, Blaze King! Well done from the Seekers. The ultimate clears him, saves him. Now Ripperoo has to try and keep on kicking completely solo, spike in hand. As we mentioned, Tebottle will be punished. Back into the 1-on-1. Good reposition from Blaze King. Is he going to be ready for it at all? I don't know, but he's running. He's clearing through. Very smart from Ripperoo here, Komodo. He might have won the brain game. He's looking back. He clears and he finds it. Great job there from Ripperoo. A wise clutch because we did see the rotation from Blaze King, but he was ready for it. Ripperoo. Big brain.
Ooh. You could see that we were kind of getting narrow focus, right, on that market push, that flank duel that was happening in the B short sands. And in the meanwhile, the team of Oasis were getting in toward the site. So Coco was just trying to do his damnedest to see what he could actually deliver. But his team were kind of falling around him. A 2 versus 2 situation that Blaze King can bring back into an advantage. And I can't help but feel in those situations, right, the peel away might be the better idea. 2 versus 1, play by the numbers. He's still got to get the plant, but it was the individual jewels that Marky was able to find. Oh, sorry, Ripperoo was able to find in the end to seal the deal of that round and get Oasis the bonus. Though, 1 player alive means that this one looks a little bit more scrappy. That's going to start things off nicely, though, with an opening pick and maybe even a second. Blaze King can equalize.
Yeah, good response there from Blaze King. Quick thinking. Bringing it back to that 4-on-4. However, the resurrection from Envy will be utilized, and now it's Wild Oreo to come back into the server. However, quickly, Marky taken down. It is still the advantage, however, going the way of Oasis. Now, Seekers sent back this form of Oasis. We have the focus. Flipstutter, he's in position, inside the shower. Rendezvous out, so he's going to be okay for a little while longer. Orb will be taken. Guiding Light sent out. So back to the 3-on-3, but they're still not convinced as where they want to go, Oasis. The rotation hasn't gone away from Tebottle. He's still at B. So overall, it's going to be a tough battle for both of these sides in the 3-on-3.
3 versus 3. Flipstutter from the showers able to get that operator shot where required. Remember, Envy did use the resurrection, and at that same point in time, Marky kind of sacrificed himself, didn't he? But Tebottle in the offline is able to find 1.
Oh, how
second,
good!
Dropping the spike. Flipstutter on the distance as well, finding his frag. So some great patience from Boom on a lot of their lines. They let Oasis come toward them, and they're rewarded.
That was massive. Love that from Tebottle, just repositioning accordingly. Tucking into the cubby. You know, he's got the safety net of the teleporter if he needs it. and so late in the round 2. It's a risky play, but it does pay off. It's got the reward behind it to make it necessary. And also, we did see the pick from Flipshitter. You know, I talked about it in the previous half, saying how he didn't really have too many opportunities to activate, and that's why the chamber is still a tough one on the attacking side of Bind. Now it's really starting to work out, though. Clean on the breach. Another round, and boom, they tie it up, 8-8. And it is just going to be the eco for Oasis, but look how quick they are here, Komodo. How many is Flipshitter going to find? It's 1, it's 2, and now he can reposition. They are moving up onto the other side of the toxic screen, which does drop down, but the focus is set. Frostbind looking straight on towards the U-Haul, because it was taken position of by Marky, but that classic, it's still going to be tough, and they still are yet to get this spike planted.
Well, they're going to start to do so as the Trailblazer looks in toward it. The denial of that one from Frostbind, finding the double, and now it's just down to Wild Oreo. If you can find one kill with the shorty, this would be okay. Flipshitter's just around the corner with that operator. And I do have a sentence that I want to say about Flipshitter just after this one. When it does come out, maybe I can start to talk about it right now, because the peak is going to be there from Flipshitter. 3 kills in the round. The operator seems to be his calling. The snipers in his possession is really where he's able to showcase confidence coming through. It's one of the big things that Boom can rely upon. Flipshitter can steal the difference in a round just with this weapon, and that's one of the things on the attacker's side, right? The silence from him, no real operator potential to get out on the attacker's side with this composition that Boom are running through. So it is, you know, a defensive-sided player, it's feeling like, in this current scenario for Flipshitter, which ultimately, Conky, I don't think is a bad thing.
No. Well, it's 2-12 to 9-13. Huge stuff. Very, very forward in this round, and he repositions nicely. Guiding Light's going to force him back, but now he is up on the top of the bus. How long can he hold it there for? He still has to jump off in the end, falling back. And it's a stalemate. Look at the position, though. Berserk's straight up behind him. And I don't think Tabottle is too much further. Coco definitely ready for it. Swings on in, but is taken. And now the slow ob to at least kind of do some stemming of the bleeding. But now that slow ob actually traps them in. There's nowhere they can go, and Boomer all the way around it.
I don't go if you got the memo right now, but bleeding is what is happening to these teams right now. In both accounts, right? An 8-9. We've gone the distance so far in this map. Neck and neck. Both teams trying to see what they can do to cauterize those wounds. But for Berserk's tempting fate, be real careful here. He's one of the lines of sight over at this B site to try and hold it down, but the timing from him and from Tabottle, how he's gotten away with that one. Now it's the 2 versus 4. The spike is down for the count. Tabottle holding his own, rather, around the fountain. And Wild Oreo, whilst he does recover the spike here, Conky, it's 30 seconds in a 1 versus 4. It's going to be real difficult to try and isolate these fights, to find them 1 versus 1.
Really, you know, you put Flipshitter at somewhere where you can kind of like leave him to play solo. You know he's going to be able to utilize the what's called the rendezvous to get out of there. The second he sort of has it. Obviously the trademark as well to put into the other extremity of the site. So he can basically hold one almost completely solo, whilst the rest of his teammates, they can push to their heart's content, and they've been doing it well. I am a sort of heavy criticizer on the occasion of too much aggression on that defender's side, but boom, they're doing it to perfection. They're doing it wisely, and it's paying off round after round after round, because the biggest thing is the buddy system that they continue to adopt. We saw it in the previous round, Berserks and Tabottle going together, Blaze King Frostbind clearing out B-Long. They're just doing it to perfection, and Flipshitter can just be the turret solo to lock down his location.
Let's follow with that narrative for a second, right? You've got 4 main choke points on the map of Bind, and we'll start with left to right on the radar. B-Long, in towards B-Sands, in towards Short A, in towards Showers, right? If you're thinking that was Flipshitter locking down 1 line, that's 1 out of 4. His trademark can hold another one with someone looking at distance, and that's 2 out of 4, just from really what Flipshitter can access here and offer, really. Berserks, he can quickly rotate where needed, but his aggression is something that he's able to really push through, finding the gap at the moment from his teammates' information. You got Blaze King coming in there with Trailblazer or with Guiding Lights as well to find some extra information. So this defensive side for Boom, it doesn't necessarily need to be as aggressive as it is, but because they are able to find where the gaps are for Oasis, it's looking more aggressive than meets the eye.
And once again, Oasis super split, trying to find those fights. You know, we talk about something similar. It's Berserks and Tabottle this time that have taken control of the cubby. They've taken control of the garden. Not even needing to peek down long. They're only going to be fighting up against the Sheriff, so why would they overstep? 2 members on the site. We now have the rotation coming in from Flipshitter, so he can pick up 2. Wherever he chooses, likely he's going to be watching the short line with the operator as the two other members in Frostmine and Blaze King. They can actually walk slowly towards the showers. Ripperoo is holding that line, so it could be awkward. It's going to be a tough one, actually heading behind. That's going to be frustrating for Blaze King there. Frostmine, though, does get the trade, and now they know they're all going to be heading out to this position. Orbital Strike is available, and the Stim Beacon goes down too.
I think finding Blaze King is actually one of the worst targets there for Oasis, because if they found Frostmind, he wouldn't have had access to his smokes, to his Orbital Strike, and that's exactly what was utilized here to get a couple of picks back into the mix. A 4 versus 2. Coco and Marky, that pit activated, is going to have to be the thing to assist them to completely close the round here. If they want to use the Rolling Thunder, they could, but Berserk finds Coco, and now the line on towards Marky. You don't need the big and flashy Thunder. All you need is the little earthquake of the fault line.
It's nothing crazy from Boom. There hasn't been any sort of, massive shout moments for us. We haven't really had any sort of highlight plays over these last couple of days that have, going to send us to the top of Reddit or anything like that. It's just been clean and consistent Valorant coming out from Boom. It's very impressive. It's kind of robotic almost in the way it's been feeling these last few rounds. They're just doing exactly what they need to do.
We actually got to the top of Reddit for that Icebox play on the A site in the Poison Cloud with the Euro TP backside, and it was the 3K head on a swivel.
Oh, my word. I love that.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
That was funny.
Oh, hey, look, potentially around the corner with some of these other qualifying games that are happening. And then the playoffs, it's all to play for. Some of these big tier names. Onyx G, Xerxia, Alter Ego, Paper X, Ordinout. The giants of APAC are going to be all facing off shortly.
Yep. Alrighty, well, what are we looking like for this round? Berserk is kind of stuck, so has to use the escape route, the escape mechanism. You've got the Rolling Thunder ready and available here at the B alongside of things as well. And I like the flip shooters, changing position again, right? He's playing over towards the B short location in toward the TP, actually. So the doors are probably still open for him to rendezvous back over towards the CT side of A screens. And this is the go time for Oasis to try and really get their last attempt to get back in towards this one. The guiding line on through from Blaze King. Immediately trade Conky though, and it's happening again.
I'm wondering how this is going to look from Flip Shitter. They do utilize the Sky Smoke to fix up where the gap in the wall was. So the 3-on-3, the first real opportunity for Oasis to get back into this, and they immediately utilize the Rolling Thunder to punish Coco. Now Flip Shitter already pushed exactly right. It doesn't go where it needs to, and it's all left on to Envy. They are trying to clear out short, but he can't get it. They just have to look the right way, and it's going to be Berserks to turn around, and that is not only going to be map point, Komodo, that is unfortunately for Oasis. Elimination point here.
Wow.
Match point.
The fact that Molotov, that incendiary from Ripperoo misses, 8 seconds of damage and denial for time on toward that spike can set up time for the rotation to happen through the showers and actually be something better to hold down the spike and deny Boom from getting that round. That is really, really rough and unfortunate to come through from Ripperoo. I don't know if it was faulted by the fact that Flipshooter was already kind of getting close toward him, but I mean, regardless, it's happened that they have to play out through toward this one. 4 rounds in a row that Oasis need to try and get this in toward the overtime state. And Boom, 4 rounds of padding. I think we have a pause called at the 1 second mark right now, so we'll figure out what this is about in just a moment. But for Boom, what I was going to mention is the access of ults that they do have here as well, right? Maybe not the tour de force from Flipshooter, maybe not the overdrive from Berserk, but for informational purposes, Blaze King with the Seekers is going to be big. You counter that, Conky? Showstopper, Resurrection, and Seekers for Oasis. So I feel like they have to use them here because of the lesser weaponry.
Definitely do. Last-ditch effort, final opportunity. You're not wanting to see a team like this go out so early in the competition. It feels like not taking a single map. You have 2 opportunities to make it happen. There was that quick technical timeout, but it looks like it is just going to go to a regular timeout for Oasis. Final opportunity to use it here, Komodo. What can they do differently? Like, is it a fast play? It has been very, very slow for them in these starts. And I guess a couple of the rounds where they've really sent it up short nice and quickly, it's just been Flipshooter who has been able to punish them early.
So here's the discussion, right? In this timeout right now, they're looking at their... this is my assumption from all of our bits and bobs that we've done in TAC FPSs. Look at what the weaponry that you've got to access right now. We're seeing Spectres and Vandals and stuff. We're seeing ultimates that can be round defining, round opening. And those are the things that Boom are also seeing, right? Boom know the relative purchases coming into this round. They know what ultimates available. So it's almost a coin flip and a 50-50 play of, are we going to see a showstopper from Marky to try and get into a position, or are we going to see it more slower pace? Looking like it's going to be the later right now, but Flipshooter is able to just completely remove the head of Marky. Wild Oreo's down as well. Immediate starts in toward this round, and it is falling over for Oasis. The overdrive going to get shut down again, but Conky, it's Envy in a 1 versus 5. This round has only had 20 bloody seconds in it.
There's just nothing they can do. They have just been completely overwhelmed and completely taken down. Oh, Oasis, I am absolutely hurting for you, homies, but at the exact same time, I'm stoked for Boom. They've had the group of death thrown at them. They've fought through the play-ins, you know, 3rd seed in Indonesia, and that is showing how crazy of a region this is, right? To have the 3rd seed being able to take down a team in what they've just done. Like, that's absolutely insane to be able to drop down Oasis in a competition of this caliber. All of it right now. APAC VCT. It's the opportunity for so many different regions to come together and really fight the good fight. And that's exactly what we've seen from Boom here. And unfortunately, to everyone watching along at home, we do have to bid farewell to Oasis. They've been unsuccessful in converting a map. We definitely saw some bright moments from them and some close series. Actually, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just 2 different teams. They really got sort of thrown out the wall by Order a couple days ago, obviously. And then when Boom just came in just very consistently, they didn't really have many answers for us. So I think it's going to be back to the drawing board from them.
Yeah, and I don't know if you would chalk it up as well to the fact that Boom have had to play a couple of matches earlier on, shake off all of those nerves, where Oasis, you know, coming in towards this invited area, you know, the 2nd stage coming into the play-ins, the groups instead of the play-ins, right? There's a lot of storyline, there's a lot of things you can do with that, but the fact now is set in stone that they are out of this competition. They will be gathering circuit points going in towards the APAC LCQ. We'll have to check a little bit later to see where all the standings are, because remember, there's 3 teams that have been eliminated in today. The desk will be able to talk about that a little bit later on, but you know, promising signs for Boom. Right now they've got the trajectory of either a rematch against Paper X or a battle against Order.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think irrespective of their opponent, it's going to be a challenging one. But they've certainly showed us today that they can take it to the best. But we'll have the analyst desk break it down as per usual. From Conk Motor, we're out for now. And we'll see you back soon.
Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity.
Boom goes the dynamite. Boom Esports, just so good. As much as I was cheering for Oasis Gaming, it was just an amazing show or performance from Boom Esports over here, and really amazing evolution over here from them. Adaptation and evolution is probably the name of the game here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers when it comes to this team. And again, for the last time tonight, it is Likeable, Trix, and Cash Bunny that are telling you all about it. Cash, we are gonna be bidding goodbye to Oasis Gaming, but hey, say hello to more Boom Esports goodness.
I mean, I have to say their performance has been impeccable. It was a lot closer than I expected from the side of Oasis. So I'm going to talk about Oasis first, just because I was just honestly so impressed. We didn't really get to see Oasis during that match against Order, but now in a situation where they're on a more even or just equal skill set of playing field with Boom, I really saw that Coco really popped off and knew how to buy time. But now, coming in from the side of Boom, what's really great about them is the same adaptability we saw from them in the last match. While this time around, it seemed like they struggled a little bit more, especially on attack side, because it looked like Oasis was doing so much better on that side. But the problem is, once Boom kind of figured out the secret sauce of what makes an Oasis burger so juicy and amazing, I'm hungry. Yeah, once they figured it out, they were just like, okay, we figured out how exactly they play, and now let's just try and get them the picks one by one. And this aggressive sort of play style that Boom is just so known for really paid off, especially in those situations where you get to see flips really come out on top on the defensive side compared to the attacker side.
And like going off that point on Flip Shooter, I know that we mentioned also how come he wasn't really doing as much on the attacker side, and I find that it's because Oasis was not being too aggressive. I know at the start of it, Oasis was like overcommitting that aggression, especially on B long, but later on we see that they're always holding angles together. They're trying to shut down that lurk. They're playing it safer, even though they're taking that control. And I think that's what I've always wanted to see teams do, that they have to be able to take that control, but they must take it together. They have to be patient with it. They have to be careful, because everyone expects a flash coming in from a long smoke, especially if you flash it at least once.
I have to say,
honestly, yeah. No, it's okay, go.
I mean, what I want you to say is just that sometimes there were some questionable decisions coming in from both the teams. Like we saw just now how Blaze, he was kind of like double peeking, dry peeking without using flash, and I was just questioning like why was that a thing that he shouldn't have died. However, as more rounds went down, it felt like Boom was slowly rectifying these small minor mistakes that really cost them. And on top of that, once flips came online, especially on defense side, it felt really hard. I mean, we saw that struggle coming in from the side of Oasis, from the side of Boom Esports on attack, but I have to say it's because of the controller sort of situation they had. But now once you change it up, coming onto site with their lineup, I mean, post plant is great, but when you have someone as like Berserks, who is just so easily able to just take flank, it makes the game, or just taking side or holding side, a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I think that in general with the game, especially on that defender start, Oasis is able to use those controllers, get on those odd angles with the Sage wall. And I think when Oasis went to attacker, what they could have done was try to be a little more aggressive with the Sage, because a Sage doesn't really have too much utility after you get the bomb planted, after you enter the site. It's better for you to take more space. Usually a Sage can take like those off angles, just get that first pick, reposition, because everyone else is setting up for that utility.
You're at the battle stage, am I right? But
Yeah.
Ash, I'm gonna let you introduce our series MVP because I know you love saying his name.
I love saying his name mostly because I love teh botol. For you guys not from Indonesia or not familiar with it, it's a sweet tea in a bottle. But anyways, coming to the player himself though, teh botol, I have seen time and time again where he's just able to come up on top and really save their team from these really bad situations. When you see maybe Coco get 2 or 3 frags, and you're just like, oh no, this doesn't look like a Boom Esports round. And then suddenly teh botol comes out on top, swinging out of nowhere and just getting those frags as well as those really great utility usage. And on top of that, look at his headshot percentage has been immense. And I have to say, I mean, we talked about how bandage clutches can happen or bandage situations. I feel like teh botol really is the bandage guy for the team.
I think if I have one comment in terms of Boom Esports, it would be that it would seem like they're testing the waters a lot throughout the games to see what they need to fix. And I would say be wary of that, because at one point you're gonna get punished too much too often to the point that you don't have that buffer to rely on anymore. And I think that's also what happens when they go against a team like Paper X.
Yeah, I can totally see that, and I'm really, okay, I'm fumbling over my words. I'm kind of sad not to see Oasis Gaming, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports was just the better team, and I commend them for that absolutely phenomenal performance. I just needed to get my thoughts together, folks. But hey, with teh botol being on the spotlight over here, it is time for us to close that series down. But you know what is fun is that we are going to be taking a recap or a quick look at how today's matches actually went down. Here is the end of day recap. Well, we started the day off with Made in Thailand versus Griffin Esports, totally against my prediction because Griffin Esports just being the better team all around. We saw their evolution, and I'm so happy that they were able to make all of the adjustments that we were talking about in their previous series, and they're just coming out as the better team this time around. But Trix, RRQ 2-1 versus Global Esports over here.
RRQ looking a little dicey, especially near the end of the matches, but I feel that they're definitely developing as a team. You can see they're finding themselves, and I commend them. They're doing a great job. I just think they need to fix it a little faster if they want to be the top in APAC.
I mean, yeah, coming on top of that as well, it was actually so surprising how close that match was. However, let's have a look at the brackets right now. How we're seeing, yesterday we saw Gaming Gladiator and Griffin, the 2-0, so we saw Gaming and Onyx coming in next. After that, we saw Onyx as well going 2-0 against Myth. So now, going on to the bottom side here, Griffin will be moving forward. I'm so curious to see who they'll be going against next. So in general, looking at this bracket here, I feel like Gaming Gladiators and Onyx is gonna be hella exciting. Just because it's more of like, as we talked about before, like the Cinderella story, as well as one of the top teams. Who would want to miss it?
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking of things you don't want to miss, tomorrow's match, which is Alter Ego versus Sersha Esports. My goodness. I've seen both of these teams perform, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is all gonna play out. Very exciting, but at the same time, very fearful. These guys are just two ends of a magnet, and I don't think that they're gonna be giving many rounds away. But now, Trix, we're going over to Group C.
Group C. Looking forward to that order
looks
paper
so
Rex
fun!
match. I know it is fun. After the order paper Rex match, we see that Boom proceeds to match, as listed there, match 5 to play whoever loses against Order and Paper Rex. I am so excited for that match. All of these three teams right now in Group C just looking so solid and so strong, but I feel like my eyes are definitely going to be on how Order performs.
Yeah, blink over there. Your eyes have to be peeled for that stuck like glue onto your screen. But for me, this is the group that I'm looking forward to seeing. Eyes locked, of course, on Team Secret on my side versus FW Esports. Do or die match. Last do or die match in this round of the brackets. But yeah, really disappointing on the side of Team Secret as they went against Bleed. But of course, Bleed Esports, really great team. And they're going to be facing Fancy United. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out. But hey, I'm a sucker for great games. And that's all we've been seeing so far. And I can't get enough of it. Please stop me. It might become my next addiction. Well, today has been brutal. Tomorrow's schedule is no different, Tash. Look at this. Team Secret, I'm saying it, Team Secret and, oh, wait a minute. I think there might be adjustments in order. I'm not sure this is the final schedule. But what are you looking at over here, Tash?
Personally, Onyx and Gaming Gladiators are the ones that I am really looking forward to tomorrow. Mostly because I'm a huge fan. Oh, here we go. Okay, so anyways, Onyx and Gaming Gladiators, I'm really excited to see them, mostly because Gaming Gladiators are from Malaysia, Singapore, and are also part of the teams that I'm very excited to see. Their growth has been phenomenal, coming in from stage 1 all the way to here. So, you know, I just really want to see that Cinderella story keep going, but I am also very worried about them because this is one of the best teams here in the league. And the second one I'm really excited about is seeing Team Secret versus FWE, just because Team Secret just made a comeback now, and I think that they really want to really put their mark as they did before when they did the Ocho deaths on the stage.
Oh dear. I think, you know, contrast to that, I'm actually looking forward to the last match, Game 3, Sersha versus AE. I think both teams are doing so well. Sersha's playstyle, I love it.
Me too.
I love seeing how coordinated they were, how it seemed they just knew exactly what they wanted to do. On the flip side, Alter Ego, also very similar. So I'm wondering how both of these teams are going to face each other off, and which one's gonna come in top, because what is that edge that those good teams need in order to beat each other is what I'm gonna be looking for.
Me too. Now, I know I keep saying that I keep cheering for Team Secret. Guys, they're all faced with elimination games over here, so if there are no Philippine teams that do qualify, please don't, universe, don't make me curse. But I'm just saying that I will be a lot more neutral after that happens. But again, today has been brutal, but we won't be seeing any more of Made in Thailand, Global Esports, and Oasis Gaming. GGWP, of course, to them, and best of luck to those who survived. Hopefully, you guys really reflect and improve on the things that you lacked in your matches, and we hope to see you come back stronger than ever the next time around. Here on the panel, it has been Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. It's been a pleasure serving you guys the stories and the numbers. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for now, we're greeting you guys a good night.
They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step